Spice, your fast track to 24/7 freshness.
Stars, stripes, and savings. Get up to 30% off during Raymore and Flanagan's 4th of July sale. Plus,
Opal Rim.
Okay, and he goes out there and he's like, we gonna do Mac.
folks, I've been talking for like 30 minutes. No, 15 minutes. And my mic was off. So thank you, Etch, for pointing that out. I appreciate you. Hey, Ray. What would I do without you? I'd be talking for an hour. That's what I would do. But yes, I was just pointing out that how ridiculous it is that people are buying. We're stealing those trash cans, the Knicks trash cans. Like, you can't even put that in your house. Plus, if you do have that, you're gonna know where you got it from. It's not like you can pawn this. It's like, you know, stealing the crown jewels from England and trying to pawn them. And we know where you got this, dude. They're worthless. We can't sell on the black market the crown jewels of England. I was just saying, Etch and John, thank you guys for showing up on Friday with Gina. That was a lot of fun. And that's going to be every Friday now. 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. Gina and I talking news of the week. And there'll be guests, and we're going to also try and figure out to stream it to this space if we can. Which would mean that the space is then 5 days a week. Which would be cool. Let's say all right. We are live. Game is almost as loud as I am. Okay, thank you. Let's turn that down. And also, let's turn me up. See, here's the thing. I keep like adjusting the gain on my mic back here, but if I turn it up too high, then I have an issue like I did on this video. Literally said, I put a thing like, sorry if the audio is wonky. What happened was I was super loud, the music was not, and so I had to like go in and clip every time I spoke and move it to a different timeline in editing, and then change the audio volume of that, and then change the audio volume of the music, which is fucking tedious, and I don't want to do that. What I usually do, like for this and the other ones, is it's basically the same, so I just have to like adjust it so that you can hear both of us, me and the music. But yeah, so is it all right now? Hey Gupta, what's going on? Now that GTA 6 pre-orders are out, can we expect GTA San Andreas? I don't even think it's installed anymore on my computer. Yeah, actually it's not. I don't have the Rockstar thing, because I needed a license or something, and I got it for free through Epic, but that didn't carry over, so now I can't even access it. I tried, Gupta. I tried just for you, and it wouldn't work, so I'm sorry. I might be able to do online or GTA 5. We'll see. If anything, wait till GTA 6 comes out, and I'll definitely be streaming that for sure. Okay, I'm also working over on the side here, as is tradition. So let's start out with this Fantano. We're gonna get this. So this Fantano thing popped up like last week. He's got beef. It was a lot of fun on Friday. Yeah, it was, right? Much better? Okay, great. And we're gonna, just try out this game a little bit. I don't know how much, it might be fun, and we might keep going with it, or I might just switch to ball pit. When in doubt, I got ball pit. But what happened with Fantano was somebody brought up a review that he did like 2 years ago for Halsey. She had an album, and it was called The Great Impersonator, and she had all these like artists that she was like referencing on songs, and he was like, she didn't do a good job, I think she sucks, or this album sucks, and I'm giving it a 1 out of 10. And then 2 years later, now somebody brought it up again and was like, I can't believe that people are still talking about this review. And he says, if there is more to the review, if they're more into the review than the album, haha, tee-hee-hee, right? Halsey is like, I'm certain my least memorable song will be remembered more fondly and for more time than anything you ever do with your life. Everything you say is more whining and edgy than I was at any point on that album, but at least I had the excuse of going through chemo. And he says, flattered to be on your radar, Queen. And I'm like, all right. So I see this like popping off last week, and I'm like, all right, let me watch this review. Because everyone's saying he made fun of her for having cancer. And I'm like, I doubt it, but let me check out this review. So I watched the review. He is teasing her for trying to impersonate these other artists that she references. And the end. That's it. Like, it's just critical of the music. At one point he says, like, it feels like she's going through main character syndrome, but in reference to the music sounding like early 2000s emo, what do you call it? Pop rock? I don't know, fucking emo music, like Panic at the Disco and Fall Out Boy and those motherfuckers. So, man, a dude in my college had drugs planted in his bags. Damn, that sucks. Bro got arrested for no reason. That's rad. So then, he's just criticizing her music. Says the album's not good and gives her a 1. And so again, apparently she brought up around the time, like, hey, I was going through cancer, and a lot of this album was about that. And yeah, whiny rock. Exactly, Edge. And so again, I'm seeing like Anthony Fantano makes fun of Halsey for having cancer on her last album, and I'm like, what? That seems crazy. And yeah, of course, lo and behold, the internet exaggerates. And I'm like, oh, okay. So you're mad that he didn't know she had cancer or whatever, and then you're going, okay, well, I'm moving the goalpost then. Then it means he's a bad reviewer because he didn't know the backstory going into this album. Which, as far as he says in the review, the backstory was she put out all these photos of her dressed as different famous artists, from Bruce Springsteen to Madonna to, just Bjork, and then put out an album called The Great Impersonator. The end. Like, there was no mention of cancer at all. So I'm seeing Sean C. He seems to be pretty respected, and yeah, I just want to see what he has to say.
Been fire if I had like the Halsey follow. I don't listen to her music at all. This is the one Halsey song I know, by the way. Let me see if I can show you. And if this isn't Halsey, I'm gonna feel like the craziest nigga of all time. I really don't agree with Fantano.
I can't play the music.
Fantano's approach, some aspects of his Halsey review, but I can't understand how there's still discourse about it all this time later. Wait, how old is this review? I'm certain my least memorable song will be remembered more fondly and for more time than anything you'll ever do with your life will be. Damn. Everything you say is more whiny and edgy than I was at any point on that album, but at least I had the excuse of going through chemo. What the fuck? Shouts out to her for getting through chemo, That's probably tough. But I'm of the opinion that doesn't always immediately mean, good music. Then again, I don't know what she's upset about.
Hi, Deborah Crawford. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you. Welcome in.
To be fair, is she justified in her anger? We're talking about a 2-year-old review here, where I've remained mostly silent on the reception of the review, despite the fact that Halsey and her fans for the duration of that time have pushed the narrative that I dislike.
Yeah, then he was interviewed by Variety about this, which I got problems with Variety. But you know, if I'm asked by a big major news outlet to talk about this weird internet beef, I'm talking to them.
The album, or said in my assessment of the album that there was a self-centeredness about it because she was sick. So is the context of the album that Halsey made a record because she was sick, or made a record about her sickness, whatever that sickness may be? I'm assuming the sickness was cancer, since she said she went through chemo. That I specifically attacked this album and tore it apart because there's some cartoonishly evil characteristic about me that somehow just singled this album out because of who she is or the illness that she suffered during the time in her life that inspired the record, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'm not the devil himself for not enjoying the album.
Bro, I can't even understand.
That's quite a picker, bro. Like, he's never at the right place at the right time a lot of the time, unfortunately. It would be Fantano to dislike an album, and then it just so happened the album that he dislikes is coming from a cancer patient. It never feels like, with the virality of some of these clips and some of these quotes, it never feels like, yeah, okay, person just negative reaction to like an album review or some shit like that. No, this is a woman who went through cancer type shit. Like, I don't understand. I don't know. It's never nothing normal. It's just never anything normal. There are countless women whose projects I've championed over the years. I have no problem with enjoying and supporting the work of women, especially women who address serious issues in their work. Well, that's not going to go over well. This is about to...
Yeah, lots of commercials, folks. I do not have YouTube Premium. I'm not paying Google money for what was a free service. Oh, GTA 5? I have it on Epic. It was the same thing. It was all connected to the Rockstar store. Sometimes when you get something on Epic or Steam, you buy it there, or in my case, I got it for free. And then you download it, and it makes you download another launcher. So, like the Rockstar launcher. And when you uninstall that, then you uninstall everything.
This is about to be the My Black Friend thing. Watch the review, bro. But I haven't listened to the album. What am I going to gain from the review? Unless you're saying that the review was just that fucking crazy, and he said some insane shit about her. Oh, fuck. Not a Fantano fan, and I wasn't going to say anything about this. But you people are psychotic. He's mocking her choice of lyrics to convey things, not her suffering. How stupid can you be? And who gives a shit anyway? He's just some guy. This is trivializing it, I feel like. It's not just some guy. He's probably one of the most polarizing music content creators in the world.
Say music critic, for Christ's sake. You know who's a content creator? Martin Scorsese. You know who's a content creator? Kendrick Lamar. Fucking Alan Moore. Content creator, Alan Moore. Content creator, Grant Morrison. Content creator, fucking Stephen King. Content creator, Mark Hamill. Content creator, George Lucas. Fucking goddamn it. Can we use real words? Can we not lump everything into a fucking slop category? That is nothing. That is what I'm doing. I'm making content. Content is nothing. It's streaming. It's talking about fucking tweets like this motherfucker, who I respect. I just hate the fucking term, man. Words have meanings. Content creator. You know what that word, you know what that means? You know what content creator means? It's a way for companies, it's a way for big studios and corporations to classify something as important, but not art, but not as important as this other thing. You're not a filmmaker, you're a content creator. What's the difference? Justin Bieber was a content creator until Ellen brought him on the fucking show, then he became a musician. Bo Burnham was a content creator until the videos popped off and he got a career as a stand-up comedian. So is he a stand-up comedian or is he a content creator? I swear to God, dude. Gupta, you know what rizzing a hot girl means? It means you're a lucky day. You're gonna get lucky in bed, dude. Gupta, I love you and I appreciate you. You're a goofy guy.
So, I mean, like, there's a level of this that's like so odd. Like, because clearly Halsey is on the same type of timing that this user is on, where it's like, oh yeah, you're just some guy, but at the same time, obviously not. It means something.
Like, look, is it true? He is just some guy? For sure. But so am I. So is he. And so is Hassan. We're all just some motherfucker who turned on their camera and started talking to the internet. However, sometimes just some guy can help get motherfuckers elected. Whether that be Joe Rogan or Hassan Piker. And they are both just some guy. However, Joe Rogan had a career. Joe Rogan, content creator, news radio, The Man Show, Fear Factor. That was all content. I'm a political and pop culture commentator. Sure. You know what? Like, I call myself a filmmaker because that's what I am. Deep down. I've made films. Doesn't matter if the last film I made was like in high school. I'm a filmmaker. I used to draw all the time. Okay? I used to draw all the way like from the time I could hold a pencil all the way through high school until I stopped because I read comic books. And those artists are real artists. No. No apologies. I'm pontificating here. Greg Capullo is an artist. All right? Greg Capullo is one of my favorite artists and maybe the artist that got me to stop drawing. And he wouldn't want that. But I compared myself too much to him. I mean, this is one of my favorite, dude. His Spawn work. Like, I was reading Spawn in high school, and this is the stuff that made me go, I'll never be this good. So let me just not continue. And also, I took classes, like summer classes at the New School, which is an art school and whatnot. And it was like, okay, if you really want to be an illustrator, here's what that looks like. You have to draw still lifes. You have to learn how to draw boring things like environments. Like you have to know how to draw a street corner or a bicycle or a car. And I didn't want to draw those things. I wanted to draw what I wanted to draw, which was like characters and superheroes and stuff. And I just realized, one, I don't want to do this. And two, I definitely can't do this for a job because if I have a deadline, it takes me sometimes weeks, months to finish a drawing. I work on it, I come back to it, I work on it, come back to it. There's no way I could do this under deadlines of like actually being a comic book artist. So I stopped. But around the same time, I was getting into filmmaking in high school and I was like, this I can do. Because I'm good at telling people what to do, which is a director's job. I love writing stories and I love editing. That process and I would shoot movies with my friends and stuff and in school, and that's what I am. I am a filmmaker. Right now, yes, I am a political and pop culture commentator. I am a streamer, if you want to call it that. I'm a YouTuber. But I never, ever have the audacity to call myself an artist. No matter how many times my friend said, you're an artist, you do great drawings, you make good films, you're an artist, I would say no. That title is reserved for people like Greg Capullo. For people like Alex Ross, who I think is the greatest artist, maybe ever, but at least living artist. Because this is his work. Like, he knows how to do still lifes. He knows how to draw from a model. These are all models that he's drawn from. And, I mean, this is the best. This should be in museums. Fuck the MoMA. Fuck the Museum of Modern Art. Like, this is what should be hanging in there. Not whatever garbage they have from Jackson Pollock. But yeah, this Fantano shit is just like, it's kind of funny to me.
And if you feel like it was in poor taste or disrespectful, that's one way to come at it. Where I feel like there's gonna be more people that'll empathize with you. But I'm not of the opinion of like, if someone's wrong, then you get to control how the person who was wrong responds to it. But again, me not having any context to the album or to the review, I have no idea who's right or who's wrong in this scenario. I just know, as someone who's been criticized for giving some flack toward albums that do talk about serious subject matter, I could empathize with the thought of like, okay, but yeah, that don't make the music good by default because you went into these topics. Random bald white man opinion on music would mean nothing to you.
Hello. Are you tired of your morning routine? Escape the 24/7 freshness with Old Spice Fiji and smell like you've got some PTO from your BO. Looking good, boss.
I mean, you're saying that as someone who doesn't make music, though. Like, what if you're a video game designer and some fucking publication comes out and completely misinterprets the theory behind one of the missions in the game that you made? Now, I'm not saying that that's what happened here, but if that's something that Halsey believed happened, then I wouldn't even be surprised that, you know, she would have a response like this. I just don't think it works to anybody's benefit to ever respond. I don't think it's in Fantano's benefit to talk back to her. I don't think it's in her benefit to even show that there was...
Guys, if I get swatted someday, do know it was because of Mia Khalifa refused to marry me. What Knicks fan in Times Square was wild mass shooting? That wasn't a mass shooting. It was just somebody got shot. Because we have too many guns on the street. That's why. Because gun manufacturers like Smith & Wesson and Armalite are allowed to just keep making guns and putting them in Walmart. And until that stops, then we're going to have shootings.
Any, you know, annoyance over the review, especially if it's 2 years old. But again, you know, when women ever have anything that they want to express, they're usually policed anyway. So I don't know if he's feeding into that again, or, you know, the internet's feeding into that again. Who really knows? This is 9 minutes. Now, see, I wouldn't play this album just because of cover art. But you know what? Fairs, you know. I'm not the person. I don't listen to Halsey. You know, if you turn Halsey on in my whip, I'll probably kick you out.
Bro, but here's the thing with Fantano. He does every genre of music. He just seems to love music, period. You know, so he's coming at it from like someone who's like a music teacher's perspective. Of like, well, here's how the progression of chords and the influence of the late jazz period and the classical era, blah, 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 blah. Like, he knows so much more music theory and comes at like every album with that, but also his personal preference as a human being who grew up with certain music and has an affinity for this over that. Like, again, he is at the end of the day just a guy, just like Robert or what was it, fucking Ebert and Roper, the film critics. Like, they were just two dudes who just talked about movies. You know why they had an outsized influence? Because they decided, we're gonna pay to have a show on a UHF channel, public access TV, and just talk about movies, and then people paid a lot of attention to them. This motherfucker did the exact same thing. I'm gonna make a YouTube channel and a website back when you can make like a blog. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna talk about music because that's what I like doing. And then he kept getting more and more and more and more popular. And now he is one of the biggest fucking names. So he isn't just some guy, but he started out as some guy. Everyone starts out as some guy, right? Donald Trump was some guy. Everyone is heaven sent. Deep cut. But I would say maybe Donald Trump was not some guy, because Donald Trump's father, his family, was known. I don't think Fantano comes from a dynasty of a family.
Hi,
No diss to Halsey.
everyone. Ranthony Town Tam.
Bro, Halsey dated MGK, so she's been in torment her whole life essentially, damn near. Go through cancer, dated G-Eazy. The fuck? Like, nigga, you are a survivor in more ways than one.
And it's time.
Wait. Who did you say? Because I said G-Eazy. Who the fuck did you say? I just auto-corrected to G-Eazy. It was MGK? What the fuck? I don't know how. See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't think about that. My brain auto-corrected by itself. I didn't even think about that response. It was both. Yeah, okay. If I was Halsey, I'd be mad as fuck too. You mean to tell me I survived G-Eazy, MGK, and cancer just for Anthony Fantano to give my album probably a 2 out of 10? I'm cool off this shit, man. You gonna respect me today.
Halsey's.
That's a crazy life. No YG shit.
You are at all a music fan and you use social media, I would bet over the past couple of months that you've been kind of inundated with numerous photos of Halsey doing various cosplay photo shoots.
I've never seen a Halsey image ever pop up on my timeline ever. I didn't even know what Halsey looked like until that one video was circulating on Twitter of her years ago, performing a song with G-Eazy and them saying, oh, he actually cheated on her while they were performing the song or some dumb shit like that.
To see her.
That's the only cultural context that I've been able to place Halsey in that I've ever seen in my life.
But the chances she was going to drop an album here that would have a fraction of.
Yeah, that too. Like, she's not that big. She's like she has the same kind of career as like Meghan Trainor to me. Like, she appeared, she had a hit or two, she was on SNL, and then you went away. A lot of my cultural knowledge just comes through the lens of Saturday Night Live. I remember Halsey because around the time I had hooked up with a girl who looked a lot like her. Like, I was watching Saturday Night Live, and they said, here's Halsey. And I had to, like, double check. I was like, that's not the girl I just hooked up with, right? Like, holy shit, they look almost the same. That's the only reason I remember this chick's name. Is because she looked like a girl I hooked up with.
The impact that even one of these artists had on the music industry in their lifetime.
Damn. Oh, shit. Damn. Fuck. Yeah, see.
When the silence gets too loud, we hear you. Call, text, or chat 988.
I mean, not gonna lie, I'm a fan of the disrespect. That's me. I would say that. Okay? I know it's fucked up.
Well, exciting is a way to put it, for sure. The full context of that story is depressing and sad, I guess. Cliff notes, my ex from years ago got addicted to initially coke and then meth, slowly and surely kind of let pieces of herself go, like, oh, I lost my debit card. That's all right. My bank account got closed. That's all right. I lost my ID. That's all right. I lost my phone. That's all right. More and more spending time outside on the street, kind of just meeting other junkies and stuff like that. Better to love and lose? Sure. Maybe. That's a question I've been asking myself my entire life. And eventually, at this point in time, she was like basically out of my life, but was also like trying to still be my friend, and was like, hey, I have this friend, you should hook up, you know, maybe you guys could hook up. And I was like, you're literally trying to like hook me up with your friend? All right. And this friend messaged me on Facebook, and I was like, and at this point, like I said, this ex had lost her phone and most of her contacts, so she was using my Facebook, or my computer rather, to like log into her Facebook. and communicate with people before she would then leave the house and go elsewhere. Hotel rooms, street corners, wherever the fuck. And so this girl messages me, and I assume you're looking for my ex. I'm like, hey, she's not here right now, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, I'm looking for you. I think you're cute. Let's meet up. I'm like, all right, fuck it. My ex had suggested I do this, and fuck it, I will. And then we did meet up, and we did like a makeout and whatnot, and she wanted to go further, but it's hard to get in the mood when she also has a needle that she's trying to mix meth and water together so that she can inject it. These are weird topics, and I'll leave it at that. But yes, we did hook up, and she did look like Halsey. There's more a weird context, I know.
I personally don't have a problem with that. However, you got to be open to when people react to that disrespect. And that's really the point in my life where I'm at. Like, I can say whatever, and I'm going to just stand on it, and whoever got a problem with it, they're just going to have a problem with it. But I'm not going to defend myself either. I'm just not. Like, sometimes some disrespectful shit slip out. And if a nigga want to see you at the end of the day about it, it is what it is. If a nigga want to say something to you about it, it is what it is, But I said what I said at the end of the day.
Was pretty slim. And honestly, I would even be hesitant to put money on the likelihood of her.
That's why I was so surprised. I'm like, ain't no way this like meth head street walker is on SNL right now.
The sound and essence of one of these artists in a way that was actually flattering and complimentary. And
like, you basically betting on the fact that before you even hear this record, you're betting on the chances of her even being able to have a fraction of the talent of any of these individuals at any point within their career throughout their entire lifetime is basically slim to none.
Yeah.
Before you even listen to the album.
You know what? I regret to fucking inform you, there's not a single goddamn second on this album that sounds like Fiona Apple.
And that's funny as fuck, but it's also like, damn, I get why you feel away.
But I have had actual press materials passed to me saying things like, ooh, Halsey channels Stevie Nicks on new performance of Single Panic Attack.
Is that wrong, though? Like, channeling doesn't mean fully use.
All right, Sean. You know what? I'm going to actually go to Culture United for this. But you can get a sample of what's going on here, right? Like, literally, he's saying, I've gotten press materials. So, in the promotion of this album, Halsey's team or the studio or whatever is passing out, like, information to critics, like they do for movies, going, here's what this is going to be about. Here's what you should be thinking when you go into this album. And so, none of those press materials, according to this review, included, hey, I'm going to, I'm going through cancer, and this album is about me going through cancer. So again, that's why he's harsh. None of this is like coming from a place of, I'm aware you're going through cancer, I'm gonna shit on your album talking about it. It's, the only thing I know about this album is you're trying to channel these other artists, and you're failing miserably, and it's kind of insulting to me as a music aficionado.
Used herself as
and Sean here is going a little being a little like what do you call it, nitpicky, I guess. Let's bring it back here. I want to see what he says after this.
Potential valid criticism of like what the record sounded like musically, or some of like the lyrical choices that were on the album. Like, it seems to be more of what he has a problem with than any context that this might have to her illness. I would like to think, or I would hope, that the lyrical subject wasn't like, the lyrical content on the album wasn't fully adjacent to the example that he just showed, to a point where you wouldn't even want to dive into the concepts or the themes on the album because it's that bad, or because it's that angsty, or because it's that, I don't want to say edgy or anything like that, but like, because it's really hard to get into. Like, why would you want to fully dive into the concept? It's harder to lean into it, or harder to get into it as a listener if it's written poorly, or written badly, or if it's produced badly.
Essentially, bro, like, he's just talking about the album itself and the music. I've seen him do the review for Kanye West's latest album, Bully. And while he does go into like Kanye as a person and what it means to listen to a Kanye album in this year of our Lord 2026 and how do I review it, he's still like, okay, let me talk about Kanye as a person, but also let me separate that out and go, here's what this fucking album sounds like, and it sounds like trash. He did the same thing with Drake. And like, I have a problem with Drake doing the lawsuit. I have a problem with Drake taking this long to respond. I think this would have been better received. I have a problem with Drake dropping 3 albums all at once just to get streaming numbers up because that's all he cares about. But also, let me talk about these albums individually and what they sound like. And he does that fine. Hell, it pissed me off because he gave one of the albums a higher rating than he gave Vince Staples' newest album that I cannot stop listening to and I highly recommend. But that's what he do. He talk about the music. The end. The end. Alright. I think they talked about it here a little bit. Let me see here. No. Well, maybe they did. You know what? Hold up. Hold up. Maybe if I go to Company Man and watch Culture United, can I do that? I can. I thought they talked about Fantano here. I want to get into the YG conversation. Cause I think that album was alright. But I can see why people might have a problem with it. Alright, let me see here. I don't know if they talk about Fantano here. All right, let's get back. Let's go talk about that YG. I want to see that YG shit.
And epic fail.
I love FD, so I'm always gonna watch some FD stuff. Gupta, I appreciate you redeeming your message. The dots. No N-word. No N-words. No N-words. They did talk about the N-word on this show, and it was a very interesting conversation. Maybe we'll watch that. But I want to watch this YG thing before Majority Report starts. Let me hit the bathroom real quick, though. We give him a blankie. I said I come from a dynasty of businessmen like Trump. First generation did arms dealing, then construction, hotel business, and gas stations. Investment, everybody in the family is a businessman. Well, good for you, kiddo.
You know, I heard it from a different point of view.
It is uncomfortable.
I don't know if that's fair or not, because should it be because I don't hold you to that tier, then you're not responsible for the negativity that you put out?
For this first topic, YG's album, The Gentleman's Club, came out last week. I'll be honest, I really, really enjoyed this project, top to bottom. Hey. I think the storytelling around it is...
The storytelling is really good. They're going to talk about a song called Tiffany. The song called Tiffany is about a storytelling song. It's about him and his boys at, or I don't know, a group of dudes at a bar, you know, club, whatever, looking for girls to bang. One dude gets pretty close with a girl. His ex comes up and tries to tell him to not go with that girl. He says, "Get out of here. Fuck you." Him and the girl leave. The girl's drunk, passes out in the car. He's driving home with the girl, being like, "Yo, I can't wait to get home. I'm gonna bang her. It's gonna be great." Blah blah blah. During my reaction, which you can watch right here, I'm like, I pause it. I'm like, is this gonna be about assault? And then we continue with the song, and no, it's not. As they get hot and heavy and start making out in the car, she tells him, "Hey, I'm trans." And then he starts freaking out and beats her and pulls a gun on her. And then it kind of ends with her saying, "Hi, I'm just trying to be accepted. I just want to, like, express love. Maybe I was being a little selfish, not telling you, but I was scared," and this and that. And a lot of people are comparing it to Auntie Diaries, I believe is the song that Kendrick Lamar made about his uncle who became his aunt, and talking about trans issues that way. This is a darker, grittier, more violent version of that same kind of concept, and this is a discussion on whether he nailed it or
not. Deep and dope, and I connect with it personally. At least I find myself immersed in the story he has to tell, rather, we'll say that way. There is some cool moments that I think, you know, from an experimentation standpoint, I'm surprised to see. I don't think I've ever heard someone try to interpolate Eminem's "Kill You" or "Kudos." I guess the song is called "Kudos," but he takes an Eminem song and does his version of it, which I think
I recognized it right away. I was like, "This is "Kill You." Did the dust to the baby boy, and mama used to tell me these crazy things. Used to tell me my father was an evil man. Used to tell me he hated me. It's the same beat and it's the same vocal cadence, and I was instantly recognized.
And names it "Kudos." That's interesting.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. It's really interesting to hear him take that. You've got Jid on there. You've got Ab-Soul on there. The features are crazy. Tyler the Creator's on there. But I think the biggest conversation, or maybe not the biggest, but definitely one of the biggest conversations coming out this album is the song "Tiffany." And so the song "Tiffany" is a third-person story. It's third-person storytelling. Shout out to third-person storytelling. You know I love that. 1 second applause. But it's about a guy named Chris who goes out to the club one night. He meets a nice lady. They end up going back to the house. He's about to get his belly smacking on, and she reveals that she is a trans woman. And Chris goes into a rage. He assaults her, beats her up. I think she's crawling under the car. It gets pretty dark. And then towards the end of the song itself, the perspective shifts to the trans woman's point of view. And what she is saying is that, you know, she talks about perhaps regretting trying to be honest before things went too far. She talked about how she is caught up sort of in two worlds in her own identity, and she's basically pleading with Chris to let her live, right? So it's a dark song, and it's a song that I'm very surprised to see on the YG project. Maybe there's a trend line that's going on with that right now.
I don't think that YG was like equipped to do this, and I don't think he needed to do this, even if he was equipped, even if it was brilliant, even if it was sonically sound. I think, like, read the room, and I just don't think he needed to narrate that. Like, it is it is uncomfortable to know the identity in which he exists and then to take that approach and there to be such violent brutality. It's like, okay, there is, even if you wanted to touch on transness, maybe there was another story you could tell without them being brutalized, in large part just because that's like just what's happening, right? Like, I think at this point, I'm not sure what global organization has like stated this, but there is either an attempt or we're on the way to transgenocide, like actually legislatively, and like in the real world. It's creatively ambitious, and I'm sure it sounds great. I need to like listen to it, but then also listen to it in context of the album. But just hearing your summary, reading the lyrics, I'm like, it didn't have to be YG.
What's ironic to me is that the quality of the song makes it worse to listen to. He put
Fact that is horrific. Yes, it is horrific.
A lot of effort into this. Like, there's a beat switch. It's very vivid. And so I knew what the song was about because I'd seen somebody tweet about it, and I'd heard people were like complaining about it. And so I was like, people sometimes complain, and I agree and I disagree. So we'll see how this sounds. I really like that YG did that song a little while ago about his own experience with sexual violence as a black man.
Yeah, that was super great. He made a song last year, I believe, called 2004, which I expected to be on this album. It was kind of the first single he put out teasing that this project was coming. And it was about, dude, the song opens with him saying, when I was a teenager, I was raped. And then goes into proceed to tell like the whole story of there was an older woman in the neighborhood and he thought he was doing good. His boys were giving him high fives, but he felt awkward about it. He was actually interested in this girl his age at his school, but felt like he should dump her and leave her because it was very fucking intense and brave of him to do that. And so I thought, oh, this is what the energy is going to be like on this whole album. And for some songs, yes. For some songs, they are literally just like fun party songs, which is what YG kind of is known for making anyway. And then, yeah, I guess people felt this one was poorly executed. Because there's other songs on here. Insecure, the one with Jid and Absol, very good song. Talking about men's insecurities and whatnot.
Like, people sometimes complain, and I agree and I disagree. So we'll see how this sounds. I really like that YG did that song a little while ago about his own experience with sexual violence as a black male, which I'm a big proponent of people telling that story, especially since that's his story to tell. That landed perfectly. As I'm listening to this, I'm walking like on like an exercise walk, and I'm like, okay, you know, this is happening. All right, I kind of see where this is going. And then once it turns, I stop walking. And I was like I know, thankfully nobody was around because they probably thought I was having a breakdown. Because I started looking around like, can anybody else hear what is in my headphones? And then as it continues, I'm just like, okay, is there like a strong like rebuttal? You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna rebuttal the situation? It ends with him being like, what would y'all do? And I was like, YG, they'd kill her. That's what niggas is doing to trans women right now. The answer is relatively obvious. It's with, like I said before the show started, with Kendrick, I will die on the hill that Kendrick's version of this was excellent. Even in its offensiveness, it was an excellent version of what it was trying to be. I was more generous to Cole for his version of this.
Yeah, J. Cole did one too, actually, now that he mentions it, on the Fall Off, which was like a friend coming out to him and like how he and his friends like reacted and how that wasn't cool at the time and he regrets it, blah, blah, blah. This one was, yes, yeah, ending it with like, what would y'all do? It's like, no. You need to like, what's your statement, YG? What are you talking about it? Like, what do you think about this situation, YG? Is he right or wrong? You should probably stand on his side. Don't just like put this question to your audience and be like, I don't know, what would y'all do? Anyway, here's the next song. I felt like it kind of fell off right there. In my review, I think I was like, that was a really good song. That was a good attempt. But yeah, ending it with like, what would you do is kind of weird and awkward. And I thought he would like clarify further in the album or even in like an interview about it or something. But it is kind of You tried something and maybe it didn't work that well.
This, although it was less meritorious and less effective at what it was doing. This one, I don't think has any real, in terms of like, I wanted to make a progressive statement about gender as a black man, epic fail in that regard. In terms of that, if that's what he was trying to do, epic fail. If he was just trying to write a provocative song where he may or may not have killed a trans woman, also epic fail. We don't need that song in particular. I just frustrated, and I wonder how much discourse this will produce.
I listened to the song again, and you know, I heard it from a different point of view. I'll be honest about it. One, I love the beat switch a lot, and I think the hook is gripping. But I think, at least for me, when I'm listening to it, I think YG is coming from the perspective of people that he is around, right?
Yeah.
And now I understand the gravity.
And I think that's both. It makes sense and it's folly, because if the people you're around are people who like might pull that trigger, and you're just kind of going like, what would you do? You've now heard her side of the story where like she's just trying to be herself and she was nervous to even tell you, nervous to even go out. Like, what would you do, homies? And it's like, no, you, YG, should be telling your homies what you think they should do, which is apologize, put the gun down, say, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, come to terms with your own sexuality, you fucking weirdos.
Of this conversation and perhaps putting the wrong energy into the world when it comes to this particular issue. And I definitely think there's room to be more nuanced, particularly with the outcome. Leaving it as a cliffhanger, I'm not sure is the best way to traverse some sticky territory. But I don't think that the depiction of what happened is outside of a lot of people's reflexes. And I personally connected the most to listening to the trans woman describe her point of view, describe how difficult it is to be who you are and to be honest about it in certain situations, and knowing that this is the way that society is going to react to you. Am I off base by just the way?
Hey Rico, how you doing? Welcome. Rico Aha or Aja. Is it Aha or Aja? How do you pronounce that? And welcome.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. We'll go to you, Al.
Well,
And Gupta, I disagree. I think L and BK are fucking beautiful.
only listened to a bit of the song, but just listening to your response, I was thinking something similar, trying to identify where is the line on this is offensive, but this is reality. Like, where's the appropriate line, especially if you YG, because I don't know that I hold YG to a certain tier where it's like he's gonna think about the effects that this could have on the trans community, how this could be affirming for people who think it's okay to use violence again.
I appreciate you, Gupta, always popping in, saying hello. Take care, brother.
Trans people, I don't really hold YG to a tier of the type of person to consider that. I don't know if that's fair or not, because should it be because I don't hold you to that tier, then you're not responsible for the negativity that you put out? But at the same time, I feel like in rap and in hip hop, oftentimes we do share stories that could be triggering, alarming, or politically incorrect. I'm more so worried about attempting to kind of make a puppet out of the trans community. Because just listening to your response, and again, I have to go listen to the song, it sounds like he knew that it would be something to get people's attention. And I don't know that I agree with utilizing the community that you probably don't support, you're not connected with, as almost like a marketing tool for your album. Like, hey, I'm gonna do this song about a trans woman because that's gonna get the people talking. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that, really, and especially if it didn't land for.
Well, I mean, that's what I was surprised by, because that 2004 song about his own assault, I'm like, you want this to be the teaser for an album? That's, I thought, highly brave of you, but also like you're using this to get the attention. I mean, again, that song starts with I was assaulted right away. And so you're like, what the fuck? If you're scrolling past it on TikTok, you would immediately stop, because that's the game, the algorithm game, right? Say something right up front to get people's attention and then hold them through the story. I feel like he used that because Tiffany was not teased. Tiffany was on the album. You had to listen to the album on the day it came out to hear that song. Maybe that's like, well, 2004 is not on this album, and people have already had discourse about it last year. So I'm gonna have a song on the album that that's gonna be like a big song. People are gonna talk about it. You know, I even think regardless of like trans issues, Tupac's "Brenda's Got a Baby" and how a lot of rappers try to have their own version of that. Kendrick Lamar with Keisha's song on Section 80. You know, oh fuck, someone else had one that I heard like more recently. Was it Jay-Z? I think it was Nas. Nas had one. But like everyone wants to have like some song that's seen as like super deep. It's like the Grammy song. It's like Oscar bait, you know what I mean? Whereas, okay, I'm gonna make all these like slop action movies. I'm Ridley Scott, but I'm also gonna make Gladiator to beg the and G.I. Jane, which I just watched yesterday. This is a please give me a Grammy nomination album for sure, but also definitely this song. And I see what Elle is saying is like, you knew that maybe you could get a nod for a song like this, and especially the interview that came out around this album where he's talking about how like he talked to Kendrick and he was stuck in like a bad record deal and he was just trying to put out records to get out of that deal. And Kendrick was like, dude, even if you're in a fucked up deal, you got to put 110% into everything you make because it's got to be that way. And so it kind of changed his perspective, and he really put like a lot of effort into this album. I get it. Maybe a little misguided, maybe a little missed the mark, but I appreciate the effort. But like they're saying, you might have put in some harm into the world with good intentions, but you still put in harm.
Woman, because that's going to get the people talking. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that really, and especially if it didn't land for people whose opinions I respect as helpful, interesting, impactful. So I'm still gonna listen to it just to see, but I don't know if a beat switch could salvage.
Your time matters. Your peace of mind does.
Sorry for the ads, folks. Once again, I'm not handing Google $15 a month for something that used to be free.
Being described.
Oof, zing.
I think Elle just made a really good point that I did some caping for the LGBT community early on stream because it's Pride Month and I hadn't said nothing. I was on vacation half of it. I made the comment and I didn't elaborate, and I wish I would have now because I hadn't heard this song. But being high-key homophobic is really lame in 2026. And I mean that in various different ways. Like, aside from that being just bad branding, it also means you're missing out on dope shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're homophobic, if anything queer adjacent bothers you, like, then your feed is probably really dry. You're missing out on a lot of fun, cool shit in new media in that regard.
Tommy Benson, the lazies call me T-Bone because my first name's Tommy and I give ladies the bone. There you go. What a cool nickname, T-Bone. Welcome to the stream, brother.
But then that means the inverse is true, which is there's a lot of reward. One of the reasons why I usually actually keep a distance from the queer community in my content is because I recognize that there's a ton of reward for being a straight man, especially one who's very straight presenting and traditional. I got my wife and kids and shit, take all the pictures. To like marketing myself as an ally. So I try not to do stuff like that because it's just an easy win. And so I'm thinking of just putting in the butt, just something on the nuts. So like, what's this dude's name? I know that sounded crazy, but the song is crazy.
Great.
That's the lyrics.
That was like, oh.
That's the lyrics. What's this dude's name?
Who is that? So
you're saying time out. It was a hit.
It was a hit.
Fuck me
I
too.
don't remember hearing
If
that.
I was a bad bitch, I
Oh,
want to fuck me
Chopper.
too.
Oh,
NLE Chopper.
Who-
Tell me those lyrics are in the song.
I don't know.
I wouldn't describe that. I wouldn't describe that as a hit.
Do you know what a shaver is? I do not, Professor Pot Smoker Jordan. And welcome to the stream. What is a shaver?
it, but it definitely
It went viral as
It was viral. Yeah.
That was a hit, was also a double entendre. Pride Month.
So NLE Chopper, I mean, to me, that was the biggest thing he had did in a minute, because he had a lot of controversy on his end. It allowed him to engage with this community and like suddenly be branded as an ally, right? When he had just, if I'm not mistaken, came off of an abuse case of his own. And I don't think that's YG's, like, I don't think it's that cynical. I don't even know if that was that cynical with NLE Chopper, but it does, like, L just really sparked in my head, wait, is this a wave happening now that we've had two of the big three do it?
Yeah, especially because it's not attached to any real world impact for the LGBTQ plus community. It's like, especially like, and this is not, I know people like to say like Black people are homophobic or hip hop is homophobic. Like, that's not specific to Black people or hip hop, but it does exist within the space. And so if you're gonna like go there, then actually go there like in real life, like whether it's a fundraiser or raising awareness or having a trans rapper on your song. Those people exist. So I don't know, I just think there's a lot of ways that you could do that without reaping all the benefits of rage bait marketing and shock value and provocation.
I had the idea to do this song. Like, I take hip hop really serious. I understand the perspective and the people I'm representing. I don't really think I'm a representative of everybody. I understand very much the community that I represent. So when I take an approach, I have to take the approach always for that community, that voice, right? Which is a very niche thing to talk about. Listening to what y'all talk, because I haven't listened to the song. I wanted to listen to it because Ty produced it. Like, everybody know I'm a huge fan of Ty Dolla $ign as a producer. And I saw clips of it and I'm like, damn. And so listening to y'all talk about it, kind of, it gave me the same ideas that I thought about doing. Like, this is how I would have to present it in a way. And I think at that time, I just was like, nah, you know, I like getting old, bro, you grow a conscience about other people. So it's like, yeah, this could be accurate for me, but you know what I mean? Like, I figure out something else, which Tupac Must Die was born out of that, you know what I mean? Because it was at that time. I applaud YG for trying. Like, I think it's really important to watch his growth as an artist, because I remember hearing all the early reports of the album. A lot of real YG fans felt betrayed because he was growing and trying to tackle subjects that...
No, Jane, Diddy is very guilty. Very guilty. But welcome to the stream.
Normally you would feel are not on a YG album. And it's a tough challenge for him. But also what comes with it is when you take risk, right, people are going to judge you. And, you know, welcome to the world where, you know, you put yourself in a political jargon, you know, or space where lives, you know, outside of our own, right, how we live, is that he nailed it with the fuck Donald Trump, right? You nail it. There's people, hey, you know, you get pushed back from everybody else, but within the space it's like, okay, hero, but sometimes you'll miss, you know what I'm saying? So I think he did it tastefully enough, just listening to talk about it, to where people are going, like, it doesn't seem like it came across as just, oh, I hate this. It came across like,
and it's not like, I'm sorry to cut you off. I do want to be clear, because I'm seeing this in the chat, somebody completely takes some shit out of context. He didn't make an anti-trans song like explicitly. He tried to make a song engaging with trans people's issues, and did it poorly.
Part of this conversation to me is whether or not this song can resonate with people who are way outside of this conversation, right? I think that we are having a conversation with people who tend to have empathy for other communities, whether or not we're a part of them. That is not...
AOC, the North should pull up on the South. Yeah. And we gonna. Yeah, because there's people in the South who need freedom. There's people in the South who yearn for socialism. We're going to deliver it to them. We're going to deliver it to them. In Colorado, in Texas, in Utah, in Florida. We're coming. Welcome to the stream, Justin. I appreciate you.
Necessarily the YG listener, in my opinion, you know, from my experience when I listen to YG, even certain conversations are so taboo, too taboo to even talk about. So you get a story like this, and at the end of it, it's an empathetic plea from someone who is stigmatized by this community to represent and respect their humanity. Perhaps that can come across to an audience that generally stiff arms this completely in general. Jar, what do you think?
I think that with this current social climate and where hip hop is, where rap music is, there's gonna be songs where you now have to push a new envelope. I think this is in that realm, you know what I mean? Because at any era of music, and Glasses could probably speak to this as well, there's always taboo subjects that become art form for music. I think with these rappers now and what the social climate is, what the mixy climate is, the people they come across, they might come across a trans individual. And at a certain point, especially rappers, at a certain point, they're going to start putting these experiences to music. But the problem with that particular topic is that we're not in a place yet as a people to really have full-on conversations with everyone inclusive. Like, certain conversations are still kind of members only. So that when they hear YG talking about a situation and he's, you know, kind of Eminemming it, because it kind of felt like an Eminem. This is like
Very much. 100%.
This is an Eminem record.
It is.
All through. But in 2026, you kind of have to, you know, lead people in to that type of situation. You can't just. This is almost like a grenade from a YG, if you will.
I appreciate it from him though.
For sure.
There we go. I'm with G on this.
I'm not mad at the song at all. I think that rappers need to continue to talk about what's going on out here. I think that is the rapper's role. In the inception, we were talking about what was going on outside. And if it offends you, you know, maybe I'll be better next time. But we have to start putting these things on wax. There's new experiences out here. And I think as a people, unless he's really trying to be super off-putting like homie that was saying Obama's wife looks like a man or whatever the case may be, if he's just making a song and talking about an experience, let's give him a chance to talk about it. Maybe there's an interview down the line where he breaks down why he made the song the way he made the song. I just feel like, you know, we're in a climate right now, we're hyper-reactive and ready to kick backs in. Sometimes we need to take the Timberland boot off and let a person cook. All these other...
I appreciate that idea too. Again, yeah, he took a swing, and some people felt he missed, and some people felt like, all right, I appreciate you taking the swing at all. And that's art. That's art. And like I appreciate him taking the swing at all. And yeah, it was from the perspective of like a dude who thinks he's hard, thinks he's, you know, secure in his masculinity, but then realizes, oh, I'm attracted to this person who, in my mind, used to be a man. And so that makes me go into crisis, and my first reaction is violence, to react. And that's a real story, like they're saying. But unfortunately, him ending the song with a "what would you do" is a little bit of like a cop-out almost. Or like a, hey, maybe you should end the song with like a, here's what happened. Or have the song end with the dude killing the woman. And have it be like a sad, like, this kind of happens every day. This kind of violence happens every day for motherfuckers like Chris who are insecure. It is like a Stan kind of song. It is very Eminem-y. This whole album is. The whole album kind of reminded me of Marshall Mathers LP, for sure. I wish I could play the song for you, Etch, but YouTube will strike me down. I think Twitch might too. I don't even know. But it's an attempt, and maybe it wasn't that well received by some people, and that's all right, but that's an attempt. Because again, I am going to give grace to the man who wrote the Fuck Donald Trump song and be like, I think this guy's trying to better himself. Especially because of the 2004 song. And again, here, I'll just show you. 2004 YG. Like, it's called 2004. And it's about an older woman, like when he was a teenager, he was sleeping with an older woman, and only now does he realize through therapy that that wasn't right, and he was taken advantage of, and he's a victim. It was powerful. That's why I gave him a lot of grace on this, because I'm like, he's trying to do good. He's trying to expand what he talks about. He's trying to expand what other people feel comfortable talking about. Art needs room to breathe, but damn, that's the edge. Yeah, and we talk about this with comedy too, right? I remember like some of the first instances of like Pete Davidson having phones confiscated before audience members would come into a comedy club. It's because he didn't want people filming unfinished bits or him trying to work out what would work as a joke and what wouldn't. Because you film that, you send it to TMZ. Here's Pete Davidson saying something racist, da, 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 da. And then it becomes a story, and it's like, bro, that's like the sketch outline of a joke. You can't take the sketch and put it up on a website and go, this is the finished product, and this is actually what he believes, rather than this is a joke, the beginnings of a joke. I understand that. This is the finished version of this album. Maybe his thought process is still in sketch mode. And he's going to learn, maybe with the backlash to this, hey, this wasn't it. But, you know, I do appreciate him taking the risk.
Let him explain where he was coming from before we kick his back in. And I think this song is him trying to add some art to a hot button situation. Maybe he's not the most loquacious lyricist of...
What we're talking about? We're talking about YG's new album. First of all, welcome in, Big D. YG's new album, The Gentleman's Club. I made a reaction to it right here on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions. If you want to listen to it with me. But I'm watching a discussion on Culture United. I love this show. It's every Wednesdays. Love FD, love L and BK, Company Man here. Glasses and Stat, really smart dudes. And who have a lot of history, or rappers themselves, and have a lot of experience in the industry. And they're talking about this song called Tiffany, where YG is trying to talk about trans people and that experience of trying to live authentically, and the dangers that you experience when you try to be honest and live authentically. And maybe he gets some credit for trying, and maybe we should give him some criticism for kind of doing a sloppy job at it. You think you will? I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Welcome on in.
The ball, but he tried something, and I'm not mad at it. That's where I'm at with it.
To all you guys' points, that don't, it's like that's the gamble, that's the artistic risk.
Right.
To me, it sounded like he did it as tastefully as possible, you know, from his artist base, and shit, he might miss. You know, get on his. I'm glad we're talking about a YG song. It's not a lot of YG songs that probably. Shout out to YG. Like, the YG's the songs that we make, that we party to, live our life. Like, I'm a big fan of My Crazy Life, but that's not necessarily his bag all the time, to create songs that kind of really give the culture a grab. Like, look at this. It's always like, oh, okay, yeah, this YG song jamming, I'm doing my thing to it, versus he makes a song, it's like, hold up, hey, I don't know if you could have handled this artistically as well as other people. So I appreciate him trying to push artistically.
Yeah, I did want to say that I agree with Bo Jarvis and Glasses' point about, like, we do have to be less reactionary. Like, when people try new things.
Not us. We're doing what we're supposed to.
I get. I mean, the GP, the general public, but then also giving credit for creative ambition, giving credit for shedding light on the situation. I do think the conversation could have still been there, and it still could have been about trans people if the song was about an argument and not like the bloody beatdown. Like, there is a way you can still, like, in YG's way, in his, you know, where we can talk, where it's like a we cry together moment. And I mean, I'm literally critiquing the art. Now it's out there and whatever, but like,
wouldn't that, considering we know YG to be artistic,
a gangster rapper,
thank you, Glasses, wouldn't he be a poser if he took a softer approach to it? I think this is the most YG way he can make that song.
Protein so tasty.
Yeah, and that's where I was coming from too. Like, your brand and marketing for yourself, your work has been, for as much as I've been aware of you, gangster rapper, in that classic vein of like Tupac and NWA and all that shit. So you want to talk about this issue, you talk about it from the perspective of some dude who thinks he's a gangster like that. You're at a club, you're trying to get it in with a girl, you're feeling her, you're bringing her back to the crib, then she tells you, I'm trans, and then you fucking freak out. And as does happen. And again, I think even committing one way or another, either YG stepping outside the storytelling and being like, here's why it's hard to be a trans person, and Chris is wrong for reacting like this, or Chris does it and ends her, and it's a sad story. It's like Stan, where it ends with him fucking driving off the bridge and it's over, and it's just kind of like, damn, and it just ends with that. with like, fuck, dude, this happens for real, and this is sad. Other than like even trying to make it seem like Chris had any kind of validity to his reaction, which I think is what BK and L are coming at it with. And yeah, listening to the song again after I made that reaction, it does kind of be like, well, what would you do? Maybe Chris has a point, you know? And even if that was like sarcastic, like, I don't know, does he have a point in like threatening to murder this person just because she made him question like his own attraction? I think that's maybe doing that regardless is just like, you shouldn't have done that, and there was a better way to do this. I think ending it, yes, ending it with a tragedy is still a definitive point, and you could still and people could hear that and be like, damn, man, this really does happen all the time, rather than, and what would you, listener, do in this situation? It feels like a choose your own adventure, like Goosebumps or some shit. I'm like, immediately, like, what are you putting it on me for? You're the artist. Tell me the story. You were telling me a story all the way up until the end. I feel him. I feel both sides here. I'm a devil's advocate.
Ain't a problem.
That's for creative integrity and continuity. That's fine. I mean, he is bending it though. He is kind of deviating from his typical subject matter, so he could have maybe taken liberties in the other way. But also, like, it is 2026, and you do have to like consider like your context, your time, like outside of the music, outside of like him pushing his pen. It's like, okay, I do need to consider this community, and I do need to consider like what I'm putting out there. And I do think it could have been an argument with a straight man who didn't know he was dating a trans woman, and they got off the same sentiments of like, you know, why are you disrespecting me? I'm not a man, whatever.
I'm gonna tell you what the move could have been. This could have been a straight man trying to check him when he almost left with a trans woman. And now we have a conversation between two straight men where we can have all the same like conflict and details, and he can play both sides. He can both sides it if he still wants to, et cetera, et cetera. It could be his boy trying to calm him down when he's like, I'm about to go beat this girl ass and run over with a car. It could have been his boy telling him he needs to go do that, and he's like, whatever. There's so many different ways he could do it.
Who is supposed to be represented in this song? Is this song supposed to be centered around accurately representing the trans community and the gay community? Or is this song supposed to be centered around accurately representing YG and his community? And how far are we willing to take that? Because I think about so many other problematic songs where it's like, well, maybe we didn't have to hear that person get killed in that song. Maybe we didn't have to hear all of these super negative things in this song. And I wonder,
like Kim. Speaking of Eminem, Kim's a hard song to listen to, boy. But even Stan or Cleaning Out My Closet or like fucking hell, so many Eminem songs are like, hell, some songs are just purely about murder just because it's funny to him. Just the concept of that song. I'm going to kill Britney Spears and Miley Cyrus and, whatever. But that's Eminem. And that's purposefully being like outrageous and silly for that purpose. However, something like Stan, something like Cleaning Out My Closet, something like Kim is more, or Guilty Conscience even, is more like, I don't know, a little bit more serious. There is some like jokey joke moments on some of these songs, but they are more serious songs. And they do take those, and that's what I mean, like commit. Have it be like they're saying. It's a conversation between two straight dudes about whether you take that girl home or, yo, I just found out she's trans, she's trying to trick you, we should jump her, and the guy's like, no. Or that shit was nasty, but his general outlook was so positive it was kind of crazy. Which one? Oh, Ray J? Yeah. But, or, like I said, have the song end in tragedy. And have it be like, and then, he pulled the trigger because that's what a real dude does. Right? And then, like, kind of question that, like, mindset, I guess. But I think this is a good conversation to have.
is that rounding the edges of rap too much, because there is some sort of like extremeness to rap that gets people's attention. I just feel like YG's attempt to become more of a think piece rapper can be slighted by him just picking out certain communities because they have viral.
That's a hot space to touch.
Yeah, I don't like that. I find that to be very tacky. But with that said, I do think
Ink Pieces is coming.
with that said, I do think there's an increase. I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. I do think there's an increase in the amount of times that men are coming across people that I think there's an increase in men coming across trans women and them working through how to deal with it.
In the hood,
in the hood, especially in the hood.
I don't know if I agree with that.
That's a
I think there's an increase in niggas admitting.
Same thing.
Okay.
It's all inclusive.
No.
All of these things are happening simultaneously.
I don't mean it. Hold on. I don't mean admitting. And I'm not saying that niggas in the hood didn't date or deal with fuck with trans women. I'm not saying.
Yeah, L and BK are like quickly becoming some of my favorite people to watch. I only see her on here. I've followed her on YouTube. She has no videos. She does. She has, it's called Look at the Material podcast. It's her and her boyfriend or her husband. And they're adorable, and I love watching their videos. Yeah. I know Majority Report's starting right now, and we're going to get to them in a second, but I want to finish this video. Maybe we'll just jump back and forth. I don't know. Ooh.
Nice pocketed drum beats.
We're definitely watching this later. Matter of fact. Because this Vince Staples, this is this album that I can't stop talking about, bro. This Vince Staples.
And so there's, I think, in my opinion, immense value there.
Yeah, they slow start.
Bernie Sanders came out and launched his 2020 campaign by explaining why he was a democratic socialist. That may have helped DSA in the long run. It may have, and built or built that brand. Maybe. I mean, you couldn't necessarily see it in numbers, but it may have made. But I don't believe that it helped his campaign. I believe it hurt his campaign. People rarely vote for a brand unless it has bad associations or good associations. People tend to vote more for policies and for politicians, for better or for worse. That doesn't mean that there isn't value in having organizations. There's a ton of it, and we're starting to see it now. Like, DSA is genuinely like building on what they have built and extending. And in many ways also has the ability to discipline and make sure that their members, you know, Kristen Sinema entered the House as a full-on radical. And then she just went off into La La Land.
The Green Party, she was against the duopoly.
Exactly. But once she got there, she really had no institutional infrastructure, no support, no constituent, I mean, all of it. So please understand what I'm saying here. There is value to people working in extending the power of DSA, and there's also value for people working at a 20,000 foot level, changing people's perspectives on an issue by issue basis, and providing, like, you know, air power against this backlash that we're going to get from conservative Democrats, because they're afraid of losing their power. Chuck Todd is out there now saying that Jeffries and Schumer can't win a primary today, which is true. And it's also freaking out the Republicans, but they think that they're going to make hay from it. But I don't think it's gonna work. I think it'll work in like the hardcore right-wing circles. But here's Mike Johnson trying to scare people about the DSA platform.
The insurgent left is taking over. Now listen, I don't know if you've seen this, and if anybody shared it from the podium, and if they have, forgive me for repeating it. But the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, it sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Don't say that. This is their platform. Listen, this is actually quotes from their platform that they published, I think, about a day or two ago. You can find this on the internet. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy.
Suck my dick.
Expand the House of Representatives. Implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting. in elections.
They're saying the quiet part out loud.
Incidentally, there is something called you can look up the NPV. I think it is the NPV Pact, the National Popular Vote Pact, and something like 40% of the states, or at least 45% of the states in terms of electoral votes, have signed on to this. So there's already afoot, way before anybody heard the words DSA, there's been a decades-long attempt to get rid of the Electoral College. The idea...
And they've been calling Democrats socialists for 40 fucking years. They call Bill Clinton a socialist. They call Al Gore a socialist. They call John Kerry a socialist. They call Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden. It's over. You've cried wolf for too long. Our generation doesn't care. Anyone younger doesn't even know what it means. Other than Mamdani, whatever Mamdani's doing, yeah, we want that. I don't care what it's called. We want that.
Any more of this?
In all elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. Abolish ICE and grant amnesty for all.
Yeah, really. Thank you very much, Mike.
End sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. Free Palestine.
Pause it for a second. You know who's ending sanctions on Iran and Venezuela?
The communist leader
Donald Trump.
Also, didn't Trump take a stake in Intel?
Exactly.
Quote, for a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, end all military and economic aid to Israel, prosecute U.S. and Israeli...
Pause it for a second.
Dude.
Is he not aware of what's going on in his party?
He's kind of advertising. He's literally making an advertisement.
Right? Like, let's do a draft, and then we'll edit afterwards.
You haven't seen the sun in days. So at this point, it'd be easier to just fly to it. Go on, book it. It's easy. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
The way you see an idea in your mind.
Replace the president and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen and subordinate to Congress.
Oh, so scary.
And the last one is abolish the Senate. Now, some of you may agree with that, but just leave that one there. Okay. It's fine. I'm kidding.
Yeah, the problem is that there's too many that people are like, yes, please.
Yeah.
Even when he has to say, like, the Democratic Socialists of America, that sounds so innocuous. Like, that's the problem for you.
Yes.
Because in the 80s, that didn't sound innocuous.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
In a moment, we're going to talk to Sophia Khalid, Deputy Director of the National Security Criminal Defense Center at the Muslim Legal Fund of America, about the Prairie Land 9. These stories are nuts.
Fucking crazy, dude.
And then we'll be talking to Chris Geithner about some of the Supreme Court rulings that we've had over the past week. In the meantime, word from our sponsor. Have you ever thought, maybe I should be doing something to protect myself from stalkers?
All right.
Saying that at all, because we know that they did.
I never saw it personally. So I'm thinking it.
I'm saying that maybe in 2026, it's easier to come across a trans woman that you are attracted to, and there may be an increase in those occurrences. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if
Would it be
that's
considered
true.
tacky if he took a less violent approach to the song? Is it because it went left artistically that makes it tacky?
I think it's both together. I think it's my suspicion that you were talking about this specifically for the virability of it, and then it ends with something so violent.
I've listened to 1 million niggas get killed on record. The murder rate on hip hop for niggas is sky high. It's higher than the actual murder rate during the 70s and 80s when the crime rate was at its highest, right? But I'm also niggas. I wasn't, I don't come from YG, background, Blast is your background, etc. Right? Me and L went to Dirksen. Calumet City was different when even that Calumet City was different from probably 10 years after I was gone when L got there. So I'm not gonna fake the funk like I'm from that, but I'm close enough to it so that like when that happens
we're gonna like pop between the two. He's reading ads right now. He's gonna do an interview. We're gonna come back to that interview because I am interested in what's going on with those people. Like, Jesus Christ, are we all gonna get arrested for just being like, I don't agree with ICE? Now you're Antifa. Now you're a terrorist.
I embody that situation. That's a part of me. Conversely, when it's somebody else, when it's a group that's not you, you do kind of owe it. You should. To me, you should owe it to just decorum. How do I land this somewhat tactfully? And to answer Jarv's question, it wasn't even, so the violence is a problem, but the violence is a problem to me more because he left it open-ended at this. It's the open-ended question of whether or not this violence is justified under the circumstance, to which I know many men, black and otherwise, say yes. And to me, that's a problem when you consider, again, as BK pointed out at the beginning, the murder rate for trans women, specifically for black trans women.
You either have a definitive one way or another. You go, this was wrong, Chris shouldn't have done this, or you have Chris do it and then just leave it at like, this is the reality that a lot of people go through. Chris is ignorant, and that ignorance leads to the death and suffering of this marginalized community. Like, one way or another. But leaving it as a fucking choose your own adventure leads asks the audience the question, and a lot of that audience, specifically his audience, is going to be like, yeah, of course it was. I don't care what she has to say.
Because they're so poorly
Have
protected. I actually
YGs
don't
tell
think
you.
it was maybe as cynical as L maybe perceives it. It might have been a little bit. I just think it was a bad mistake for someone to make under the circumstances.
We have a new freshman class on XXL. So have you guys been able to check out the freshman class? What are our thoughts? Let me pull it up real quick. Slayer, Trim, Babyface E, Hurricane Wisdom, So Cam, Chris Patrick, Belly Gang Cushington, LA Reezy, Trap Dicky, YK Niece, Skrilla, and Miles Minute.
I will say this is probably my favorite XXL list in a while, not because I like every single person on the list, but because I feel like I can see the logic as to why like some of these names are on here. And I don't know if it's because what's that, where do people be doing the rap freestyles and shit? It's like Rap
Radar. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so Rap Radar came out, with the list, and I'm like, I wonder if XXL was like, I gotta step my pussy up, because that's what this gives. Because I'm familiar on here with Slayer, with Trim, Babyface E, Chris Patrick. I know that little Bounce That Ass song by Belly Gang Cushington, Lareezy, YK Nisi, and Skrilla. So that's like a good chunk of the list. So I feel like Trim's 19, Slayer's 18, Lareezy I think is like 2021. So not Rap Radar, on the radar. Yeah, thank y'all. But I think this list is really fun. I think it really speaks to the new school. I love that they have lyricists like Lareezy and Chris Patrick on here too, in the mix with the more heavy synth, heavy auto-tune, heavy hook type of artists too. So I was happy with this. Like I don't really have too many complaints, and that says a lot because I feel like XXL hasn't had their finger on the pulse in a while. So
Fire Jar, what do you think?
I'm kind of in lockstep. I like to see the lyricists get the shine on this list, because as I'm in my Unk era fully, there's some names here that I just don't recognize here. But Chris Patrick, Breezy, those are the guys.
I don't know any of these people. We'll get back to Culture United, but
Fireworks out in front. What exactly happened, both with your client and with these 9 defendants?
So they had a group chat where they had been talking about having a noise demonstration on the 4th of July to show solidarity with immigration detainees at the Prairieland Detention Center. In that group chat, they talked about the noise demonstration as being a very low risk, safe, introductory type of demonstration activity. They they show up, she talks about wanting to be heard, and she's, saying these chants to them. Some of the other protesters also had brought fireworks that were fired into the air. Government witnesses admitted no damage or harm caused by the fireworks to property or people. When officers showed up and the protesters started fleeing, my client and many of these defendants fled. After they fled, one of the officers was aiming at one of the protesters, and another one of the demonstrators, Benjamin Song, had fired a suppressive fire not at him but near him. That officer shot back, and he was grazed by a ricocheting bullet. He made a full recovery. He got a few sutures, and he was out of the hospital in 3 hours, thank God.
The shooter shot on the ground, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay. Okay.
Yes. So, but all of them were arrested, and then this is where you mentioned the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, where not this being treated as but the majority of the protesters that were not involved in the shooting, instead of this being treated as a civil disorder or a trespass, civil disobedience, or a property damage incident, government took the novel decision to charge this as material support of terrorism. They charged multiple attempted murder counts against all of the demonstrators, even the ones who weren't there at the time of shooting, under this theory, the Pinkerton liability theory, which basically means if it was foreseeable to anyone that was there that violence could occur, they could be held liable for attempted murder.
Yeah, this is just them. This is Stephen Miller and JD Vance stretching their fucking muscles and going like, how can we fucking do this? Like, we want to shut down dissent. We want to shut down these fucks that we don't like. So we're going to charge them all 100 years, 50 years for graffiti and self-defense and whatnot. And here we are.
These that now include trespass, property damage, and doxing can all be considered domestic terrorism now. So you're seeing this very rarely used in the domestic context statute being applied on American citizens involved in nonviolent protest activity, which leads to this cascade that we see afterwards, and how they achieved what they achieved legally here. These charges, and then using all of these sentencing enhancements, the terrorism enhancement, to get these
literally
massive,
just like Andor. This sentence would have been 6 months, but because of we decided it's now 6 years, go fuck yourself.
Okay, the DOJ is going to charge based on this, but how does this happen under the law? Like, I mean, just because the president has written a memorandum and has said to the DOJ, I want you to charge people this way or that way, and
it happens because it's his DOJ.
Is some type of like criminal conspiracy, as opposed to people who agree that we should be against fascists. How does a judge not say what's the law they broke?
So that's a great question, and that is why we took on this case, because this is a dangerous expansion of how the terrorism laws are being applied, and it's pushing what is the First Amendment activity essentially into the national security space. This statute, it's 2339A, titles it as providing material support to terrorists. Those acts, which can be property damage, causing property damage on federal property, can be charged as providing material support to terrorists. That statute does not require that you are a member of a domestic terrorist organization or foreign terrorist. It doesn't require any tie to any organization. This can be used against anybody now at any protest where there is federal property damage. You can be charged as providing material support to terrorists under that statute. And I'm pointing that out because, this,
right.
You're mentioning, how does this happen under law? This is so disparate, so disproportionate. And in a lot of these sort of novel cases, you only have a handful of cases to compare it to, but we have 1,500 plus recent cases, federal criminal cases, to compare this to, where the government didn't do this. They actually got it right in those cases. And those January 6th Capitol rioters. Except in that case, 140 officers were injured, broken bones, some with career-ending injuries. And we had a lot of speech leading up to the riot where the people that were charged, they said that they wanted to kill members of Congress, hunt down members of Congress, that they were taking their weapons there. Many of them took arsenals of weapons to the Capitol. And in those 1,500 cases, we didn't see any prosecutions under this statute.
Because Biden didn't fucking push, and he should have. He should have. It was terrorism. This is vengeance for Black Lives Matter. They're still operating from like, we want to get vengeance for the injustices that we felt we suffered during 2020, even though Trump was president. They want to lock all the property damage that happened for the protests in 2020. On Fifth Avenue here. Oh, the NYPD is lined up to make sure that Gucci doesn't have a broken fucking window, or Louis Vuitton doesn't have a fucking broken window on Fifth Avenue. And they hate the property damage. So now, property damage happens, we can consider that terrorism for everyone who showed up to the protest. Even if one person threw a brick, all the thousands of people are now terrorists. That's the point. 40 plus years of neoliberal economic terrorism. That's what fucking happened. That's what happened here. Quit electing sociopaths. I agree. Hell yeah, it's been 25 fun years for the Patriot Act. Fuck that shit. I know you're being sarcastic, brother. We need to fucking repeal it because it allows this. Every little inch that Cheney and Rumsfeld took, and before that, Newt Gingrich in the Congress, and before that, Reagan, and before that, Nixon. It all led to J.D. Vance saying, Watergate would be a 10-hour story. Nobody would care. The fact that it ended a presidency is ridiculous. Yeah, because you've corrupted the fucking world. Clinton having sex with a fucking 19-year-old intern. Obama bailing out the banks, saying we're going to turn the page on torture and unlawful imprisonment in Guantanamo Bay. All of that contributed to what we're at right now. Fascism.
I just don't know how is it possible under this statute
genocide
to even protest your federal government without running afoul of, unless you do it, I guess, in your apartment. You sit in your apartment and you don't go online and you just start yelling out your window. But I mean, honestly, like, how is it possible? How can this be constitutional? Like, the whole
FBI
point of
eyes.
protest
Yeah,
is
word.
supposed to be the primary aspect of protest. The whole First Amendment,
or
is
just
ultimately
not even,
so that you
just
can
white
protest
people
your own government.
who are just like, I'm mad.
Absolutely.
And I don't
And
care
there
about
are
the
cases
implications for the
on
other
that.
people
When
at
it's
this protest.
political activity, First Amendment protected activity, it's not supposed to come
Watch
into
Judas and the Black Messiah.
the terrorism
I just watched that this weekend.
crackdown, right? This is actually how we have the Eighth Amendment in the first place. Was, in England, in old England, we had special
was a
horrible
great movie.
punishments for political dissidents, and America
I'm also
decided
working. I
we
keep
don't
forgetting
actually
I'm
want
working.
to crucify our political dissidents. But this is where we've landed now. We have the administration dictating that the nonviolent critics of the government are going to get life sentences, 50 to 100 years. That's a life sentence for these people. We're saying 50 to 100, but life sentences for nonviolent critics of the government when we have an average 2-year sentence for their.
Any Democrat running for any fucking office, midterms or president in 2 years, needs to have this top of order. We're freeing these political prisoners. We're freeing every other political prisoner, which includes all the fucking immigrants rounded up by ICE. We're abolishing fucking ICE. We're prosecuting the people in charge, namely Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, all these fucks, Peter Thiel, even Elon Musk. And then also, by the way, affordability and like that. I don't care. flip the priorities. You want to lead with affordability, and then these are like under the rug, fine, but they cannot be forgotten. Just like the fucks in Guantanamo Bay, man. They thought in 2008 that they were going to get out because Obama was going to close that shit. He didn't close it for 8 fucking years, and then Trump. And it's not even a conversation anymore.
That had to deal with this terrorism enhancement have realized this isn't really a helpful tool for sentencing people, because that enhancement always recommends a maximum sentence. So you have dozens of cases which we had put before the court of ISIS and Al-Qaeda material support convictions getting 3 to 12-year sentences. And now we have these nonviolent protesters in the U.S. with these life sentences. So there's a significant disparity here.
Is there an opportunity for appeal?
There's absolutely an opportunity for appeal. Will be.
It seems like there's like multiple ones, frankly. I mean, both ranging from the judge applying Texas, standards of that really make no sense. I mean, if you're acquitted of the violent stuff, applying those standards would be just equivalent to applying those standards when somebody comes in for a parking ticket. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But also, I think just the statute itself sounds, the enhancement itself sounds like there's constitutional issues. So tell us what is planned for an appeal.
So the appeal is going to be really important. I think all of the defendants have well-preserved issues. There were a lot of issues with the trial. For example, they were prevented from using a self-defense. One of the defendants was prevented from using the self-defense defense, even though at trial it came out that this was a suppressive fire type situation.
Yeah, bro, remember, never forget, Tupac shot some cops and it was ruled self-defense and he walked.
About Antifa, who basically talked about flag symbolism, wearing black anonymous clothes at a protest, using Signal, things that, you know, mainstream civil rights organizations recommend to everybody as just kind of digital security, protest, surveillance type security.
Yeah, they want to get rid of civil
measures.
rights.
So there's a lot of Antifa.
This is the project.
I will add that my children wear primarily black, and I use the Signal. I just want to say, and but also my understanding is that the government, in its own sort of internal assessment of Antifa, has said this is not a national security. This is not a terrorist group. This is not a national security threat. So how can you be charged with terrorist activity?
Sick joke, yes.
By basis of being of a group that the U.S. government itself says is not a terrorist group?
What happened to the people sent to CCOT?
So
exactly, dude. CCOT, Alligator Alcatraz, all these places. They're closing Alligator Alcatraz. They're taking down the signage, at least. I don't know if they're closing it. Maybe they're making it more low-key and not celebrating it and selling fucking merch. They're trying to be like, ooh, people find this distasteful? Maybe we be quiet about our concentration camps. But they don't want to be quiet. They want to be out and proud. Another movie I watched for the first time yesterday was A Few Good Men. And how Tom Cruise's character wins that lawsuit is like, Jack Nicholson wants to be proud of this. He wants to say this. So let me get him to admit it on the stand because he wants to say it. He's incensed that he has to pussyfoot around this. He thinks he's right. He wants to say he's right. Let him. And, you know, agree here, but here they're saying it out loud. It's just that they're in charge of the fucking government right now.
This material support of terrorism,
and that's got to fucking change.
There is no domestic terrorist group requirement under that statute. It can touch anybody.
It's nuts. We haven't heard the end of this. Sophia Khalid, Deputy Director of the National Security Criminal Defense Center at the Muslim Legal Fund of America. I suspect we'll have the opportunity to talk to you in the future about this case. If folks want more information on this, where can they go?
There is an excellent DFW support committee group. They have uploaded all the trial exhibits, notes from every single day of the trial. They have updates on each of the defendants. You can also go to mlfa.org where you can read our press release, and we'll be giving updates there about the appeal as well.
Okay, we will put those links in the podcast and YouTube description, as well as majority.fm. Sophia Khalid, thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, folks, quick break. When we come back, Chris Geithner, journalist and publisher of the Law Dork newsletter on Substack. Geithner will give us his take on some of the latest Supreme Court rulings, maybe even touch on the ones today, and maybe I'm curious if he has an opinion on the Prairie Land 9 cases. All this and more in just a moment. Right back.
Let's keep going with let's see, Vanguard. Again, I have so many I have so many tabs open. Wait a minute. I'm gonna get back to, there we go. All right, so check out. Let me. While let's see how long this lasts. While Sam talks about, or while commercials happening, let's talk a little bit about that Vince Staples, because we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it with Professor Sky and whatnot. But I want to hear them break down the TV Guide song, because this is what Company Man's like favorite song on the record, and it's a really good song. It's gonna break down some of the lyrics for y'all. What are these Supreme Court?
Chris, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Sam.
I just want to tell the audience that I know that you literally ran back from the Supreme Court for this. That
We
this
need to
is
know what the
like
Supreme Court's up to.
this is like today is like the equivalent of like Christmas and New Year's and Hanukkah and I don't know, maybe Eid all thrown in together. It's
With the
nuts.
Super Bowl for some reason on the same day.
Exactly. And of course, you you probably spent all weekend at that 250 State Fair. All right, let's go through. There were some big cases released today. Tomorrow is the final day of the cases being announced that have been decided. But let's talk about some that have been over the past couple of days.
Yeah, we need
let's
to know
start
what's
with.
going on.
There's
I'm
two
not
different
particularly
cases
interested,
involving
but I need to
immigration.
know.
One was allowing the president to get rid of temporary protected status for 300,000 Haitians. I can't remember how many Syrians, and presumably all 1.5 million refugees or asylum seekers who are here under temporary protected status. And of course, metering,
Worshiping
which is sort
ignorance
of the,
evil. Yes.
I guess, the upon entry version of this on some level. Tell us about those two cases.
Yeah, so I mean, we had these efforts that from the start of the Trump administration to end temporary protected status as they came up for renewal, and the effort was essentially put on hold by lower courts because of the way that Kristi Noem went about it, and but then it got up to the Supreme Court, and as to Venezuela, the court had let it go forward, but they stopped it as to Haiti and Syria and said, we're gonna hear this case. And what they decided, in an opinion by Justice Alito, is essentially is two important things. First, that there's no challenge that can be brought to the no statutory challenge that can be brought to what Kristi Noem did or to what any DHS secretary does. And what that means is that you cannot say that she implemented the law improperly. They had said that the law requires consultation with other departments, including the State Department, and they were saying she didn't do so. The DHS didn't do so. It was literally a one-sentence email the same day, and so they were saying you violated the law. And what Alito said is you can't challenge that at all. Then the second case in the Haiti case specific
too depressing.
Constitutional claim, an equal protection claim based on what we all know very well, the clear racism that was involved in the Trump administration's effort to cancel Haiti's TPS and honestly most of these temporary protected status. This is infamously they're eating dogs line from Trump about Springfield, Ohio, and their Haitian immigrants who had moved there. And what in a really an appalling decision by Alito, he essentially wrote around it. He refused to quote any of it and just said, no, they gave non-racial reasons. There are non-racial reasons for everything that he said.
Here's what I can't understand. Like a temporary protected status is for people seeking asylum.
All right. I'm sorry if anyone's super interested in that part, but like they're racist. The end. Like that's the reason. Any breaking this down further of like, well, they legally can't do this or they shouldn't be able to do this. It's like, okay, sure, but they're in charge. They're in charge and they're running shit. And really, take this as a lesson. I wanted to say this to Gita on Friday. I think I might have. I forget what I say to myself when I say on air and when I'm just like ranting by myself. But like, this was the approach that I had. Like, I remember people being excited about Obama in 2008. That was the first year I would have been able to vote for president, and I didn't vote. And I kept saying to people, look, I was not a lefty. I'm not saying I was right early. I was not. I was just a cynical piece of shit trying to shit on other people's parades. That's what I was doing, okay? But they were like, oh, everything's going to change, and we're going to have hope and change, and it's going to be great, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, he's not going to do shit differently, okay? If he wanted to, he could, because Cheney wanted to start a war in Iraq, and he did that. They wanted to bail out the banks. They did that. They didn't give a fuck about the people in Louisiana. They didn't fucking send help. Whatever they wanted to do, they did. And whatever Obama wanted to do, heavy quotes, they said, oh, we can't. Oh, the Republicans have the House or have enough of they did a filibuster. We can't do it. Do it anyway, motherfucker. Do it anyway, motherfucker. And now we're suffering Trump. And I say Trump because I know Biden was president there for a minute, but it didn't feel like it. Because he did the same thing. Oh, the parliamentarian. We can't raise the minimum wage. We can't get the big, beautiful bill passed, or whatever it was. The infrastructure bill, because they want to chop out pieces of it. Because Manchin and Sinema won't vote for it. You could have put pressure on Manchin and Sinema. You could have highlighted them. You could have said, hey, America, these are the two people who are stopping you from getting good shit. Act accordingly. Here's where they live. Here's where their office is. You could have put pressure on them, but you didn't. Because you didn't really want to do that shit. So now, I swear to God, anyone running for office is going to be like, we're going to do shit. And whether or not it's legal, we don't give a fuck. Because nobody else gave a fuck either. I'm sorry for yelling. I'm going to get a text from my dad telling me to be quiet. We see when the powers, when they want to do something, they do it. Julian Assange. I don't know much about that other than I think he's a dick. But what he did, like to have the administration like dog him to the point where he's in another country, not warranted. I agree. But he himself is a dick. And I think that worked in their advantage, because how do you fight for the freedom of somebody who everyone kind of agrees is an asshole? Yeah, Libya, yes. Yeah, oh yeah. These motherfuckers need to be like, and I think, I'm hoping, maybe it's hopium, but I think the turn against Obama is slowly coming around. Especially seeing like, yeah, these 9 people get charged with like terrorism and 100 years in jail for graffiti and fireworks. And where's Obama today? He's opening his library with the ceremonial Pelosi garden. And how is this going to help Chicago? How is this going to fucking help anybody? You're enriching yourself. And I want to get to that video about Oprah, because I hope the tables are turning on her too.
I've been talking about this, the entire life cycle of this show. It's a running theme that's very consistent in all the content that I've ever done. I appreciate when people are also able to contextualize the world around us. And I think that we're living in a point in time where people are looking to artists who can express some of the frustrations or things that they're experiencing from the world around us. And Vince Staples came through, to my surprise, explicitly in that lane. Like, take a look at this real quick. I want to put this on the screen because I thought
this is the album, Crybaby. You can watch me fall in love with it over the course of this review. Watch me purchase it on air, because I was fucking flabbergasted. And I've listened to this album every single day since I made that review, at least once a day. Maybe it's through a reactor, maybe it's I'm taking Mr. Poon for a walk and I'm listening to it. I have listened to it every single day. I cannot stop listening to it.
This is one of my favorite joints on there. Elle just talked about this. This is a line from TV Guide. I want to call it TV Offer. Line from TV Guide. But look at this part right here. This part right here had me in a chokehold for like, gotta be 48 minutes where I just played this back to back. And this is the third verse of TV Guide, right? And so what he's doing in this verse is he is flipping Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz metaphors throughout this. 1, 2, 3, jump, I'm gone with the wind, for example. But then he gets down here to the end and he says, let the coin flip, head or tails. Go ahead and pick which one they going in. Where's the love at? Touched by Uncle Sam, you better fuck back. You better bounce that ass, you better drop that ass, you better fuck back. You better move that ass before they use that ass, you better fuck back. You better shake that ass before they take that ass, you better fuck back. You better groove that ass. And so...
Enjoy everyday banking with a twist of convenience. Come in for your everyday banking needs and stay for...
Fantastic. Now, I watched Lil Bill. I'm going to show y'all I'm going to put you on a Lil Bill in a little while. Lil Bill is like further radical than like FD Signifier, and both of them would tell you they're not radical because they're YouTubers, and that's inherently not radical. But they're just showing you radical things and presenting you radical ideas, doing the stuff off camera, food drives, mutual aid, that's the real radicalism. And Lil Bill would say, like, I watched his review. He's like, this is not, but I could tell, because he's a little bit younger than me, and I could tell from watching him so much, like, he really loved this album, but he's kind of telling himself, this isn't revolutionary, this isn't artists putting out a product, and blah, blah, blah. And it's not punk rock, but, it has kind of the spirit of it. It is. It's punk, it's radical, it's revolutionary. It is still an album of music that is commercially available for you to purchase. But he's not trying to like instigate. He's trying to like lay out the land. Here's what it is. That's all he's doing. I'm observational. This is what it is. Uncle Sam, you're touched by Uncle Sam, you better fuck back. Let the coin flip heads or tails. Go ahead and pick which one they're going in. They're going in one way or another. They're going in your head with the propaganda from the TV, or they're going in your ass when you stand up to them and they fuck you. You better fuck back. You better shake that ass. Make them want it, like Daenerys with Drogo.
That hit me so hard because regardless of what the state of the country is or the environment is or whatever's happening at a macro level, regardless of what we want this country to be, you still have to find a way to make your way in this country. And he found a groovy, jamming way to express that. You better fuck. Uncle Sam touching you, you better fuck back. Open floor, but I was just really, really moved by the way he described that.
I agree so much. And this is kind of what I mean by his humor was able to come out because it's like, you're going to get fucked in the system some type of way, shape, or form. So it's so hilarious to be like, I could just see him actually giving that as advice when he walk out, like, they're going to try to fuck you. You better fuck back, and just walking out the room. So
yeah, it's like exactly like Daenerys in like Game of Thrones. It's like, well, you could get aggressively fucked by Khal Drogo, or like it's going to happen either way. You're going to give him a child because that's why you're sold to him in the first place, Game of Thrones land. Or you can massage him and make him want you and make it seem like you're into it and learn to love it and figure out a way to get yours in this unfortunate situation.
I just love he was very creative with saying that, so that can kind of be a mantra because it's true. It's so true. So I agree with you. That was one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, same. That stopped me dead in my tracks. I was like, bro, of course Vince would put it this way. But it's exactly it. Because he didn't say nothing about Trump. He didn't say nothing about, he said Uncle Sam. Nigga, no matter who's in charge, this is an ever-present force, and you're going to have to figure it. But it didn't even feel like an empower. It was just like, this is just how it is. Like, you're just going to have to. Like, you're just going to have to.
This is what
that kind of exhausted, exasperated tone he took while also being hilarious. I was like, damn, like, it's just back to reality, So he's a genius.
He was one of the few artists that when the Drake and Kendrick thing was going on, Justin, I told you this, when they asked him about like who's winning the battle, he said Universal.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like the stance he took on his project. Instead of most time people try to decide which political party they're going to align with, he went straight to the head because he understands that it's not the political parties. It's white supremacy. It's the whole shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? Word. And he attacked it at the core, which I can appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Sometimes we get so caught up in like, oh, this one
Picker.
red or blue. No, dog, all
welcome.
that shit is the same. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, Pinker. So, for context, we got Majority Report going. We are going to touch back in with them. I am watching yet another video breaking down track number 5 from this album that I can't stop talking about and recommending, Crybaby by Vince Staples. They're breaking down a lyric from TV Guide. And that lyric is, where are we at, 4 minutes? That lyric is, touched by Uncle Sam, where's the love at? Touched by Uncle Sam, you better fuck back. You better bounce that ass, you better drop that ass, you better fuck back. You're going to get fucked by Uncle Sam one way or another. But it's how you get fucked by Uncle Sam. You better fuck back. And I'm likening to the Daenerys Targaryen and Drogo. Like, at first she was getting assaulted, right? Every night he would assault her because he's trying to get a son in her. And then she learned from the like prostitute in the Caliphate, whatever it was called, the Dracarys? No. Dothraki. Hey, if you like ride him and like work your ass, then he's gonna really be into you, and you actually have the power. You're gonna get fucked one way or another. It's up to you to choose how you get fucked.
This one red or blue. No, dog, all that shit is the same. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Sam, the whole thing's a scam, and I be goddamn. And so that's it, you know.
Yeah, he's playing off a lot of different themes that are all directionally in that, or all in that direction. I can't think of the song right now, but there's like Whitey on the Moon references on this album.
Yeah.
We're sending people back to the moon now. You know what I mean? He's tapping into a conversational spirit that was loud in the 60s and 70s. You know what I mean? Why, Open Floor, do you guys think there is a reluctance from other artists to speak on these things more consistently?
Oh, for Christ's sake, with the fucking commercials. What the fucking commercials? I swear to God.
I think it comes off. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to hog. Go ahead. Honestly, the reason why artists don't talk about it is because the general public, and there's not enough culture uniters out there that are to push this type of stuff across the mainstream. So people just want to make money, man. Let's just be honest.
I'm doing my part to share Culture United. Yeah, there's a Whitey on the Moon reference on there. Oh, God, which song is it on? The man on the moon told me any day now. The man on the moon told me America is coming any day now. Vince Staples. Yeah. 7 in the morning. It's on the last track. So the man on the moon said it would be over any day now. America will be here soon to make a way out. This is like about getting taken to America as slaves. Man on the moon said it'd be over any day now. Whitey on the moon. America will be here soon to make a way out of Africa. We'll put us on a plane to LA. And we'll go live in Hollywood and see a Laker parade. This is the stuff you're enticed with. Don't worry, it's going to be great in America. I think. This is how I interpret it. Can't wait to march down Figueroa, mimicking the movement of the soldiers, staring out my window 7 in the morning, going left, right, left, right. This whole song is like, repeats this left, 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 right, left, this military march. And it's kind of about the occupation of our country by ICE, the occupation of other countries by our armies. I mean, hell, what's it say here? From the perspective of a war victim, I see, who is imagining America as a promised escape from suffering, escape through the glamour of LA and Hollywood and living in. Okay, so I was wrong. It wasn't about slaves. Mimicking the movement of the soldiers, because a Laker parade, you're still marching like a fucking soldier. Would suggest that violence and trauma remain present even inside the fantasy of freedom. The glamorous image of America is contrasted with the harsh reality of war, racism, displacement, and political abandonment, showing how promises of rescue can feel distant, performative, and unreliable. Listen to this fucking album, bro. Not Scottish enough. Not Scottish enough. But yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
like it's not the revolutionary wave is not, it's not the same. It doesn't sell the same. It's not mainstream. And people trying to pay these bills and with the prices of everything, they're like, well, hey, I can make a record about saving the world, or I can save my own world here with my family. And most artists decide to be selfish and take care of themselves and continue to put the poison out. And my thing is, it's nothing wrong with the poison, but you got to have the remedy as well. It got to be a balance. And right now, it's just all poison. We have nothing to combat it. We have nothing to go to from our mainstream acts. You know what I'm saying? Of course, on the underground, yes, but I'm saying mainstream. I would consider Vince to be mainstream. And that's why this was super important for him to do this. Like, kudos to him and his team. You know, I definitely, I wanted hits on there because I wanted it to last longer. But man, like, salute to him, man. Like, for real. Like, this is amazing. Shout out to you.
I
man.
think this was an important point because Stat comes from the, like, he's a rapper, he's a producer, like, he's been in this industry, and he's like, I know that because there's no like real hit catchy song on here, the conversation of this album is probably gonna fade quicker than it should because this is a great album. So he's lamenting that, and I would argue the song "Cotton" might have legs. I hope it does because that is kind of maybe the catchiest groove on there, and that could lead people into like exploring the rest of the album. But I don't know if "Cotton," if that's just me liking that song a lot, or if it really does have legs. I hope it does.
Yeah, or if your team watching it, this is something you should be celebrated.
Well, I think number one, you got to have the knowledge and the ability to articulate certain things, and then you have the art. Then you need to have the artistry to flip the knowledge in a way that sounds good to people. That's a hard combination of things to do, right? And I don't want to bash today's artists, but there's less people today taking the time to really master the craft like that. And you have to have, I think, a supreme mastery of your craft in addition to the knowledge to flip something like this. So that's why I think we're not seeing more of it.
Yeah. And I think too, like, I think Kehlani's a great example, or an example of probably, I don't know if it's a cautionary tale yet, but maybe of, she didn't necessarily say things in the music, but in her music videos and then like off wax, which I think
said, Pinker said he watched the saddest parade this weekend. One float, a bear trailer with a few kids on it, a few horses, one dude walking a longhorn steer. It was maybe 20 people. I had no idea there was even supposed to be a parade. Yeah, what was it for? Was it Pride? Or is it like part of the Trump 250 thing? Because I saw they had like a state fair or something in DC, and they were like, "There's thousands of people here," and it was fucking empty.
is equally as important. Like, what are you saying behind the scenes, off screen? What are you saying and what are you supporting? And her going super hard for Palestine and then basically having to scrub that shit clean because industry connects were falling through and shit was getting canceled. And, to Stat's earlier point, it's like people got to eat, but she talks very openly about the harassment, the blacklisting, all that. So there is an incentive to just kind of shut up and dribble. But then also to Dame's point, there is kind of a lost art of how do I kind of put the sugar with the medicine so the masses can consume it. So I think it's a bunch of different things going on with that.
Some lawyers cope with chaos. Some lawyers take a different approach with a.
Yeah, I definitely think it's. Oh, go ahead. One second.
No, you're good.
I definitely think it's a race to the top, and I think it's foolhardy, to be honest. I think everybody's like, I hear the common person doesn't want to hear this, so let me try to create something that'll be popular, that more people will like, which is usually like something coming from the flesh or something with a level of bravado where people feel good to try it on, like a costume and all these empty calories in the music. And I really think that is short-sighted, because what happens is all of these songs start to sound alike. And then then it becomes like the lottery or really the money on who hits the top. And I think that is not the right goal. The goal should be to come out with the best, most creative, most unique project. And I know artists don't want to hear this, but I don't even think the goal should be, I want to sell 1 million records and I want to be number one. Like, I do not think that should be the goal, only because the prescription that they're doing to try to get there is giving us all these empty calories. So as an artist, I would be more proud to have Vince's project, regardless of where it falls, regardless of where the numbers do, regardless, than to make some fluff project and it still don't hit Billboard anyway. Like, okay, you hot in 3 clubs. Yo, you did a great job. You made an ass shaking song. Great job. But there's no substance. And so I feel like you still can fail at reaching number one. So just make something badass and just get what you get and don't throw.
As I always say with like any kind of art, movies, music, TV, or video games, I'd rather someone take a big swing and miss than try a bunt. You know what I mean? Take a big swing. I don't like the movie Mandy with Nick Cage, but that was a big swing. You know? I didn't really like I Love Boosters. that much, but that was a big swing, and I appreciate you for taking a big swing. I'm always going to reward that kind of artistry, that kind of approach, than Drake, who's just like, I'm going to make the same song I've been making for 20 years because it's safe and I know it'll work. Then Main Street blocked off for like 5 minutes held during the Christmas parade. They did bring out Old Fire Engine. That's cool.
Or fit. That's what I think. But I can understand why artists like, I don't want to hear that shit. I want to be number one, and I'm gonna do what it takes. But I'm proud of the people who are brave enough to say, I want to make something dope, and I think that's what he did.
What's second plus?
It was a time. I'm old enough. I'm gonna age myself right here, but it was a time where like artists could make this type of music and be political and go like be in the top 10. You know, you had artists like Public Enemy. You had Ice Cube with America's Most Wanted. You had the Ghetto Boys. It was a time where these type of albums where they was addressing certain issues that was going on with us would actually go number one. I don't know what happened where that's just not a thing anymore. It's not.
Diddy, Jay-Z, and Kanye happened. And behind them, all the white people who bought all the record labels and who propped up those people and said, okay, you're going to have this record label, don't have anything controversial on here. Don't have anything about killing whitey. It's all going to be party music. We're getting drunk. We're fucking bitches. That's it. Clothing. It's all advertisement. Sell this new shoe, this new sneaker. Sell this new outfit. Sell this FUBU. Sell whatever. Sell shit. Commercialize this shit. Otherwise, you're underground and nobody going to hear your shit.
Reality. But it definitely has changed to where you very rarely hear anyone even expressing themselves politically on records. You know, like, you know, you brought up the Palestine stuff. I'm so surprised that not more artists actually even just stood on the side. You know what I mean? It's crazy because the fear that the artists have where before it wasn't like that. And I think maybe the fear comes from where the music is so controlled, where it's all, you know, it's relying on streaming. And so if you do go against the machine, they kind of can block you out. Whereas when in my era, we were selling CDs out the back of the trunk and you know what I'm saying? So you couldn't really block somebody out. But now if you come with the wrong messaging on the song and it gets too...
It was blocking people out. If you had to sell your shit out the back of a car, yeah, maybe people will hear it. And if you really worked at selling them things out the back of a car. But if, you know, it still would help you a lot more if you were played on the radio or MTV or whatever.
The wrong messaging on the song and it gets too divisive, they can really literally bury you at the bottom of these, of these streaming services because they get so much music.
That's why they want everything to be digital so that they can delete shit like that. I mean, hell, is Sony recently just deleted a bunch of movies off their whatever it is, Sony movie purchasing platform. So if you have a PlayStation 4 or 5 and you purchased movies digitally through the PlayStation Store and those movies are now not on the service anymore, you don't have access to the things you paid for. And are you getting a refund? No.
Slaughter is the case, and I think it's good that that was the name that we got to remember this FTC case. The court overturned a more than 90-year-old precedent called Humphrey's Executor that allowed for essentially expertise to be protected in the government. When you have agencies, multi-member agencies that
Matter of fact,
have expertise.
Another country did that. Let me look this up. Let me see. Live service games must have option to continue game. It's a consumer protection thing. Live service games are dying in general, but there was a lawsuit. There was a lawsuit. I can't find it. It was from another country. I think it might have been Europe, where they were like, if you have a game like Destiny, or I think it probably was sparked by Destiny or World of Warcraft or whatever it is, that it's a always online game, and the only way you can even really play it is if there's other people playing it too. If you decide that as a company you don't want to support this game anymore, you want to turn off the servers, you have to provide for the people who purchased the game and maybe purchased in-game, costumes and guns or whatever it is, a way for them to continue to have and enjoy their product that they purchased from you, instead of it just being, I don't know, you put the disc in and it goes, servers offline, can't play this anymore. Yeah, Europe. The reason I think it's Europe is because they did a similar thing when Star Wars Battlefront 2 came out, and it was all loot boxes, and you have to unlock characters through loot boxes, and it was like, they were like, this is gambling, and you have to change this, or we're banning the game. And so they, EA went in and did fix it and changed it to accommodate the Europeans. So that's why I feel like it was Europe who did this.
6 months efforts to make sure before the Senate
Because,
switches
of course,
hands,
we
if
don't
it
care about
does,
consumer
that all of these agencies do have
So we may see a lot of firing and then a lot of attempt to nominate. It's going to be interesting because this is going to happen. These nominations are going to happen when a couple of senators are going to have to be back home because they're nervous about winning their reelection. And you got the summer recess. This is going to have real implications over what we see over the next couple of months. Chris Geithner, thank you so much for taking the time.
Just always, I appreciate you. Everyone who's popped in, even if you're not here anymore, I appreciate everyone coming in. Like, warms my heart that somebody's watching every time I stream. That somebody's going to be here and hanging out with me every time I stream. It really does make a difference. Streaming since 2017 to like 0 people, just seeing that 0, it's like, I'm talking to myself. Look, I'm doing this because I do talk to myself anyway, and I might as well stream it. But it's good to know that I'm talking to at least somebody. Right, gambling for kids. I mean, fucking Zuckerberg came out the other day, said our goal is to push these gambling sites, I'm not going to call them prediction markets, these gambling sites to 18 to 34-year-olds. And I guarantee you, if there wasn't a fucking legal limit, it would have been younger. They want a population of addicts, because a population of addicts is easier to control. Hell, there was a fucking Star Trek episode I watched. That's literally that dynamic. It's a rich planet and a poor planet, and they're like symbiotic, and episode might be called Symbiosis, actually. And what the poor planet is being flooded with drugs from the rich planet to keep them addicted, so they keep buying stuff from the rich planet and doing labor for the rich planet, and the rich planet is just like in luxury, sitting back, not doing anything. Must be nice to only work half of the year, yeah. America is 3 levels of scam in a trench coat, for sure.
Facebook, majority.fm. Check them all out. Spread our stuff on all those sites. It helps. Matt, what's happening in the Matt
Same for you.
Leckie Media Universe?
Yeah, we had a Sunday show for our Left Reckoning patrons at patreon.com/Left Reckoning, and talked a little bit about the Socialist proving their mettle in the recent elections, and focused even more about hating Jack Schlossberg and him losing on the Upper East Side, which I'm almost as happy about as any of the
Was it the Upper East Side or West Side?
Was it the Upper West Side? Is one
I think
of
it was
those.
the Upper West Side.
But either way, I'm glad that he is not going to nepotism his way into Congress in embarrassing fashion. And we go through some of his lowlights and say good riddance. So check that out, patreon.com.
Good fucking riddance. I talked about with
Ladies
that
and
with
gentlemen,
Lumen
we
on
are
Wednesday.
going to the fun half.
3 months. All right, while they go to the fun half. No. while they go to the fun half, and we will go to the fun half as well, we are going to I want to check out this Oprah thing. Because I've been waiting for Oprah's downfall since I was a kid, because my mom would watch Oprah and be like, Oprah says this, Oprah says that, Oprah says you should be paying attention to me, and you should be listening to what I say, and blah, 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 blah. And I said, Mom, you're a fucking asshole. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck what Oprah says. I don't think Dr. Phil's a real doctor. I don't think Dr. Oz is a real doctor. And look who was right. So let's talk about Oprah.
Free has a lot of people pissed off because of some comments that she made recently about Whitney Houston. Now, recently, Oprah was doing a conference. Now, during the conference, she was speaking in front of a lot of people, and she gave a story about a time that, she met Whitney Houston, and during the time that she was supposed to be performing on the Oprah Winfrey Show, she said that Whitney was high, fell out on stage, and they had to make sure nobody was, taking pictures, and the footage didn't get out there. And they had a lot of people wondering, like, why are you going out your way to tell this story now? You know what I'm saying? But Whitney not even here to defend herself, so what's the point?
We did the whole, hey girl, how you doing, greeting thing. And then I stopped the cameras and I went.
Because she's telling this story to make herself look good. Look how careful I am. Look, there could have been a whole news cycle of Whitney Houston falling on stage and being high on the Oprah show, and I protected her. I'm for the culture. I protected her, and I told my audience not to take pictures, and look how fucking heroic I am.
Behind stage, and I said, so tell me, what do you want?
She wants to be behind the scenes now, right, with her fucking Oxygen Network and whatever the fuck else she owns that I don't know about. But she also wants to maintain, hey, I'm still important. Hey, I'm still a figure in the media. I'm still a figure in the culture. But also, I'm removed. I'm Tyler Perry. I'm removed, but I'm here. I'm removed, but I'm here. Jay-Z coming out and doing interviews. All these billionaires coming out and doing interviews. Makes me think they're worried. Makes me think they can feel the guillotines getting sharpened. And they want to remind everyone, I'm one of the good ones. And especially Oprah and Jay-Z, I'm one of the black ones. Don't come after us. There's too few of us. We need a couple of billionaires just to show that we can be. Black excellence, black excellence. I got a clip here from Jennifer Welch that I'm going to talk about tomorrow.
Want people to be able to fail forward the same way they do, because somewhere deep inside them, they know they're not the smartest people in the room. They know they don't have the best ideas in the room. How do we know this? Because they're borrowing ideas from Nazi Germany, a failed experiment that led to a Holocaust of millions of people. But they're trying it again because they're so inferior and they're so terrified that Zoran Mamdani or that Barack Obama isn't white, but they're smarter, they're better looking, they're more liked, and I could go on and on and on down the list. Black excellence or brown excellence exposes white mediocrity, and they can't stomach it.
Black excellence. Black excellence, the talented 10th. This is all falsehoods. This is all service of capitalism. This is all servicing capitalism. I don't trust Oprah. You don't get $1 billion without... Yeah, exactly. Oprah been too rich for too long. Damn right. What is this? Reload.
What do you want to happen here? And I'm going to tell you what I want to happen here. And that was one of the most powerful interviews. And do you all know this is an amazing thing that happened?
All right. We'll come back to Oprah.
Folks, we're getting near July 4th. You know what that means? America's birthday. And it's 250 years, ladies and gentlemen, of the old red, white, and blue. Here is... Here's Peter Ducey covering now. I hope you've heard of the American State Fair. Apparently, I've also read that there was an attempt that I can't remember what agency it was. Maybe the Smithsonian had raised a lot of money to do some big events.
And I think the problem I had with like what Jen said there was equating Barack Obama to Zohar Mamdani. I'm like, well, Mamdani's much better. And you know what? FD has made this connection too. And it's like, yeah, He might not. He's not revolutionary. He's not socialist, or like he says he is, and he believes these things. But what he's actually doing is just good governance. It's like regular. I'm a good mayor. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Am I getting disconnected? Did I get disconnected on YouTube? The chat said disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. Am I back? Is it good?
Ice.
Milli Vanilli and Bret Michaels, but they canceled. But Vanilla stayed in.
Vanilla
Sorry,
stayed
what
in.
year is it?
And here is footage from America's Fair. They're covering it live on
check out
Fox.
this.
They've got great seats.
We'll
They
make it
can
big
see
for you.
all the huge crowds all the way down the mall with the Washington Monument in the background.
here?
And
Okay.
here they are talking about it. This is Peter Ducey,
Good to know.
and some other lady.
You ever in your wildest dreams think you may be doing your Sunday show from a state fair on the National Mall? How great is this?
It's really something. And the weather, not the best today, but people are still coming out.
People are still coming in. Listen, we need rain, so we'll take it. Well, the farmers need the rain, so we're going to be okay with it.
We do need rain. First,
Freeze it, leave it up there. I want to make it clear. This is during the fair. The fair is happening now. It is not happening. You can
Thousands
see,
of people
to
at
Peter
the state
Ducey's
fair.
right.
Thousands of people.
You can see people actually going in and out of these booths at the state fair. Also, and there's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there's 2 on the left, 8, 9, 10 people. So there are people there. Out of the 330 million people eligible to go to this
Rudy
U.S.
Giuliani?
State Fair,
Ooh.
there's
Good question.
10 people
Good question. Where's he?
who are there. And again, I remind you, this is not the night before as the workers are setting up. This is when it's open.
Oh my
Do you remember
God, look at these
this
pictures.
sound drop?
I think it's good.
This
in a
is the
coma?
energy Peter Ducey gave off when.
Yeah, let's
she's
play
like,
this
"Was
again.
in a
It
coma?"
is shocking.
She's actually putting on the brave face, like, isn't this? Can you imagine ever being here? And he's like, it's a little bit rainy. It might not look like a lot, but
Hottest ticket
Ever in your wildest dreams think you may be doing your Sunday show from a state fair on the National Mall? How great is this?
it's really something. And the weather.
He's looking
not the
out
best
at
today, but
nobody's
people are still
there.
coming out.
People are still coming in.
People are still
All right,
coming
but
out.
maybe this is the
They're
angle.
on their way.
Maybe the angle that is meant to be the one showing all of the
I'm saying, like,
tens of thousands of people in the
To
background.
mention, like, in your wildest dreams, you ever think you'd be at a state fair? It's like, I wouldn't. My wildest dreams would not involve my job, nor a state fair. My wildest dreams would be like in space, in Star Wars with fucking, hot models or some shit.
comes out, their party really starts up.
Yeah, Trump just wanted all the deep fried food. This is just for him. Dude, look at the poor performers.
Oh my God.
Performing for no one.
My God.
And I mean, look, it's a ribbon girl, but you're in costume, you're doing your thing. It's your job. This is a gig.
Should we? Pause it right there. Pause it. Hey man, should we set up some chairs for folks who can't stand?
The handicap compliant chairs, are they even filled?
Should I put out 8 chairs? I don't know. That could be 5 too many.
That's a little optimistic. 8 chairs.
8 people aren't even there.
There are more.
I've had more people at my stand-up shows in DC.
I love the
This is amazing. Should we put up signs not to walk on the grass to justify why there's not enough people here to walk on the grass?
I love the Lawrence of Arabia music being played for the jugglers.
This is amazing. Continue. Huh?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Cirque Mechanics. We're all the way from Las Vegas, really excited to be here with the National Endowment for the Arts on the mall for the 250th.
This is amazing.
There's less people there than there would be there on a normal day.
All right, wait. Pause it. Pause it for 1 second. Right there. Okay. Let's figure this out. Look at the shadows there. This is not 6 a.m. in
No,
the
that's like
morning.
almost solar
That is
noon.
almost like noon. Right?
And you can see it's sunny. It's
Alex
not a
on the
rainy
moon.
day like it
Hey,
was
now.
when Fox was broadcasting.
Maybe they have the military guard
This
the grass.
is nuts.
Yeah.
There is
I
nobody
wouldn't be
there.
surprised if people
I
were
added
scared.
an
I don't want to step
11A,
on the
which
grass
is
and
just
get like
one more
a
footage of
terrorism
this, and
charge.
This was the peak final.
All right, let's keep playing this one out because I think it's almost done. But that is just crazy.
250th. We're going to start it off with Ozzy and the drum.
Yay!
What a good time to
Says that
visit
one person.
DC. It's not crowded, I guess.
I feel most like myself when I'm laughing. I love to embody joy, and it's really important to me, and so I try to practice that daily. And I just love to laugh with my friends, and my mama, and my family. I think that's so important, and that's very human.
Booking flights online can feel overwhelming. So many websites, so
Are you kidding me?
It's a little bit weird to hear the opera singer over the surf-style drums.
Sounds like a scary movie.
It is what an amazing disaster of a failure.
That looks like,
a success of a.
This looks like the fucking Willy Wonka exhibit from like 2021, the COVID thing, where it was like in a big warehouse. That's what this is. They hired the same people for this. This is Fire
We
Fest.
just showed you snapshots. One in the morning, one at noon. But what about by the end of the day? When people really start getting to DC? Watch how this thing fills up, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy early birthday,
Tons of
America. We're
people.
celebrating already at the Great American
Thousands,
State Fair.
hundreds
Man,
of
we've got
millions of people
thousands
showed
people celebrating this birthday with us, Tommy.
They said thousands.
Pause it for 1 second. Pause it. Where would those thousands of people be hiding? They don't even have enough to run the Ferris wheel.
You know what's funny to me, man? This is one of the first lies. It was the how many people showed up to the inauguration, and this is still 10 years later. Like, we're just taking it for granted that they're lying about how many people show. Like, that was one of the chips. That was one of the chips. Don't believe your eyes. Believe what I'm telling you. I'm Sean Spicer.
On that field, there would be 3 times the
Alternate
amount of people
facts.
there.
I can only announce it in the Discord.
Good. Somebody, Barney Bro wrote America's 250 attendees.
State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this.
6:59 p.m.
Only the
You and I
most
had a chance to
patriotic
go out.
people.
We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV and are watching this right now. But happy early birthday,
Yeah,
America.
I think a lot. That's what they all did. Is they were all there, but then they went home to watch it on TV because it's such great television.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, I was at the fair, but I went home to watch it on TV.
Amazing.
How many people were paid to be
get
there?
over
Not enough.
How poorly attended that is. I feel horrible. Honestly, we came all the way from Las Vegas to do this. We actually had more people on our plane. We could have performed at the gate of the Vegas airport and
Clearly, nobody
Let's
called in
kidnap you. He's
favors.
not showing
Otherwise,
up.
there'd be more people there.
Oh, incidentally,
TPUSA, where you at? You could bust
Vanilla
people
Ice
in
canceled.
for January 6th, but not
because
for
they
this.
had no ticket sales. And by
You
ticket
too worried
sales,
about
I mean,
Erica Kirk and her
couldn't
makeup?
give away free tickets.
Expenses?
They didn't cost anything.
Wow, dude.
Vanilla Ice had to cancel the America's 250th birthday party celebration.
Wait, he's not a
I
drama.
don't want to be
anymore?
Vanilla Ice is saying, I don't want to be embarrassed.
Vanilla.
Just shows you how unpatriotic they are in DC.
Now,
Yeah.
to be fair, nobody showed up at the Donald Trump's America 250 States Fair. Meanwhile, just down from there, Trump is so desperate to maintain the fiction that people are trying to sabotage his reflecting pool.
The saboteurs.
That in a sort of like to, I guess, LARP and perform for the president to make him believe that his reflecting pool disaster, and it's not a disaster because they keep pumping money into the whole thing and it's all just some type of like payoff for his buddies. They have now increased security around the reflection pool and have basically created almost a dystopian police state level of...
Just gave Palantir an extra $10 million to do this.
An absolute madman.
This is from No Turtle Soup 17 on Instagram. This is what's going on at the reflection pool.
It's a tense situation.
Shout out Amanda Moore. We love her. On the ground, independent
Yeah,
journalist.
say it again. Loitering is not allowed in this area.
Don't loiter by the reflecting pool.
It's literally to look at your
Keep it
reflection.
moving, all right?
If you can see your reflection, you're there too long.
What are you doing? What are you
Again,
thinking about?
7 in the morning, occupied city.
Attacking America?
Very bad for
It's
you.
an Vince
You're
Staples
probably thinking about
crybaby.
attacking America.
Reverend
I slept
Dr.
wrong, my neck
Snuffleuopoulos
hurts.
says, is the video on the fun half not being streamed on YouTube? No, it is. Fallopian tube. The primary function of the reflecting pool is as a place to loiter. Yes.
Right.
Just make it quick.
Don't hog the reflections.
Don't hog the reflection.
Don't bogart it.
Trying to explain to Trump what reflecting is.
It's what you think
don't.
about.
I
Who would
don't
want to
get it.
do that?
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I
That's,
don't get
that's
it.
for my lawyers to do.
Meanwhile, this is both sort of like good on Thomas Massey, but also bad on Thomas Massey. I don't know. The Thomas Massey got a little bit of fame amongst for other reasons for saying a while back. I thought like folks like Rand Paul and I were the wackos, and that's how we got elected. And then Donald Trump came along and out-wackoed us. Which shows a lot more sort of like self-awareness than this clip does by Massey. Although, there's two things that I think
People
are
are giving
fascinating
him
about
props for this. And I'm
One
like,
is his
kinda a little.
seeming ignorance as to what Fox News has been for 2 decades.
Yeah.
The other is that a grown man, in attempting to shut down another grown man,
Starts calling
basically
him gay.
does what a 7th grader would do. Watch this. It's fascinating. Like, this is like a 360
It is kinda
of
funny,
just
but-
ridiculousness.
To clear up the stuff your ex is saying about you with the NDA, that you pressured her to sign an NDA for wrongful termination. What is that true? What she's saying about you?
Who are you with?
With Fox Digital.
It's all false.
Pause it
And
for a
what's
second. I
the
just want to make
you-
it clear. It is a reporter from Fox Digital who is asking Massey if he forced an employee to sign an NDA because he supposedly had some type of harassment thing. Now he's going to ask him about Boebert. But the point is, Fox needs to make Massey scandalized because they are attempted because of the Epstein stuff.
Right. That's
Massey
what's
finds out the guy's from Fox and has this reaction.
And what she said about you and Bobert having an intimate relationship.
Look, don't touch my girl Bobert. All
Why
right?
do you think
I
she's
can
out
fix
there
her.
saying it? Was it because of the primary, ahead of the primary? What do you think is motivating it?
When did you all become a tabloid? Seriously, dude.
The day Roger Ailes decided to
thought I
start
would give you a
Fox
chance to
News.
respond because you've never been able to tell your side of the story.
Pause it for a second. Someone over the age of 7 has just asked Fox News, when did you all become a tabloid? Are you telling me the owners of the New York Post are doing tabloid television? Do you realize that this tactic, well, it's not, this tactic is actually fairly tame. A reporter going and asking a congressman
Look,
for
I just
a
enjoy theater.
Fox News.
Like Beetlejuice,
This is where they got
all
their
right?
start.
I want
Jesse
her to
Waters,
know that
Steven
I enjoy
Crowder.
theater.
This is where they all got the start. Let's just play this here. This is when Jesse Waters went after Amanda Turkle, who was then a reporter at HuffPo, and literally followed her down like into Maryland for her to get out of her car.
Hours away.
Literally stalked her and then came at her.
Because she wrote that it's not great to have Bill O'Reilly speaking at supposed conservative charities for rape victims because he's a victim blamer, a regular victim blamer, and later we found out like a sexual abuser.
We're just using this as an example. I mean, this was a regular gig for Jesse Waters.
Yes.
Those of all faiths. And yet what O'Reilly did to Ms. Turkle was far worse. One
People
of O'Reilly's
forget
producers,
about
Jesse Waters, and a
Waters'
cameraman
early
ambushed her
career.
right after she had checked into a hotel with a friend during a vacation in Winchester, Virginia. Ms. Turkle surmised that the two men must have staked out her apartment and followed her car for 2 hours to the vacation destination. They asked her about her then 3-week-old post. The ambush interview was the centerpiece of O'Reilly's rant last night.
You wrote a blog about Bill O'Reilly going to speak for this rape function, this charity group, and you attacked him personally, and you attacked the foundation, and you brought a lot of pain and suffering to this group. What's your reaction?
What I remember was highlighting a comment that Bill O'Reilly had said, and that's what I remember doing.
Look,
I don't remember attacking the.
I think she absolutely should have been like, go fuck yourself, and moved on.
It said because it was a while ago.
And if that's
But
what Thomas
I remember
Massey had done,
it was something
sure.
having to do with he had talked about a rape victim in
Anyone
a derogatory way that seemed to
from an
place the
outlet
blame for
that
the
you don't like,
rape
just go
on the
fuck off.
victim.
That was true.
Shocking. But the idea that Massey didn't know that Fox News was doing this? Live by the sword, die by the sword. All right, but now let's watch Massey turn the tables here using...
With my SanDisk phone drive, I don't need to spend more on a new phone. I can get up to 256 gigabytes.
A tabloid. Seriously, dude.
Well, no, I just thought I would give you a chance to respond because you've never been able to tell your side of the story. That's all. But anything you could say.
So let me ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Congressman, I'm not. I just want to give you a chance. Your
I'm
side.
giving you a
of it. That's
chance to
no,
give
I'm
me
not,
your
I'm
side.
not going to get into
Are
that.
you a real news organization or not? No, come back, man. All you got to say is you don't like it. That you haven't been to those websites.
Of course,
All right.
Of course, I don't like it.
Really?
Of course I don't like it.
That's not what I heard.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, that was fine. Just giving you a chance to respond. That's all.
And you're with Fox?
Thank you.
Is that a real news organization? Is this what you do for a living, man?
Once again, are you unaware?
I actually feel bad for the Fox guy. I mean, his questions weren't like, they were pretty standard. You're being accused of something. Although it also feels like he's got some other issues. Like, oh no, this
That worked
happened to
too
me
well.
in junior high too.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I feel sad. Like you should have just stood there and said, "I'm a journalist. I'm not even really. I didn't even really decide these questions. Do you want to answer them or not? Like you can put
It
the
really
camera on
does
me."
feel like he's just all of a sudden was transported back to junior high and he's taking it again, the grief.
Yeah.
I don't know who to root for in that clip at all.
Yeah. That's so sad.
The whole thing is just so sad.
He's the least sympathetic person in the world, like a Fox News journalist. But man, like see him walk off like that.
Come on, man. Aw.
Good guy.
Yeah, Matt's right. You should have just stood there and be like, I'm a journalist. You can film me. You can say whatever. I'm asking these questions. Again, I didn't even really come up with these questions. These are questions that have been asked around. People are saying blah, blah, blah. Use your stupid lines.
Of course I don't like it.
Of course I don't like it. I don't like gays. Come on,
How
bro.
did that work so well?
You're going to let Massey get the better of you?
I can't believe a congressman is that's the way he's going to do it.
You like gay porn?
Well, I mean, this is a guy who was literally campaigning in this last cycle. He was using a rainbow Star of David in all of his ads.
Oh, my God.
Talking about the Jewish gay mafia.
Jesus Christ. And this is who we're rooting for? Once again, this is who we want the, like, coalition with? Cenk? This is who we want the coalition with. How about we just acknowledge, hey, we like the fact that he voted this way. Fuck everything else about him. He voted this way. Cool. Fuck everything else about him. Like, don't make him a lefty star. Oh, we got to have interviews with him and up his profile. Fuck that shit.
Two women who are activists in Utah who work for I think that's a Democratic consultant agency, but also like progressive, I think, fights. And they're fighting against, I believe, what would be the largest data center in the country. AI data center that would use like more electricity than the state uses today.
No, he's not a leader on the left, and I don't want him to be propped up as like some kind
a
of
tremendous amount of water, obviously a
Republican, 'cause
problem.
He's not. He is.
And
a
they
lunatic.
came out against it, and Mr. Wonderful, what is that? What he calls himself?
Yeah.
Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary,
The
from-
Shark Tank legend, as Dave Rubin calls
a
it.
Shark Tank legend from Canada, accused them at a press conference of being Chinese sleeper cell or something to that effect. And then went on Fox to talk about it. And it appears a month later, somebody got a letter from somebody's lawyer. That's what I would surmise because of this.
Kevin O'Leary's from
And
Canada?
for it to have
Damn,
to
bro.
happen on America 250, the only thing I can say
Fuck that guy. I'm trying to get my parents to stop watching that fucking
that
show,
would be a
too.
positive for
They used to
Kevin
watch The
O'Leary
Apprentice all
is
the
that
time, now they're
I
watching
don't
Shark
think anybody was watching.
We're going to answer them during the show tomorrow. Quickly, before we go, Kevin O'Leary
doesn't
appeared
even
as
go
a guest on this show on May 24th and discussed the ongoing controversy surrounding his planned data center project in Utah. He made certain claims relating to the opponents of his project. Mr. O'Leary has now corrected the record and explained that he has, quote, no evidence that the Alliance for a Better Utah, Josh Cantor, or Taylor Knuth are funded by China or the Chinese Communist Party. Fox News Media is likewise aware of no evidence that they are funded by or acting on the direction or in coordination with Chinese interests.
I love when they have
in
to,
opposing
like,
Mr. O'Leary's project.
clarify
Fox
like
News
this,
Media
'cause it's the most
also
normal they
apologizes
sound.
for the error.
'Cause they actually use
Listen,
legal
that's gonna
language.
do it for us tonight. We're gonna go join this.
And then they're like, we're going to go
Can we
join
take
this
that again?
parade, this fair, state
You're
fair.
gonna go join what? This empty field?
This empty
Yeah, we're
field
gonna
and
go
get some
join the
fried fucking
festivities
Oreos.
if we can get a seat there.
Double the numbers.
Is that Tommy Lauren?
That
Oh my
is
God.
amazing.
It looks like there's going to be a soccer game and nobody's allowed on the field.
Exactly.
I wonder if making
Or to watch the game.
A practice.
I wonder if
Close practice.
you know, making baseless, unsubstantiated, and like clearly self-serving claims about somebody is gonna, you know, maybe lower the rates that he gets on Fox News anymore, or if he's gonna be on every once in a while still to tell the Democrats how to run their parties.
Mm-hmm.
Stack that into like right before we go.
Yeah, exactly. Now that we're absolutely sure that no one's watching anymore.
I think I've gone, how long so far?
Kowalski from
3
Nebraska.
hours. Haven't
I'm
had to
working
pee
on
yet,
making
so I'll be right
content
back.
again for my YouTube. Should have a video in a day or two. But unrelated to that video, I've been doing a lot of research into the looming El Nino. And frankly, it's terrifying. The last time we had an El Nino of this magnitude was 1982-83. We had catastrophic flash floods across the Southwest to the extent Lake Mead and Lake Powell were filled to capacity. And the Great Salt Lake was at near capacity only 2 years later. With the catastrophic drought in the region lately, the reservoir should be able to take a pounding. But the flash floods themselves will cause catastrophic damage. These flash floods are double bad because of all the fires in the region. There'll be a lot of erosion, landslide, sediment pooling in the bottom of the reservoirs, which would require extensive dredging to fix. That is likely the outcome if there's still a 30% chance that the oceans around the globe are just so hot that none of the historical records will hold true, or it'll be worse. Maybe you guys should have a climate scientist to come on and talk about this. It might be nice to pull them away from the bottle for 30 minutes. Yeah, last I checked, which was yesterday, the chances of a super El Nino are around now 75%. You've already got people in France right now. I saw a report today that they don't have room in the mortuaries for the amount of dead that are
The urge to
coming because of the
homophobic
heat.
bully him is so strong. I know. I will never stop being a Jesse Waters hater. Oh yeah, effeminate schmuck. He looks like a silly little boy. painted on a
Glypho's
ventriloquist
fate
puppet.
drinker. Hey Sam, are the Carpenter
Good
pencils
one, pig.
already sold out again? I'm not sure about
That was
that. We're
very
gonna check.
descriptive. He has the masculinity of Ross from Friends. Dude, that's a diss track line, dude. That's great. That's fucking
What's that?
great.
Yeah, let me read a couple IMs.
You
and we'll
about
do
as
that.
tough as Ross from Friends.
Jim and
I can feel it.
PDX, happy Monday to you, Sam, Emma, the MR crew. I completely understand you always juggle countless topics and requests, but since you did mention wanting to do a small segment on F. Billionaire's graphic novel, maybe even showing your copy of the book and some of the art from the website, I'm here with a gentle reminder. Yes, we will get to that, I promise. I'm sorry, we're slow on that. Colin from Maryland. NoKingsNoCamps.com. Anyone in Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, D.C. submit public comment opposing the ICE concentration camp in Hagerstown, Maryland. I will try and call in 301 area code. Science is political. Hey, MR, today is Make Calls for Malat Monday. Malat Kiros in Colorado.
We like Jim.
Colorado's
I don't know
first district. Big race happening there. Also,
God, I hate.
there's
I
an
hate that it's
opportunity.
everywhere, dude.
I don't know. I haven't seen any.
We got to fight
polls,
in Maryland. We got to fight in New Jersey. We got to fight in Colorado.
There's a primary
It's too
against
much.
Senator Hickenlooper, Julie Gonzalez, and the Senate race seems to be outperforming where everyone thought she would be.
Let's go. I'm telling you, the movement.
And David Siegelman
national.
in the Attorney General race. There could be some big upsets in Colorado.
Let's fucking go.
Big upsets.
Get Hassan down there.
It would make it very, very difficult to square the commentary we're seeing now about.
It won't work outside New York.
Yes.
The cope, yeah.
They'll figure it out. It's Denver. It's a blue
maybe
area
we'll
of
get
Colorado.
into this.
It's Maine. Maine has
this
always been blue.
Conservative, democratic pushback later.
They'll
but,
do it.
You know,
They'll keep doing it until they're fucking irrelevant. Until they're not talking
These
into a
people
camera on MSNBC.
are
They're talking into a
enabling
fucking
the Republicans.
podcast mic.
Yeah. I mean,
on
that's the thing,
YouTube
and
like
They're
me,
spoilers.
and nobody else is watching.
Like,
Just like Ben Shapiro, where he's going live
easy
to like
blame
50
the
people.
socialists. Y'all need to figure out how
It's
to
the rise,
win
baby.
votes.
It's happening.
It is amazing that the ire is not towards the leadership of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I don't like. How is it possible? 8
Sam,
years after
speak
Crowley
on it.
was knocked off by AOC, that you have the leader of the Hispanic caucus loses in a primary.
The leader of the Hispanic caucus.
How is it possible that the hand-picked main primary candidate loses so badly that she has
To
to
an
drop out
oyster
of the
guy.
race. This is a failure of leadership.
I mean,
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like Bane. I'm feeling the Bane lines coming in. The fire rises. The voices of the oppressed will rake the rich from their decadent nests.
This proposal that could
Nolan
be
was
cribbed
scared.
from the DSA
right.
platform. A lot of those, particularly the material benefits, the ones that really people are running on in this cycle, that could have been from that. Now, it was thwarted by Joe Biden's allowing corporatist Dems to pump the brakes, allowing the Republicans to come in, pump the brakes, allowing Sinema and Portman to come in and pump the brakes and pull it apart.
It's got to get easier every 2 years.
But all the DSA is doing at this point is guaranteeing
It's just chugging
votes
along. They're chugging
for that
along.
type
DSA's
of
been
agenda in the
chugging along,
future.
and it works.
Democratic leadership should be happy. Chomof Link, happy Fun Day Monday, folks. Britain's heat wave has subsided. We broke June temperature records 3 days in a row. Now, if anyone in the U.S. thinks they can install air conditioning in a building that was built hundreds of years ago and designed to conserve heat, be my guest, LOL.
You can.
Michigan
You can get a
Fist, I wish
standing air
Mamdani was eligible to be president. That sentiment
Bro,
is growing.
It is.
Here's my hot take. Run for president anyway. Fucking Ted Cruz ran for president. He was born in Canada. Just run anyway. But also, don't run. Be mayor of New York. Be the example. But like, I don't know, in 2032? I don't know.
Grace than we've seen other progressive and DSA stalwarts. In part because he can't really, governor, but being the mayor of New York City is basically the second highest job in the country. He could move to governor of New York State, but his career is capped. And so when he's making strategic decisions, I'm not going to pursue this policy, I'm not going to endorse that person, he does not get, he's being careerist. People can say like, oh, you're making the wrong, but nobody's undermining his intent. And that's a huge benefit for him. Ultimately, it's a loss for us, but it's a huge benefit for him, and probably a benefit for the movement, because the leader is given grace and latitude to strategize, and nobody questions his intent. People can question, his strategy,
right?
But nobody questions his intent. So he's fortunate in that respect.
Because then, if he did run for president, then it's like, oh, you only ran for... Be Andrew Yang. You ran for president, that didn't work, so now you're running for New York mayor. Why? You care about New York? No, you were just running for president. Fuck off. It would feel betrayal if he ran for president. So it is kind of good that he can't. I am going to be the mayor of New York. I'm going to help New York be the best fucking city. What did you say, Pink? I don't know if that's true. There'll be a swing back, but we got to keep pushing. There's so many places. Yeah. And that here, you know how you prevent the swing back? You improve the material benefits of the people. You make it so that they're not worried about food stamps. They got grocery stores. They got fucking roads. They got hospitals. They got healthcare access. Like, you do that, the swing back will be less. Because, look, after FDR, nobody wants to get rid of Social Security, even though the Republicans do. They haven't been able to, because even the Republicans are like, you ain't taking my fucking shit. So you give people more shit for them to say, you ain't taking my shit. That's it. Like Hassan says, like Mamdani says, you person criticizing me, I want you to have free healthcare. I want you to have free schools. I want you to have free education. You may hate me, and I hate you, but I hate you, and I want you to have free education. Kill them with kindness.
Being an executive and having like the ability to actually do material things versus being a senator, I think for a guy like Mamdani, being a senator is going to be rather frustrating.
Governor would be cool.
Governor, I think, would be much more up his alley.
Word.
But in terms of career, like, it's a lateral move.
Yeah. Also, Darley is going to be senator, so.
Bob Villain, Bernie labeling himself as a Democratic Socialist gave DSA a ton of credibility in my brain, which led me to join later on. Yes. And that was my point. It definitely helped the DSA.
We got to drag him to a better life, kicking and screaming,
But
for sure.
In that moment, you have to ask, like, this is what people have to understand,
Bob
I think,
Villain
going
reaction
forward.
From 11 months ago. Check that
There
out.
are times where these things are in conflict. Like,
I always got an
am I
ad for
doing
everything.
something that's going to help strengthen the movement down the road? Or am I going to do something that's going to help me win this election, which would maybe strengthen it in other ways? And there are times where that's in conflict. People should understand that. You can make one choice or the other, and there can be an argument about that, but people should understand. You make strategic decisions that are sometimes where one or the other are in conflict, even though both the goals are ones that you want. Left is strange. Sam, who do you think you started to refer to yourself as a socialist? When do you think? I didn't.
Sam doesn't use labels for himself.
I don't do that. I am of the left.
That's what I say, too.
Being on air since 2005, I'm curious how you've seen the tides change when you felt it was more acceptable. I can tell you when I think it was more acceptable for people to refer to themselves as a socialist. And I think it started happening really around 2015.
Because it's not like... Sam
We would
probably
have
knows...
Bernie on.
Sam probably knows the tenets of socialism. I don't. But I'm like, I agree with this stuff. And I don't care what it's called.
Stuff like...
I don't care what it's called.
I would love to have 435 Bernie Sanders in the Congress.
I'm
And
trying.
you would get,
Thank you,
some-
Pink.
not a lot of pushback, but there would be a little bit,
I always feel icky about it.
He's not a Democrat. He's a socialist.
If you guys
Or
want to make
he's an
clips
independent
and share
and a
those,
socialist.
I'm not going to say no.
And there was we weren't apologetic, but like we were sensitive to that opinion. And within 10 years, I'd say that had changed. But if you go back to 95, I think he's on, maybe it was in the 80s,
Thank you.
with
I
Phil
appreciate
Donahue, interviewing him as the mayor of Burlington. And we're like, you are a socialist. Like, what does that mean? And that was a very, very controversial thing, particularly during the Reagan era. This is the evil empire. So things have changed.
Is that why
dramatically.
Rage Against the Machine called
I think
themselves
it's
the evil empire on that album?
can be hard for younger people to realize how dramatic of a change it is. And I think it's also hard for older people to realize, like, it doesn't work to just simply say socialist in the way that it did 20 years ago. It may work that way as it did, like, 5 years ago, but less and less.
Nobody remembers, like, the Soviet bloc anymore.
No! 30 years ago. So for you to be like a fully functional adult, you would have to be my age, more or less, from when the wall fell. maybe a little younger. But again, I keep using this example of like when they were running against Obama, they're going like, he's so Chicago politics. And like I'm sitting there going like, no one knows what that means.
I was going to say, he's straight out of Tammany Hall.
Exactly. 5 people going like, oh, I read that book.
Soviet Union was the event word.
As an upstate, please have a Mamdani governorship. Joe the Smoke Alarm.
we
Are we going to talk
appreciate
about
you,
AOC
upstate.
doing an
We love you.
ad
We're
for
sorry.
Arch Zionist
I'm trying to get
Letitia
someone who was
James, or are
running
we just
upstate on
going
the
to
show.
glaze?
Because, like, that coalition of moderate Dems, one of the leaders of that coalition is Tom Suozzi, who's here in New York. He lost, he won his election, but he won it by a much slimmer margin now because there was someone actually running against him. And I want to try to get that woman on the show.
Where are you located? Like, who would you rather her endorse? Like, what was so effective about AOC going on there and saying, what's her face? What's her name in Michigan? I can't remember. I always say Elise Slotnick, but that's not it. Slotkin. Alyssa Slotkin is out there saying, like, you know, we got a problem with
socialism.
It's all
It's
platitudes.
crying wolf. It's
Get
the party
specific.
that cried socialism.
And that's a very effective retort. I will say to you, who do you think that she should support? Do you want her to endorse the person who's going to win? I just like, you know.
I mean, I did the AV for Mamdani's speech, and Tish James was one of the speakers there. So as we've
How
also
dare
pointed out
he?
that- exactly, we hear a lot from AOC, but not a lot from Zoran. And also, I think like using the term glaze is disgusting. I would encourage that person to grow up a little bit.
What is
Everpure. Data management, so simple, it feels like second.
Oh, the commercial right when Sam asks what glazing means.
But he is, and I can solve this in 4 different.
Carly Chirk.
Damn it.
Can I get a shofar for becoming co-chair of the New Orleans DSA after our local election? You sure can.
Of course.
Carly Chirk, congratulations.
We all win when we see more women in leading roles.
Kami Tommy. Mike is confused that there is no sun porn monitoring policy in DSA. Why are you not a socialist? Why shouldn't workers control the means of production? Why should we have an arbitrary class system where a certain group of people get to exploit the planet and its inhabitants? Why is it bad to have some level of grounding and explanation rather than left?
Not attacking you.
Is this an ask of me?
Yeah, this is why don't you.
Why are you
give in?
against all that
Yeah,
stuff?
Why
You
do you,
just
why do you hate socialists by not calling yourself one?
I'm not against anything of what you just said.
Center Sam.
I get the same complaints from people say, why don't you identify as a moderate? I just don't. Dolink, very strong supportive response of New York Winners by Ro Khanna on the Weekend Prime show when one of the conservative left co-hosts asked the same line of question as John Carl. Another of the co-hosts claimed Plattner's story was from a reliable source. That was the last show of the program. Eamon Moladin and Antonia Hilton will remain at the channel. By far 2 of the 4 best. I don't know what I don't follow it. Hopeful One, Johnson says democracy like it is. Like it's a dirty word. Eric. Hey, this is Eric from Philly DSA. I emailed y'all and was hoping to get a cameo-style video from Sam or Emma congratulating the Chris Robb volunteers for our DSA victory party on 7/3. Email is... all right, I will... I'll do this. Maybe we can shoot
Emma
it
will probably be at
tomorrow.
the party in person.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a party going on, you know.
I like the running joke that Emma's like a habitual gambler and alcoholic.
We'll do this tomorrow.
She's so innocent and sweet. They treat her like a little sister.
Bear
It's
with me,
adorable.
ladies and gentlemen. It's not so easy.
Am I parasocial? A little bit.
Oh, shoot. How the heck? All right, there we go. You got that? We got it in our thing. Hi-Fi Pizza, new nickname for James Carvell just dropped. The Crawdad Crypt Keeper. Come on, let's get this trending.
I prefer Palantir's James Carville, but
Yeah, word.
That one's good too.
I can't believe how hard he went on that. Here is Eamon Moladine, since we mentioned that, with Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yeah, this is a good clip. I'm going to talk about this one too.
Eamon played this clip of Carvell reacting to the
And
election.
I saw this clip and I was like, Ta-Nehisi's trying not to say that's racist because it's also a meme of him and he doesn't want a part two. But I'm just joking. 'cause
Coates'
it's super
reaction
racist.
is pretty on target.
For Israel and American foreign policy towards Israel, let me play for you what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say and get your thoughts to it about the candidates here in New York City. Take a listen.
I don't think that the congressional Democrats should seat her as a member of the Democratic Party. You can't kick her out of Congress. She was voted, but she doesn't have to be in a Democratic caucus. I don't have anything in common with Ms. Chevalier.
And you're going on
and
Fox.
I really don't want to be in the same party
This
she's
is
in.
not like ring any
Your
bells,
reaction
Carville?
to that, Ta-Nehisi?
Wow. You do this to me every time I come on an interview. Play something that leaves me completely speechless. Because look, the problem with that is look, whatever you think of future Congresswoman Chevalier, she represents actual voters.
Yeah,
okay?
the
She
voters
represents
voted for her.
actual voters.
He looks
And
like
what
a
James
hairless cat. Oh
Carville
my
is
God, I'll
saying
see that
is
now.
that those voters should be disenfranchised. That he is so disgusted with whatever opinion she has that those voters should be disenfranchised. And I don't get it, man. I don't like that is a district filled with black and brown people. They made their choice, and he just doesn't respect it. You know what I mean? Which to me says,
He's
not
relevant
so
'cause they
much,
keep
you know,
putting him
it's
on
not
the
so much a
news.
statement on Palestinians. It's not so much.
But you know what? I think it's a good indicator that he appears on Fox News and Ta-Nehisi Coates is appearing on MS Now. Because usually it'd be the other way around. Carville would be on MS Now and Ta-Nehisi Coates wouldn't even be on TV. They wouldn't even let him on TV. I'm surprised he's on here. I like this contrast.
Try not to say.
He was right one time 40 years ago.
It's not
But
good.
they want that
It's
to
not
be
good, man.
reality.
It's not good.
That's the issue.
It's not good. It's not good for democracy. Let me, if I can, maybe close out by asking you to kind of give us a.
I don't think we need any more of that. I mean, the amazing thing is too is I'll remind you, James Carvell has received exactly 0 votes in his lifetime as a Democrat. He has run for, well, I don't know if he's not run or not. Maybe he has run, maybe he has received a vote, but he has not held any Democratic elected position. This is, I mean, Carvell's given away the game here.
Yes. And good, he should.
It is about
I love it.
Being part of an industry. It is about having power within that industry. And he doesn't like it because there's a rival faction within his industry, and he's going to lose access. He's going to lose power. He's going to lose ability to make money. That's what's going on here. There is absolutely no reason for James Carvell to be worried
I think he
about
says it like the ice cream.
one congresswoman
Carvell.
in one district in New York that would say, like, I don't want to be in the same party as her. Really? She is 1% of, like, one of 435 congresspeople. What he's worried about is
spreading
a threat to his business, his power. Because if she, as part of a bigger movement, start to eat away at both the institutional power and just the narrative. Because if she can win in that district, maybe somebody
tweet this out.
who doesn't necessarily say all the hot button stuff, but has their primary message was, of course, like the material benefits, can win in Iowa. And then James Carville is dead. He's done. Because that newcomer in Iowa is not going to be answering James Carville's phone call. That's just not happening. He's got to maintain with his people, his power. That's it.
At 81 years old.
Exactly. Exactly. He doesn't want to go out thinking like, nobody takes my call anymore. Is he 81 now?
Yeah.
It tracks.
Got to keep your eye on the future.
Yep. Oh, they're canceling MS Now weekend live programming after 6 p.m. Eastern. I see. It says 2 cars.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Barney Bro.
Fun fact about hairless
America's
cats, not having
250th
hair means they have little butthole
yes,
prints
great.
over everything.
Is he? Mike Johnson live reading of popular policies
Seems
is gonna make
relevant.
one of
I
the
agree.
coolest ads in the future.
I agree.
Christian from Co. Hey, I'm our crew. Update from Colorado. There are many new fires that started in the last 48 hours, many of which are dangerous due to our historically dry and warm winter and current dry and windy conditions. For context, it's known to snow where I live into July, whereas this year it was 60 degrees in March. And we had no snowpack by late April. Nuts.
Moisturize the skin.
Ramona
daily.
Frankenstein. Mike
It puts
Johnson
the
looks
lotion
like
on
if the
its
kid
skin.
from Brave Little Toaster grew up to keep people in a dungeon in his basement.
What? Hold up.
It is funny to use like phrases liberals were using about Trump, like they're saying the quiet part out loud and then being like they want to democratize elections.
Oh my God.
This is an interesting rant from podcaster Ted Cruz. Here he is in a conservative town hall. I would love someone smarter than me to dissect like what's going on with this. Here's Ted Cruz.
We are seeing on the right a cancer on the right.
What kind of cancer, bitch?
And it is rising anti-Semitism on the right.
What? Rising?
Pause it for a second. Now let's just take the sporadic applause there, where people are like, wait a second.
I thought we loved
what's going on
hating
here?
Jews. What
We're
are you talking
not supposed to be anti-Semitic now? They're okay as far as fulfilling the prophecy, but what? Go back a little bit. They're all just like, oh.
We better get to hate
Podcaster
Muslims at
Ted
the end of this.
Exactly.
Anti-Semitism on the right. Look, the left, a decade ago, anti-Semitism began to rise, and the Democrat leaders basically looked the other way and just hoped it would go away.
What?
And it didn't. It's consumed their party.
What?
There is a very real pro-Hamas contingent of the Democrat Party. Here's the scary thing. I've seen more anti-Semitism on the right in the last 18 months than any time in my life.
What about the rising fascists? Oh, they don't even know that word. That doesn't look like anything to me. You get my Westworld reference? That doesn't look like anything to me. That word? I don't know. That word that begins with an F? I don't know what that is.
And I will tell you, it is spreading in particular among young people.
This all started because of Tucker Carlson
And I
embarrassing his
resolved
ass.
last year that I am going to do everything humanly possible to defeat this poison.
Pause it for 1 second. Incidentally, he's running for president.
Oh, for sure.
Of America?
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
Not
He's going to challenge. He's going to challenge
Vance.
This is him separating himself from Vance, and then he's going to figure out a way of distinguishing himself from Marco, little Marco. Remember, they all ran last time in 2016, but this is him trying to sort of like reading the split in the party. He's going to run for president.
This is a losing lane.
Yeah. The winning lane
I am of the
is
mind most
J.D.
of the-
Vance somehow trying to align himself with Tucker Carlson and the anti-Israel stuff while promoting Israel. That's what Vance is doing. What if they have lifts?
I believe this is truly an
DeSantis?
existential threat. Why is that? Because anti-Semitism is the gateway drug to anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism.
What?
And you can...
That feels a little anti-Semitic to me. Because he's like, you know, capitalism and Jews go right together. Like, going after money is a Jewish trait.
Well, to be fair on that accord, he does say anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism. Now, I would suggest that anti-Semitism has a rich history in this country, so it's not necessarily anti-American. But I would also suggest that there is a significant amount of Jews who have been involved in socialism. This guy, Marx, was
Son of a rabbi.
a son of
Remember
Jews.
Emma Goldman? Anybody?
Emma Goldman.
He is an Israel.
Leon Trotsky was a Jew. There have been quite a few Jews. Oh, Bernie Sanders. I mean, really? Anti-Semitism is a gateway to anti-capitalism?
Oh, sorry, it was Marx's grandpa that was a rabbi.
That is impressive.
Most impressive.
Also, like, it's okay to be anti-capitalist. It's not okay to be anti-Semitic. I would just like to put that into the record, but okay.
Anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism. And you can see the Green-Red Alliance with Comrade Mondami in New York City, where the Islamists and communists come
Green-red?
together because they both
Not
hate the
brown
same
red,
people.
because we don't acknowledge
And
brown.
spoiler alert, those
the
people is
fascists.
us.
Wait, you're not Jewish.
Tucker Carlson has said there's nobody on planet Earth he hates more than Christian Zionists. And he named in particular the two people he hates most on planet Earth are me and Mike Huckabee.
I mean,
and you know what?
I think that's everybody.
wear his scorn with pride.
I wear his scorn with pride.
Bill,
I
he
have
can't
no
get more than
choice.
50% of the room with him.
Because I am proud to stand with Israel.
Okay, pause it for 1 second. I'm telling you right now, he's saying, mental note, don't go so hard on the pro-Jew stuff, but go hard on the pro-Israel stuff.
And I'm proud to stand with America.
Yeah, words don't mean anything.
Secondly,
this is quite a barn burner.
And I'll say this, Sharia law has no place in the United States of America.
Oh, wait. Is that where it ends? Because that's when the standing ovation comes. Are we back to this shit?
Matt read that one.
Are we back to the Sharia law stuff?
Oh, Chip Roy is putting together.
Oh, I know, but Chip
yeah.
Roy's always been doing that. But this was like, they were passing laws in Indiana in 2015 or 14.
Nobody's trying
to
a
stop
9/11 in
the creep
Indiana.
of Sharia law.
I'm sorry, the rest of the country. Nobody is New York. Nobody's trying to attack fucking Indiana in the name of ISIS, okay? Or Al Qaeda, or whatever the fuck it was. It's the World Trade Center, which happened to be in New York City, because we are the center of the goddamn fucking planet. Fuck off.
It's unbelievable.
It's literally stolen valor.
But it's believable.
We were attacked here
Not
in
a whole lot of,
Indianapolis.
tools
No, the
in that,
fuck you weren't.
Toolbox.
Honestly, they're running out.
And it was Giuliani who spread it around.
God,
we
we
were
can't
all
even,
attacked.
You can't even hate black people as the main thing. We gotta hate foreign brown people.
Well, how many times are we going to have to expand the tent of who we hate? They got a real problem if Abdul al-Sayed wins in Michigan.
Yeah, boy.
You know, Mamdani winning. It's going to be. They've got a problem. I also wonder if Cruz is like.
Center of the world, baby.
Vance is married to I think from the perspective of Republicans, someone who could be a Muslim.
Brown.
And so, he's got that has to be part of the calculation.
Run ads. Wasn't Vance wearing like a sari or something?
Yes.
Yeah, they'll run those ads.
Yep. I'm still like Vance might actually leave Usha for Erica, just to run for president.
Yeah. Oh, he's upset about what is he mad
What up,
about?
Grand
What's happening
Designs? How are you?
in
He's
New York?
mad that socialism is so popular and like libertarianism is a big joke. I think.
I mean, libertarianism is a big joke.
Yeah, like all the economic stuff, it's really stupid, but he really believes in it.
But it's also like they all sold their souls for Donald Trump.
Yeah, man.
And largely, they're getting a big chunk of what they wanted,
This is
which
the fight
was
amongst
the
the cucks.
complete disintegration of the federal government. I'm not quite clear on which parts he didn't like. Oh, he believed that Trump would be anti-war?
Anti-war, yeah.
Oh, I
Whoops.
see. That's really surprising.
Yeah, deport Usha.
I'm really shocked. But let's see.
That this war in Iran is running up against reality. And that reality was going to break this situation. And then you see it happen. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you can't, none of us are God. You can't break God. You can't break reality. And so you want to sit here and have this, you want to be tied to the most unpopular war in modern history. Well, then the people opposing that are going to have a lot to work with. There's, all of this stuff, right? All of the kind of economic prescriptions that the answer to unaffordability is that the government should be doing more. The government should be having, whether it's free buses and free, for government supermarkets or whatever the stuff that
Pause it for a
Mamdani was
second.
proposing.
Can we just
or-
this has metastasized, and it sounds like it's deliberate, or maybe people are just lazy. The city-run supermarkets will not be free. They will probably be less expensive because they don't have to have shareholder profits. I used to belong to a co-op where the food was anywhere from like 20 to 30% cheaper, and I still had paid people work there. But they did have some, obviously, like members, provide labor. So I don't know that it would be 20 to 30% cheaper, but it'd probably be 10 to 15% cheaper.
The trad Cath view being married to an Indian
But
woman
it's not
and
gonna
being
be free
divorced
food.
Word. If you've seen Usha doing literacy video, no. Her name was like
If
Ursula.
it's
or
the
something, nobody
broader
would know she
universal
wasn't.
health care, increased
I didn't
minimum
know
wage, all of these proposals, all of them just make us poorer. All it does is make people poorer. It's all nonsense government interventions, attempts
it
at
for a
price
second.
controls.
Who is the us here? If you're getting more of minimum wage, who is the us? There's absolutely no evidence.
Dave Smith is a comedian who's middling and who left his podcast with his two best friends, Big J. Ogerson and Luis J. Gomez, to focus on this because he was getting spots on Piers Morgan, going on Joe Rogan more. This is the lane he chose for himself as political expert, libertarian. And he already debated Sam years ago. Y'all should watch that. Maybe we'll watch that after this. But, yeah.
Cost jobs.
I'm aware of
but
Mr.
we're not
Smith.
even remotely close to it. You can just simply look at who is getting a share of productivity today versus 30 years ago. Right? Like there's a number, productivity, that shows how much money is being generated by the work you're doing. And productivity has gone up, but the share of productivity for workers has gone down. That means somebody's gotten more money per dollar of productivity today than they did 30 years ago when they were still running those same businesses. The other things he was talking about.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite.
Book it. I hate these fucking ads. Wow, so she could be, in theory, disappear into the country? Yeah.
If we have a single payer system, will be less than it is now. So we won't be poor. Now, some pharmaceutical executives might be poorer. Some medical providers might be poorer. We will pay more in taxes, all of us, but less than we're paying for health care on a per capita basis. And God knows, like, the days worth of hours that you'll get back from not having to deal with your insurance company.
Yeah. I mean, to the extent that
And the
you
stress.
have insurance, the larger, it's just mathematically, the larger the risk pool, the more efficient the insurance is.
But for whatever reason, he just sort of skates over that.
Because he understands libertarian economics.
Proposing, or if it's the broader universal health care, increased minimum wage, all of these proposals, all of them just make us poorer. All it does is make people poorer. It's
Maybe it just
all
means
nonsense
spiritually.
government interventions, attempts at price controls. It's all
By the way,
using
this show that he has, part of the problem, in 2020, 2020, when before January 6th, when people were storming state houses in like local elections, there was someone wearing a part of the problem shirt in one of the photos. And they talked about it on Legion of Skanks.
In the wake of COVID, and found that
Not a good
huge part
platform
of it
this guy has.
were firms that had no inflationary pressure, but saw that because other people did, they could just raise their prices. Suggesting that the market is not necessarily the most efficient in determining pricing, but rather, now I guess to the extent that like he doesn't think there's an affordability crisis.
Yeah, libertarian does not make sense.
Maybe he just thinks that is the
It's
market
just selfish.
being efficient.
It's just greed. It's just
making
a nicer
us
word
all
for greed.
indentured
That's it.
servants in some fashion. Because people have found that they can actually
means
squeeze
I don't give a
more
fuck about
profit out
anyone
of
else.
something than they thought
I got
before.
mine. Fuck all of you.
That to him is market efficiency. Not whether as many people as possible have access to what they need to live a life that is fulfilling and not constantly under stress. Just whatever the producer can get away with is the right price.
markets where people are trading voluntarily. And that's, I mean, I don't, people should really read Ludwig von Mises. And, this is the cornerstone of libertarianism, or certainly particularly of my brand of libertarianism, is like this understanding of what economics really is.
I literally called, one of my first call into Majority Report was going, I watched this 3-hour discussion that Dave Smith had with Ari Shaffir. I watched you guys and Jamie talking about communism. Jamie Peck, who was on the show before. I watched the debate between you and Dave Smith. I don't really get what the difference is, what Dave is saying and what Jamie is saying. Please explain. And Sam said, they're both talking about a utopia. And his road is different from Jamie's road. And whether we get to the utopia or not doesn't matter. The offshoots of the road that Jamie wants is much better materially for human beings, maximize the benefits to people as much as possible. Needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Whereas libertarianism is the opposite, and the offshoots of that lead to fascism on their road to utopia.
Level of wealth inequality.
That's how he explained it.
That's just the reality. When you have this level of purchasing power, that's just the reality. I know TVs are cheaper. And I know people are carrying around iPhones. But the fact of the matter is, you have a dynamic where literally like 1% of the population has the wealth.
Some people just like to have their own label.
No,
Yeah.
70%.
And go, I'm unique.
No,
I'm
that's
a
really
special,
where this
unique butterfly.
is sort of ideal of a libertarian. It's all small producers all giving their inputs about prices and stuff like that. No, we have large monopolistic firms that decide these prices. It's not like this wonderful, decentralized, Hayekian ideal.
It was the
firms.
Atlanta Fed, 2 of them, studied supply chain shortages during COVID and found that greedflation was real. Companies raised prices not just to pass through costs, but to take advantage of their market power. And you know why that market power has consolidated? Is because the failure of the government to intervene and apply antitrust as it had done prior to 1980s, when the libertarians at the University of Chicago, through Robert Bork, via the Reagan administration, applied a new version of antitrust that was more laissez-faire, more Ludwig von Mises. Go ahead.
All these government policies are going to hurt it. And you could meaningfully oppose a lot of these government policies if you had a leg to stand on. But when you're supporting a government that spends $7 trillion a year already, good luck. You got to argue that it's such a great deal for us to give Iran or Ukraine or Israel or anyone money because they spend it with our weapons companies. And so the money comes back into America. Okay, you're already a socialist, dude. If you're saying that helps the economy and creates jobs, you're already a socialist as much as Mamdani is. So what are you now? You don't get to go like, oh no, he's a socialist. You're a socialist too. You're just a socialist for war. And he's a socialist for fucking buses. It's all dumb.
Posit, I would
None
say,
of it's
listen,
good.
I think
He almost
it is
came
quite a
around.
dilemma.
It almost like he convinced himself for a second.
You
like,
say you're a socialist for war versus he's a socialist for effing buses. And
Productive things.
He's got to say buses. Because he's like fishing around for healthcare or food.
I'll take
or
the socialist for
housing,
buses.
or transportation to work or childcare. Like all the things. He's a socialist for all the things you need. And you're a socialist for killing people. You gotta race through that relatively quickly.
If you read Mises, you'll understand the problem is socialism and not the killing people part.
Right, exactly. But if there was a market for killing, that would be okay. I mean, I don't understand. And I'm asking genuinely, and maybe, how how is it if you have, like, what are the forces for war, right? It is these winners. I guess maybe the idea is that if government didn't exist, we would not be paying for weapons. But I thought the libertarians wanted, I think the only reason for the government is for national defense. I'm confused by that, but that's really sort of secondary to me, it seems.
I'm not
Sounds like
sure
the
what
beginning of the free
Ludwig von
Alberta
Mises says
movement.
about war spending and why it happens, but Marxists have a very simple answer that the state likes to waste money on
the
stuff
guy.
like that because if that productivity was given to workers would be more, and they wouldn't be under capitalist control to the extent that they are. So I think that's pretty persuasive. I'd be curious what Mises would say.
But what if we spent the money on, honestly, what if we didn't have war and we did the socialism where it would just be like buses and
infrastructure
and housing
Healthcare.
and food and healthcare? Then things would be horrible.
Education, yeah.
Look, Grand Designs, I'm gonna address this once. I appreciate you watching. I always appreciate you coming to hang out. I joined that Discord to be a part of to do a debate. I appreciate you. I'm saying this. I don't know the tenets of socialism, but these projects, these kind of policies, we should as a collective species, and if you want to get smaller, a country, care about the collective as a country first, because that's what government is for, and then the individual after that. And if you care about the collective, you provide healthcare, you provide education, you provide, I think, free groceries. I think they should be free. They're not actually. The grocery stores that Mamdani's going to implement here are just government funded. They'll be cheaper than any other commercial grocery store. That's good. I think they should be free. I think anything that you need to survive as a human being when you come out your mother's pussy should be fucking free. A shelter, electricity, water, education, all this. And that allows you as an individual to express your individuality, to paint, to play music. Whatever you like to do, you can do it because you have the time and freedom to do it instead of being a fucking drone for some boss. That's it.
It is for people to get all uptight about Mamdani with everything they've been supporting and engaging in. But I would also suggest that the allure of socialism is that it helps people, and that we have not had socialism in this country. I mean, Republicans might argue that Social Security is socialism, and in a way it is. It's a social insurance. Medicare, Medicaid, socialistic.
Socialism is more real than libertarianism is.
Oh, without a doubt.
Word.
You can also see, like, the fire department is socialistic, right? We have the police department, schools, public libraries. All of these things where all of these things where society decides these are important things for civilization, for society.
Right.
We will pool our resources.
And allows you to be an individual.
And we will expend on these things.
It allows you to have personal freedom.
Our socialistic,
Unshackle
our
the
socialism,
population.
however
Yes.
you want to say it.
I want the co-op to already imagine American exceptionalism for good.
And so
yes.
Dave is lamenting the fact that we're in the situation we are in now. I would suggest that part of that might be a function of the capitalism that we have.
Yeah.
Like, why are we here? Is it because of a lack of libertarianism? I don't think so.
No, I don't think people are going to be rushing to go read their Ludwig von Mises to try to get their way out of this. But good
His
luck
audience
with that
is not going to
recommendation.
read a book. I guarantee you that.
Personally, I hope there is a resurgence of libertarianism, because
it's content for this show.
I miss
commodify it.
Yes, because the market has spoken and they want to see me debate more libertarians, but they're very difficult to find.
They're all despondent for some reason.
All right, 10 more of these and we're out of here. Kyle Leck, if the I was in Geneva, Switzerland last week. The heat was brutal up in the mountains, the big lake, and it was mid or high 90s every day. And the Europeans aren't big on air conditioning. No. Ryan from Santa Monica. I would not be surprised if Trump received massive donations from the Coyote Smugglers Political Action Committee. This is basically the Coyote Job Protection Act. Who says Trump isn't making more jobs? Kentucky leftist. Can this Fox News moron not freaking read? I guess that's what's happened when you hire crayon eating jarheads to anchor your fascist news network.
No,
I think they felt very uncomfortable about that apology.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, maybe take a second run at it, because the legal, you need the wording to be right on something like that.
I'm telling you, they do need the wording to
We'll
be
see
right.
if he has to do it again next week. Todd from Raleigh. Didn't Ted Cruz's wife literally say in 2015 that he wants Christian Sharia law?
The keyword is Christian.
Smooth operator. We've had 5 major tax cuts since the year 2000, and all it did was make the rich richer. Housing, healthcare, education, and food has gotten way more expensive. Dave Smith is a moron.
Yes. Dave Smith is a moron.
I don't.
When you book with Corporate Traveler, you get unbeatable value every time.
Come on.
So
Right when Sam's about to say something, it goes to fucking commercial. I should check in on the New York City Libertarian stream I used to hang out in. I quit watching after Election Day. Why, they all fucking off themselves?
I think that can overcome your intelligence.
The news. What up, Warhite?
MPG. What little credibility libertarianism had collapsed with COVID. This guy is a relic trying to argue a point that was destroyed when people claiming they didn't need the government to tell them how to be good people refused to mask vaccinate.
Yeah, also, like, we're getting our clock cleaned in terms of productivity by China, and I don't really think, they're studying Mises over there.
Tim from Texas. Hey, I'm our crew. I sent you an email last night with a charity stream suggestion. Check it out when you get a chance, please. All right, 2 more. Julio, unfortunately, in Alabama. Julio, unfortunately, in Alabama.
Hey,
Sam, you know what
Alabama
TARP is, but not glaze? Oh, you know what LARP is, but not glaze? Okay. It's random.
I would say LARPing has about a 20-year longer history.
Yeah, LARPing.
Well, Saul uses LARP too.
Right, but that was like,
Yeah.
I was in college when
Yeah.
people talking about
High
LARPing.
school.
Yeah.
I'm older than you. People were doing that.
Dark Soul. Sam, when did you start referring to yourself as a metrosexual dynamo?
Right after he was on
Mentally
Sex and
burned
the
out?
City.
Yeah, I feel
Oh
you,
my
brother.
God. Yes. No, I adopted the metrosexual term shortly after it was coined. I don't know when that was, but the point is, I don't have to join a group.
I didn't want to hear the
be a
gloating. They
metrosexual
were
dynamo.
riding really
It's-
hard for Trump. Word,
I'm
I
just
feel
there.
you. Seemed like the audience was a group of people who don't believe anything they see on the news,
Hogtown.
but also
Plenty of
yeah.
countries around the world provide more robust services
Believe
than the
anything
U.S.,
they
and the
read
people seem
online.
to have a pretty good standard of life. But guys like Smith will look you dead in the eye and say people in Finland are as poor as people in Mississippi because of GDP capita, which in the U.S. captures your cancer treatment in that calculation.
Right. I mean, if having just been back from overseas, if Americans could travel to, frankly, any countries in the world, they would not feel so complacent about what our country's doing in terms of where its investment is going and how far it's going up the noses of rich people.
Jeremo, Sammy, please stop. This libertarian nonsense is giving me a headache. And the final I am of the day. Teacher Ryan, can we offer Ted Cruz the position of president of Iran? I mean, PBD left it open. Iran might not fear us now, but give them a taste of Red Cruz and the entire population will abandon the country.
Red Cruz.
Ryan, Emma, and Abstention, great job today, folks. See you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the lie bar. But finding out won't make me feel any better. Yeah, I know the clock is ticking, but the meds are gonna kick in, and my pilot light shining bright.
That was a good show. It's always nice to tune into Majority Report every now and then. I've been doing it much less in recent months. One, because I have my own show now, so I'm like, it's kind of like I need a break from the news. I already get so much of it from Twitter, hence why I have 1,000 fucking tabs open up here. But I do like checking in. Let's finish this Oprah thing so I can keep ranting at Oprah. And then we're going to check in with the boys, okay? We're going to check in with Silly and Billy and see what's going on in the drama sphere, because I love it. And I can't get enough of the drama slop. Let's finish this Oprah thing, though. I need to open 1,000 more tabs. I try to have as few as possible because the StreamYard app really has a problem. Oh, Usha Vance literacy we're going to look at. What is this shit? Summer Reading Challenge. By Second Lady Usha Vance. Dear future summer readers, every book you open is an adventure. Whether you're exploring new places, meeting new characters, or learning something new. You can use a different word other than new. You might want to have someone do some reading for you. Or maybe open a dictionary or a thesaurus. A whole summer of reading fun is waiting just for you. This summer, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding, we're excited to invite all children, K through 8, to join the Second Ladies 2026 Summer Reading Challenge. Participants will read and track 12 books of their choice between June 1st and September 4th. Every book counts. I want someone to do this with, like, the Communist Manifesto and Marx and, I don't know, fucking the script for Andor and the Lord of the Rings. When you finish your 12 books, ask your parents, guardians to let us know, and we will send you a personalized certificate, an American 250th anniversary themed bookmark, and a special link to receive a prize. You'll also be entered for a chance to visit our nation's capital. I feel horrible. Oh, take care, Etch. You gotta run? Alright. I might be back. I might be on. I'm gonna be on for at least another 2-3 hours, so. Push Usha in the library. Yeah, take care, Etch. Thanks for hanging. And yeah, we'll be here. Download reading log. Uh-oh. Must reside or at or have a USPS verified address. Ooh. Oh, this is where the clip came from, where he weirdly, awkwardly touches her leg. Interesting. I like how the picture advertising it, she's not pregnant, and then here she's pregnant. And here she's not pregnant. It's like, stick to a theme. Whatever. I don't care when you created this website. Is this the lady that was on with Breaking Points? This one? Because it looks similar. Hold up. Because this is the video we're going to watch, and this is like crazy lady went on Breaking Points, and then she left? Yeah, this Tim Dillon shit I want to talk about too tomorrow. I have those clips pulled up. Spoiler, they're fucking lying. But anyways. Thank you for the... Thank you for that. I ain't going anywhere. I'm stuck on my back again today. Aw, hon. I'm sorry. I'm chilling. I'm here. I'm working. I'm chilling. Yeah, let's shit on Oprah some more.
I had such trust from the Oprah show audience that Whitney did, I think it was her last show with us, and she had gone back on drugs. The first interview I did with her when we'd gone behind stage and I asked her about her intention, she was clean. But the day she came to my show then to perform in front of the audience, she was not. And she fell off of the stage. And I knew that if that story got out that she'd fallen off of the stage, that everybody...
Hang on. I gotta hit the bathroom again, I'm sorry. Look, I'm only a man. I'm only a human. We're back. Grand Designs over on Twitch. What did you say about that? Subsidizing food and all you mentioned is not socialism. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Government giving money, government funding anything is socialistic, like Sam put it. State running businesses, confiscating, taxing, using eminent domain, using armed men is needed for socialist projects. It's needed for any government, anything. Whether it's fascist to socialist, that's the spectrum. Extreme right wing is fascism, extreme left wing is socialism. You get civil war knocking at the door and brain drain. You want to eliminate from the discussion how socialists suggest that you can achieve the free food, groceries, etc. No, I don't. It's taxes. We pay taxes anyway now under capitalism. Under a fascist version of capitalism, we pay taxes. Where do your taxes go? Into the pockets of Elon Musk, into the pockets of Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, and to bombing people overseas. I'm saying I would like my taxes to go to paying for my food, paying for my health care, and everyone else's health care in this country that we have designated a country. That's all. That's it.
Would be that she would be
government owning business isn't socialism. Socialism with the workers own the business. Right. I guess it's like closer, right? Because the government is theoretically the people, so it would be the people owning, but I guess it would be more direct. If it's like, no, not the government owns, but like the government makes it so that the workers at that, like if everyone who worked at Amazon owned a share, an equal share in Amazon, right? I guess that's more socialism. Again, I don't really know, but I'm saying I don't care. It's the policies, Grand Designs. It's the policies. Volunteer to pay taxes. No. Make it a volunteer-based system? Fuck that. The government is the people. Hence the elections we just had. The machine tried to stop them. Yes, there is a rot in our government where there is consultant class and lobbying and political leaders who have been there for decades who don't want to hand over power. Sure, Pelosi, Schumer, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Jamie Harrison, of course. But ultimately, it still comes down to the vote, and the voters chose these people who had Daria Lisa, Brad Lander, Claire Valdez, and a slew of others to state senate, to city councils, who either have been around and have been working in their communities or are brand new to politics and are just like, this system's fucked. I want to run, and hey, I won because I had a fucking campaign where I talked to people and they fucking turned out for me. The voters chose these people. The voters chose. Voters are constantly not better judges of character than the elite. Bro, then go suck the dick of Elon Musk. Go suck the dick of Jeff Bezos. Go lick their boots. Because that's what you're doing. And it's starting to annoy me now, brother. I like you. I like you hanging out in here. Again, I appreciate you inviting me to that Discord where I can engage in debates. But saying that voters are worse judges of character than the elites? Why? Because they have more money? They were born into a different situation. You could have been born Elon Musk. You could have been born as a child in Gaza getting bombed. It's the luck of the draw of where your fucking soul is ripped into when you're born. I don't think the elite are good or anything. Oh, okay. Interesting. Then why do you think they're better judges of character? Of character? I don't give a fuck of the character of a politician. Politician could be a piece of shit. So long as they vote the way I want them to vote, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. If Ted Cruz tomorrow starts voting for all the shit I want, yeah, hear me fucking hand it to Ted Cruz. I don't give a fuck if I like them or not. I give a fuck if they deliver on what they're supposed to do. I'm sorry to get animated. Come on, man. Also, taxes already subsidize our food system at the producer level. We could extend that and make it more direct, like you're talking about, Alex. Yeah, that's true. We could. I didn't even think about that. Decommoditize survival necessities is the way forward. Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Elites who pal around with Epstein are a great judge of character. Come on, Grand Designs. Calm my ass down. I know. Woosah. I gotta save this energy for tomorrow when I really have a show to yell about. All right, Oprah.
Destroyed by that. And so even though the audience was there and the audience had cameras, I begged them not to put those pictures out.
What a good person you are. Telling everybody, oh, did you even know that Whitney Houston had a big drug problem one time on my show and I stopped people from taking pictures? You didn't know that because I stopped them. But I want to let you know now that I did that. Just so you know that I'm a good person. Fucking, this is the latest. You know what? I might keep this fucking up for tomorrow. This is the latest billionaire. In my discussion about like Mr. Beast and Jay-Z and Bezos coming out and doing interviews when they normally never do fucking interviews. Same thing here. I'm a Cannes Film Festival. I'm at the Cannes Film Festival. I want to talk a little bit and just remind everyone why you love Oprah and that you should defend Oprah if you ever hear criticism of Oprah. Same with Jay-Z, same with Mr. Beast, same with Bezos, same with all these fucks. Zuckerberg.
Because it would ruin her life, and they did not.
And what about...
That would not happen today, I can tell you.
Yeah. What about...
Now, if you listen to what Oprah's saying, like, what was the point of even going out your way to say this? You say that you made sure that nobody was taking pictures and that this incident didn't get out there. But now that Whitney not here to defend herself, Whitney can't even have a rebuttal to even say that this is true or not. Now you want to come out there and put the image out there that, Whitney was a professional, falling out. Everybody knows that Whitney did struggle with her drug addiction. That was something that was a known thing. Her, Bobby, they used to get down, have a good time. But that was something that was a known thing. Like, even if you've seen the pictures of Whitney when she passed away, how that bathroom looked, that was a tragic scene. And it was just a trickle effect. You could see there was a lot of trauma that she was dealing with. Sorry, not trying to ramble, but all in all, it has me wondering, like, what was the point of going out the way to even do this? If you was trying to protect her image so much when she was alive and here, Was it because you want to stay in good graces of her, or because you actually cared about her?
Yeah, and now you're exploiting her fucking image when she's dead.
But now that she's dead and gone, now you want to come out here and make this story and just, put it out there. Whitney can't even say if it's true or not. And it has a lot of people upset. Monique is upset about this. Hot Boy Turk is upset about this as well. Hot Boy Turk has some things to say about this as well, because he's saying the same thing that I was wondering. Like, what's your point of going out of your way to make this statement now? When she was alive, you was doing everything to make sure that this didn't get out there. Are you compromised, or what is it?
Now, when she said that, I say, damn, Oprah must be her turn.
Yeah.
And as a black person, every time something come out of somebody's mouth and they say things to take another black person down who's a legacy artist,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I feel like your turn have came where you have to do something in the public that's either humiliating or humiliating somebody else that got status, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's what Oprah did, because if that happened on your show and you told the people on your show don't put that footage out, that means you cared enough about Whitney Houston when she was alive.
Yeah.
Why wait till she died years later?
Look, I'll even push it more cynically. Someone who took those pictures and put it out absolutely could have gotten a fucking paycheck from TMZ for those pictures, or any newspaper for those pictures, because you can. I have exclusive pictures of Whitney Houston falling down or whatever, footage of her, video footage of her botching a fucking performance on the Oprah Winfrey Show. That's money, bro. She convinced her whole audience not to do that. Just so years later, and this story never came out. Nobody ever posted fiction that I know of this happening. But now I'm going to use it for my own personal benefit. So she fucked her audience, whoever in the audience, getting a paycheck for those pictures so that she could get a clout check right now.
Bring that shit up. If you told other people don't put it out, what was the reason for you telling other people don't put it out then?
Now, honestly, I agree with Turk on this point, because what was the point of going out your way to even do this? You literally said that you going out your way to protect her image while she was alive and here. You want to make sure the footage didn't get out there. You want to make sure nobody was going out there making them statements that letting it be known what happened on your stage. But now that she's dead and gone, now you want to go and make these comments. Now you want to make these statements. I mean, is it her turn? Is it Oprah's turn to go out here and just try to embarrass one of our people? Because everybody already knew that Whitney had a struggling drug addiction problem. That was something that's already known. But to go out of your way to make these statements now, I was like, what was the point? What's the point at all? Somebody else that had something to say about the comments that Oprah had to say about this was Monique. Y'all know Monique don't hold her tongue about nothing. If she got a problem with something, she gonna speak on it, because a lot of people act like they be scared and tiptoe around, like, when it comes to things that Oprah got going on. But Monique pretty much let it be known, like, bro, like, nah, she wrong for that. What was the point of speaking on that woman Whitney when she not here to even try to defend herself?
Before I let you go, what is one question you're surprised that nobody asked you?
That's a good one, baby. What's the one question you would like to ask me that no one has asked me?
That's an even better one. Now, how you gonna hit me back with
Because I don't know the questions. I don't know what you want an answer to.
What is a secret conversation you have had on the side with somebody in the industry that you have never told, but it will make an impact on the industry? It would shake a table.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good question.
Baby, if I tell you who I had the secret conversation with, it's going to shake the table.
Yeah, you asked me. You asked me what I want. I would love to know.
Jesse Jackson.
Okay.
That's it.
What?
At shake the table. Shake the table. Because our brother's no longer with us.
Yeah.
And it would be unfair. So you got to play fair. Because I will not speak of a person about any conversation, about any incidents, about anything that they cannot say yes or no to. Because when you do that, that becomes unfair to the baby.
However, I will also be devil's advocate here. Jaundice Oprah. I will also be devil's advocate here and go, if you're like Wendy Williams, yeah, you're gonna fucking talk about dead people all day because you don't give a fuck. It's about getting clout for you. I said this, people pay attention to me. That's what's happening to Oprah, and she wants it to be seen as, I'm such a good person. I'm such a good person. But if you were doing that, it's just like, I'm spilling tea and pay attention to me. I'm Perez Hilton. I'm Wendy Williams. I'm Charlemagne the God. Okay. But then you have to expect a different level of like audience and reaction. You're a sloppy mess. You're a drama mess. You're Keemstar. You're H3H3. You're nothing better than that. You know what I mean? You are TMZ at that point.
Because they don't have they can't say, well, yes, that happened or that didn't happen. But I'll just say, you know, brother Jesse Jackson. And it wasn't a bad thing. It was just brother Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, Oprah actually recently talked about Whitney Houston in an interview. Oh, that's why you said, okay, well, there's that. She said that Whitney, you know, kind of passed out and might have alluded to maybe.
Didn't Oprah fall on stage?
Wellness to me means all things in balance. And balance doesn't mean all things are equal or at peace at all times.
The fuck?
Wrong shoes.
Wait, did Oprah just fall?
Doesn't mean all things are equal or at peace at all times.
Oh shit.
Wrong shoes.
I don't know, I ain't seen it. And we didn't see we didn't see how she tripped, nothing. She just went down. We saw that. We saw her. She was walking and bam. And everybody was like, well, she said the shoes. Okay. Well, what was wrong? So, and as we're laughing about it and making light of it, just for me, how do you speak about someone that can't defend it? That, just in my humble opinion, it takes it different. Because that woman can't say yes or no. And now you just want everybody to take your word because you're the great Oprah Winfrey. And you just take my word that that's what happened. That, I believe, is unfair.
But I mean, honestly, Monique has every right to feel how she feels. Honestly, she was probably a fan of Whitney. She probably has some type of personal connection with Whitney. And I mean, even if she don't got a personal connection, she has the right to speak about how she feel about Oprah going out of her way to even just try to make that statement about Whitney. Now, I'm not trying to say that Oprah's a bad woman. I'm not trying to say that she's a bad person, because I personally...
I am.
Don't got no type of, you know what I'm saying? I don't got nobody in this battle. I'm not really like the biggest Whitney fan either. So I'm pretty young to the people that probably are fans of Whitney. I know there's a lot of good songs. Y'all don't want to hear me sing. If I got to sing on here for y'all, I'm going to have to sell tickets. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to charge y'all for that. But I'm not really the biggest fan. I'm also not the biggest fan of Oprah. But I understand that, you know what I'm saying, people got to pick and choose their battles. But I feel like maybe she shouldn't have spoke about this because a lot of people do care about Whitney, and also just the moral standpoint of why you speaking on somebody that's not even here to defend themselves. I don't know, man. Y'all got to let me know what y'all think down in the comment section down below. Listen, y'all, we almost at 4,000 subscribers, and I really appreciate y'all watching. If you watch it right now, go ahead.
Bro, that was a good video. That was a good video. It's a little tame, but all right. Ooh, Chud the Builder exposed. All right. Let's get a little bit of this, and then we'll go to the boys.
I'm sorry for this info dump.
Actually, you know what? I don't care about this. Let's go to the boys. I want to see the boys because I watched this on my own. Right? This is when Crystal leave this weird interview with this witch lady, and we're gonna get to apparently like a behind the scenes of why she left. But before we do that, I want to talk about this Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan shit. Because I know some shit.
One last one I wanted to get your...
I know some shit. And again, Pinker, I don't know if you have connections to these boys, but put me in touch. I sent them a super chat once saying, hey, I know Andrew Schultz personally. I'd love to come on and talk with you about it. And Gavin was like, ooh, yes, for sure. But, you know, super chats go in one ear, out the other for them. So... I don't know. If somebody, I talked to John Ross about it, Dieter. I want to get in. I want to get on that show, man. I need to talk to these boys about the comedy scene and movies and shit like that. And particularly, I have insight here on Tim Dillon. I know someone. This dude. Who I did comedy with years ago, who's now pretty much just doing Trump impressions. Here he is with Clavicular. and kind of just doing that whole racket. And he told me he opened for Tim Dillon a few times, and that Tim Dillon doesn't believe anything. He is a nihilist. And that makes much more sense to me, because he will go one way, he'll go another way, because he doesn't fucking care.
Your reaction to before we get out of here, Gavin, and that is a forecast coming from Joe Rogan and Timothy Dillon. Now, these are not the sharpest tools in the shed. These are not the brightest bulbs in the box, but they have some forecasting that they wish to do about 2028 already as they flee the MAGA ship in shambles.
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting moments actually from this Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan episode, this recent one. And this one might be the most interesting and revealing moment as far as the way they're thinking about this stuff. So let's take a look.
But do you think that people are going to want to buy into another Republican Party?
No, it'll be a Democrat. I think it'll be a Democrat.
Who do you think wins?
I don't know. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is yet. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is. I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from a red state, who's a Democrat governor, a purple state.
He's talking about Bill Clinton, by the way. It's like, we're going to get like a moderate blue dog Democrat. He talks like he knows what he's talking about. And he talks like he's objective. And in some ways he is, because he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck. He wants money and to increase his personal brand. And to an extent, I understand that, because that's what I'm doing. But I do kind of give a fuck. I don't give a fuck maybe as much as like Sam Cedar or somebody else. I care. But I am trying to up my profile here. But I'm not, at least I'm not selling fascism. I'm trying to sell socialism. And not even socialism. I'm trying to sell like good policies and good media fucking critique. Like, that's my channel, man. That's my channel. It's all media, album reviews, movie reviews. How to fucking talk about something like you're consuming it.
Who they are yet. They pop up, they're boring. I think we need boring. I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president.
Reasonable.
Guarantee you, fucking Jamie Harrison is watching this taking notes. Chuck Schumer's watching this taking notes. How do we win the Joe Rogan vote? Fuck off. We're going to drag you kicking and screaming into a better life, you fucks.
The show's over.
Definitely sounds like a pitch for John Ossoff, who we were just talking about, some boring guy from a red state.
To help the American prince.
I'm falling asleep. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Dude, what pheromones does this guy put out that every lib YouTuber's like, oh my gosh, mi jefe. Like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? John Ossoff looks like he's always holding in a fart. He's got that, like,
this freeze frame in particular.
No,
I agree. They're coalescing around him. Pete Buttigieg, they want, and even Buttigieg is like, sorry, bro, you're gay. That's not normal enough. We need normal. And he's from Georgia. So we could, he's from a red state. I know it.
Frame. This is
fuck this. This is a Trojan horse.
You say that.
For more neoliberalism.
And it is true. The caption on this is from the Pod Save America guy. I want to roll this speech up and smoke it. And again, I
saw that. I was like, who is this guy? Tommy Vietor? Oh. Pod Save America? Yeah, they can go fuck themselves.
Compare this and juxtapose it, Griffin. I don't know if you saw the other pod bro. What is it? John Favreau was bitching and moaning and having a conniption fit about Daria Lisa, and
which is so random. It's like he went out in front to be like, Graham Plattner's obviously not a Nazi, but this woman in Harlem who was October 8th. My God, like we know that October 8th was like. Not even when Israel ever got bad. Like Israel got bad once Biden lost and Trump was president. That's when Israel got bad.
Yeah, and again, I think there's a lot of moments to, like, a lot of things to critique about John Ossoff, but I do think he has this, like, normie dem thing going for him, where you're right, it's I don't know if it's pheromones or not, but they do seem to really fuck with him, and I have a feeling that he's going to be a strong contender, not someone that I myself am enthralled by, but a guy that we're going to hear from a lot because he's about to win Georgia again.
John Ossoff is my favorite Skyrim NPC. He has like 3 dialogue trees because he's like not a major quest, but he's like a side quest guy. So he's got like 3 like key lines, and when he runs out of those, he just starts like fritzing.
I think the thing about Ossoff that people like is that there's 2 things that I think are resonating with people. One, that he's not 85 years old. He's a younger guy. He's about to win re-election in a swing state. And
he's also Pete Buttigieg, but straight.
2, I think for whatever reason, he has this like normcore energy that works for him, right? In a time of political chaos, in a time where we're tired of seeing like Donald Trump and all of these weirdos, like he just kind of looks like honestly like an NPC, just like a background figure. And I think that just leads people to believe like, oh, he's kind of a West Wing style Democrat, and I'd like to go back to the 90s sitcom era.
I think John Ossoff's interesting because he definitely has some level of charisma. I mean, I've seen him give speeches that are a little bit more exciting than this one, but I do think that he's up against so many other kind of milquetoast, moderate white guys in the Democratic Party, and at the end of the day, those people do have much higher name recognition than him. I mean, Gavin Newsom, as much as we roast him and talk about his failures, I mean, he does have this kind of air of inevitability around him, and he does have this.
Do I have that clip up? I have a million clips. Do I have the Gavin Newsom clip? See, there's always like a clip I'm missing too, bro. Gavin Newsom.
Don't you love a good flirt with?
This shit. This fucking cunt.
High name recognition, right? And I do think it'll be tough for a guy like John Ossoff to somehow, like, what's John Ossoff going to say or do that's going to make him seem that much more appealing than a guy like Gavin Newsom, who again has a higher name recognition to most people and is just a more well-known person. Or maybe Andy Bashir also comes to mind. I'm not quite sure if I agree with that prediction that like, oh, the people just want some boring fucking loser like that. Like, I think that the results in New York City that we've been talking about kind of prove the opposite in a sense. But
yeah, you know what? In 2020, they were right. I mean, look, they were wrong. They still pushed Bernie out and, fucked around. People wanted Bernie. But their idea was people want normal, and Biden's normal. White guy, he's been vice president before, get him in there, back to brunch, status quo. And what it felt like was Trump 1.5, because Trump was still loud. He was on Truth Social. He got kicked off Twitter, but people are still talking about every truth that he puts out. It wasn't over. People can't. If you have John Ossoff, it's just going to be like, well, what's J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and Stephen Miller trying to come up with? What's Project 2032 going to look like? And you're not going to be able to fight against it because the parliamentarian's going to be fucking in charge.
It is very interesting to hear that prediction.
Yeah, I think what Tim Dillon is articulating is kind of like the exact opposite demographic of the Democratic Party than the one that we were talking about. And that will be the battle that we were sort of mentioning, right? The Pod Save America guys will go after the John Ossoff. They will want the boring status quo Joe, the manager, the guy who just gives PMC vibes across the board, not going to rock the boat, but right the correction of the ship we're on, saying a bunch of lazy, things like that. I think John Ossoff really does fit the bill for that. But I also think it's interesting that he immediately hand waves away AOC and Gavin Newsom. I'm less sure that AOC will be, a bump in the road. I think that if she does run, she'll make a meaningful impact. But I am of the opinion that I think the more people see Gavin Newsom, the less they'll like him.
Yes.
At Black Bear, we stick to one rule. Keep it simple. We only use premium cuts of pork and beef, made with classic, tried and true recipes.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not quite as down on Newsom as you are. I think that Newsom is gonna be a serious contender in 2028 as far as the primary is concerned. I don't necessarily predict he wins the nomination, but I don't think he's just gonna like immediately flame out either. Again, I do think he has a lot of name recognition. People know who he is, and there is kind of this narrative I feel like that always emerges these days, where it's like, oh, it's never gonna be the person you expect. It's gonna be this like guy that comes out of nowhere, Obama style.
Right.
And it's like we don't really have much evidence to suggest that that's true.
Yeah, it's not 2005 anymore, where like we don't know the name of like most popular senators. We have social media now. We know all of the possibilities. There's no one's gonna come out of nowhere and be like, and I'm running for president, and actually I get so much traction. No, we're gonna see you coming.
Outside of like Obama's election, it seems like a lot of times voters in both parties do end up going for the person who seems the most obvious and who seems the most inevitable.
They went for
so
Jeb Bush.
I keep that in mind.
In
But it is
2016.
interesting that he's like, nah, not going to be Newsom, and it's not going to be AOC.
Michelle Obama's a woman, and then you'll hear some of the country go, oh. Because Trump's a drug, and you've got to detox from that. And this whole last decade has been a drug, and it's been the craziest decade that I've been alive. I remember sitting with you on election night. I remember me, you, and Alex sitting down. I remember
election night he was with Kyle Kalinske too. That's a real throwback.
Yeah, word. And Alex Jones was there. And that's who he wants to be. That's who Tim Dillon wants to be. He wants to be Alex Jones. Where Alex Jones got a little too big for his fucking britches. He wants to be like early 2000s Alex Jones. I talk about how both parties are wrong and the elites are lizard people and blah, blah, blah. And I get that audience giving me money all the time for my podcast. And then I can translate that into ticket sales or selling t-shirts or supplements or whatever the fuck Tim Dillon's selling you. But he's selling you something. He's a nihilist. He worked in fucking like housing, Wall Street in 2008 and saw them all get bailed out and went, oh, there's no rules. Nobody cares. There's no justice. I'm going to get my bag and that's it. And that's what he's doing.
all these things where we're watching these crazy porn. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy, and now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past.
The other thing that
Charlie
stands
Kirk was
out
like
to me
a
about
few
this
months
analysis
ago.
is that it really reminds me of post-Nixon era American.
For real, get me in the fucking conversation with these two, man. I want to fucking give context about these comics, man. I know this comedian world. I've been in it. I've touched it. I've listened to it. I know where they're coming from, and it's give me money. I don't care.
Politics where people were really looking for that palate cleanser. You had John F. Kennedy get assassinated. You had, Nixon get involved with the Watergate scandal. You had all of the Manson murders. Society was just changing out of control. And then in 1976, the American people were just like, we want somebody who's a peanut farmer from Georgia who's going to come and restore some dignity to the White House. And again, not just because they're both from Georgia. I do just have a feeling in my gut that the people are going to go after this John Ossoff guy. And that's why I feel really strongly we have to have a competent progressive to run against him.
Yeah. I'll just have to see more from John Ossoff because I just haven't seen anything from him that I find to be that exciting. I mean, he's a decent public speaker, but I think Pete Buttigieg is better. I just have yet to see him do or say anything
he's straight
that
Buttigieg.
differentiates
That's why they
him or
like
makes him seem
I
more
guarantee
exciting
it's as
than
simple
any
as
of the
that.
other people in that lane.
He's
So
Buttigieg,
I'm
but
definitely
not
willing
gay.
to engage with that possibility. I think he does have potential. I just kind of have yet to see proof of that. I think he'll definitely be a contender. But it is interesting, I think, that Tim Dillon and Joe Rogan both seem to realize that the tides are turning and that the Trump era is ending and that the people are going to elect the Democrat next and that the Republicans are basically hopeless in 2028. I think that's the vibe I get from that clip. And I think as far as that analysis, whether it's a boring Democrat or an exciting progressive Democrat, I think they are right about that. And I think they see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I think this is the clearest indicator that, that Trump's lost his whole base, right? These were the guys that delivered Trump 2.0 for him, right? Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, all of these guys are pissed off at him. He doesn't have anyone to kiss his ass anymore besides like PBD and Sean Hannity. I mean, it's a real limited scope of people who, Asmongold is out there doing the tireless work of fucking, kissing Donald Trump's ass 24/7. But I think that without that base of people to make it cool to support Donald Trump, to make it edgy to support Donald Trump, to make it seem like, oh yeah, this is what we're doing if you're one of us, the entire Republican Party regresses back to the Bush era after Donald Trump is over. Now, I don't want to speak in like hyperbolics, like, oh, the Democrats are going to win forever. But I think in this instance, we're going to have a clear example of the Republican Party is not cool anymore. And I think one of the only reasons Donald Trump was able to win is because these podcasters all got together, these media influencers all got together, and somehow were able to convince people that Donald Trump wasn't cringe, he was cool again.
100%. And I think Tim Dillon's done a much better job of adjusting course. Like, Tim Dillon's been here roasting Trump, criticizing Trump, in a pretty serious way. I think Joe Rogan does it a lot less.
Not serious. It's serious to you, but to a comedian, it's light work. It's light work, bro.
And he's a lot more reticent to actually go there. But Tim Dillon has realized for a while now where the winds are blowing. Even though, as you said, yeah, he definitely helped.
U.S. Embassy, Thailand. The GOP is losing popularity, but the Dem Party establishment is doing everything they can to squander the moment. Absolutely. Welcome on in. First time chatter. I appreciate you. I forgot that was my username. No worries. No worries. You can change it, I think. I don't know. Maybe. But I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the show. And yes, that is what we are on today, boy. We are talking about how the Dem establishment is screwing over their own fucking supporters. And how we need to ignore that shit. We're taking it. It's our party now. It's our party now. You had your chance. You squandered that shit over the years. It's our party now.
Trump get elected in the most recent election. So it's a mixed bag, but I do appreciate his willingness to be honest now, and I think he's dead on. I think it's pretty hard to deny. So yeah, a lot of interesting moments from that interview. Anything else you want to chat about, Zach?
No, I would just lastly say that I agree the Democrats are going to win in 2028. Do you think there's any chance that they lose if they, are there any candidates? I guess we've speculated Josh Shapiro being
There's
the
one
worst
candidate that I'm worried about, and it's Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kamala Harris is uniquely vulnerable, not because she's a black woman, but because she sucks. She's already been rejected. People are going to be like, are you fucking kidding me? We're doing this again? I don't think she's going to win the nomination, but yeah, I would be pretty worried if Kamala Harris was the nominee again. Same with Josh Shapiro, not just because his views on Israel, but
I just posted about that on Blue Sky. 66 approval of socialism among devs. Yeah, man, it's over for them. They came at it too late. Honestly, look, U.S. Embassy. I'm gonna call you Embassy. Embassy. Listen, I have a show every Tuesday on a channel on YouTube called This Space TV. You should absolutely subscribe to it. You would enjoy it. They are live right now. It's syndicated today, mostly on Mondays. But from Mondays through Thursdays, we're live pretty much from like 1 p.m. Eastern all the way till sometimes midnight, usually like 10, 11 o'clock. My show is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be talking about this too. But I talked about it last week. And I talked about this months ago during the Zoran election when he was debating Andrew Cuomo, and Andrew Cuomo brought up Hassan Piker on the debate stage. I said, you are too late to try and fight Hassan. Whatever power you think he has, you should have tried to stop it years ago, but you ignored it. You think if you ignore it, it'll go away. It's not that big of a coalition. He's not that influential. And he isn't. He's a streamer. It's the movement that's influential. It's people talking to people. It's neighbors talking to neighbors, going, hey, we can have free healthcare, right? Most countries in the world have free healthcare. I'll be at work tomorrow night, but I'll try to time my break to tune in. No problem. Again, just sign up for or just subscribe to the channel so you could see all the, you don't have to subscribe, but I encourage you to. You can see all the clips in the In the video section, you'll see everybody's show, so you can watch it like the next day or whatever. I'm just saying that live, if you want to catch the live stream and be in the chat, my show is 6 p.m. Eastern. But there's lots of other great hosts talking about all sorts of different stuff. I usually talk more about like movies, TV, video games, music. That's what I do on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions, over on YouTube. This, and then this space looks like this. This is this space. Uh-oh. Reload. There we go. And like I said, they're live right now. So this is Boston Brian. This is one of his shows. But yeah. This is what we got going on. And right now, yeah, man, this is my channel where I do trailer reactions, album reactions, movie reviews, TV reviews, video game trailer reactions, video game let's plays, all kinds of stuff. You subbed to this space, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, let's keep going with the Silly and Billy, the Vanguard. We love the Vanguard over here.
Ellen Greenberg murder case that we've talked about. We've referenced that in the past, but that will become a massive scandal. Definitely going to blow up in the Democrats' face if they nominate that guy. The Republicans are just going to, talk about Ellen Greenberg constantly and make it about that instead of any policy issue. So those would be the two I really worry about. But yeah, even those, I think probably could pull it off. But basically any Democrat, I think, just generic Democrat, Gavin Newsom, whatever. Like, I think they would absolutely destroy Marco Rubio or JD Vance.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I'm excited to watch as it continues to develop, but it's always good to see Donald Trump's former allies abandon him en masse.
Let's check out this thing, because I'm interested in the follow-up to this video.
Honey, look who it is.
I heard you got a new deck. It's a deck warming gift.
It's a work of art. Knock, knock. Hi, neighbor.
I think Gavin Newsom has too much establishment stink to really threaten someone like Vance Rubio. I hope he doesn't run. He will, but I hope he doesn't. I hope they don't embrace him. Vance and Rubio, I think, are like as shitty as those choices are for Republicans. I'm putting myself in a Republican voter's head. I wouldn't want to vote for either of them. But if those are the options, I guess I'm going with Vance, who's like sounds like he's aligning himself with Tucker Carlson, who is like the most popular Republican figure, I guess. Be seen as the lesser of evils. Yeah, we can't do that again. No more lesser of two evils. Apparently some MAGA live streamer got arrested for jerking it watching circus performance at Trump State Fair. Oh my God. Thank you, Pinker, for that update. Let me see. Oh my God. 1 hour ago. By the way, Picker, I was saying, because we were watching a clip of Vanguard talking about Tim Dillon and Joe Rogan, and I had sent a super chat to them a couple weeks ago saying, hey, I know Andrew Schultz personally. I would love to come on your show and talk about it. And Gavin was like, ooh, yes, please. But I feel like for them, super chats go in one ear and come out the other. So I don't know if you have any personal relationship to them or could message them, but I would love to go on their show. I've asked John Ross and Dieter, to put in a good word, and I don't want to harass these guys, but I would definitely love to go on the show and talk comedy and movies and all kinds of stuff. Because again, I was an open micer. I knew one of Tim Dillon's openers, and I have some insight, and I know Andrew Schultz, and I have some insight into that. So I would love to come on and talk to them about that. A MAGA personality was arrested at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair last week after witnesses say they saw him masturbating to an acrobatics act while clad in Uncle Sam getup. There was like 50 people there, and this motherfucker has to be one of them? That's crazy. One detail-oriented observer told police officers he saw Riccelli recording female circus performers before he stuck his right hand down his pants and moved back and forth approximately 6 times in what appeared to be self-pleasure. Jesus Christ. Hit Gavin up on Discord or the Twitter page. Oh, Discord. I don't have his Discord. Do you have his Discord? Could you send me his Discord? Are you on Discord? You are on Discord, right, Picker? Can't even whack your gack at the fair anymore? What is this country coming to? Twitter is probably faster. Oh my god, the detailed description. I mean, to message like the Vanguard account on Twitter? I can't. I have to upgrade to premium. So tell them to message me. That's what happened. That's how I got on Leftist Mafia. Is like Christina had to tell Mike to message me, or at least to let me message him. Yeah, so that's what happened. And that was even just to like get, like, hey, I'm here and I exist and I want to come on. And then Matt had to like actually organize that. BRB. No worries. And again, no, don't push it. You know, I just really like these guys, and I would love to have a chance to chit chat with them. But yeah, let's find out what's going on here. So, because this is a guy who works on Breaking Points, right? This is the homie.
Obviously, you're our good pal, and you are 1/3 of the podcast formerly known as Circle Jerk America. But you also moonlight or daylight, depending on how you describe it, as the producer of Breaking Points. And we did have you here to clarify a few things. Gavin, do you want to get into that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we talked a little bit about this story on air the other day. It was pretty hilarious to react to. And I'm interested in your insights into what actually went down here, because you hit us up and you said that you wanted to share some
fake news,
behind-the-scenes details based on our speculation. Either way, you guys had this guest on, Noga Tarnopolsky from Israel, and this was a pretty awkward interview, if I do say so myself. She didn't let a lot of other people talk much. What was that?
I'm kidding.
Okay. Either way.
I said why?
Yeah. Either way, weird guest, didn't let people talk very much, didn't allow for much pushback to her statements. And we noted that, halfway through the interview, Crystal Ball mysteriously disappears from the Zoom call after, again, a little bit of pushback from this lady on one of the polls she was citing. Later on in the interview, Emily absconded as well.
Both their beepers went off.
Yeah.
No, I had to come on and correct the record, y'all. Listen, Crystal Ball never runs from a fight. The people run from us. That's how it goes.
I'm sure. First time chat, Hulthran. Honestly, my biggest, is this you, U.S. Embassy? Did you create a new name? Or either way, welcome, Hulthran. Honestly, my biggest issue with politics is we are too blinded by party and emotional beliefs to see that if we just hold off on that for just a decade, our lives will be massively improved. What do you mean hold off on that? Such as if we spend half of the U.S. military budget on free solar, we completely fund 100% of the solar grid battery for every residential. Yes, absolutely. Military-industrial complex, as well as the prison-industrial complex, as well as the weapons the weapons manufacturers is part of the military. All this shit, if you just stop funding it, stop giving them new funding. Like, cap it at whatever it was like 10 years ago and like have that renewal. But yeah, tax billionaires as well. Stop funding the Pentagon as much and invest in infrastructure, like solar panels, like roads, like trains, like high-speed rail. Absolutely. It would dramatically help this country and help people. It would honestly reduce like racism. It's like once we tackle everything that supports everyone, then we go back to yelling at each other. Yeah. And there would be racism, of course. But people would be less. I mean, I was just talking to Lumen about it on Wednesday over on This Space TV on YouTube. If you make people comfortable, their needs are taken care of. They have a place to live. They're not worried about paying bills. They're not worried about health care. They're not worried about sending their kids to school and how to afford that. You do that, they're going to be less motivated to get up and go to a Klan rally. Because, you know what? I'm kind of good right now. I might have my own biases about a different race, but you know what? They're not bothering me. I'm not bothering them. It's when they don't get a job. They are seeing their wages stagnate. They're seeing everything get more expensive, and they're looking for somebody to blame. And here comes the capitalist saying, hey, it's the immigrants. Then they get racist. Then they do. Now, again, some people are just racist. But it's going to be much less of them if their needs are taken care of. U.S. Embassy Thailand is not being completely blinded by party. It's corporate corruption at every level. Absolutely. Our leaders aren't stupid. They know what would actually help people. Yes, they know that they could do this. They don't want to because the oil company doesn't want them to. They don't want to because the military-industrial complex doesn't want them to, because they want a reason to go into another country, which is oil. They don't do these things because they were put in office by corporate donors. Exactly. Profit instead of the betterment of mankind. I never said it's the people's power's fault. It's the non-people in power's fault. The average citizen is too focused on being right to try and find common ground. I don't think so. I think it's more the average person is too worried about being able to afford day-to-day life to even think about like researching what common ground they could have or whatever. It's when someone like Mamdani walks around and says, hey, what do you need? You need affordable groceries, you need free buses, you need affordable childcare, free childcare. I'm going to deliver these things. And then once these things are delivered and you're not worried, once the house is on fire, hell, I got this from Judas and the Black Messiah. Everyone watch that. People in power have a lot of effort into shit like the culture war and to distract it from true conflict, which is class war. Correct. Pinkerbell, Bellatrix really fell off. I know, right? She looks like crazy. Struganoria looking ass. I was watching Judas and the Black Messiah. I'd never seen this movie before. At one point, Fred Hampton, I don't know if this is a real quote or just for the movie, he says, if somebody is asleep and their house is on fire, somebody runs into the house, wakes that person up, says, hey, your house is on fire. That person who just woke up might think, hey, this other person in my house, they're the person who set the fire. They're the person who set the fire. I should be mad at them. Not, your house is already on fire. I'm just woken you up to the fact that your house is on fire. Substitute for Miss Nelson. What's Miss Nelson? Oh my God, this just fucking brought back memories. Wow. I haven't thought about this in forever. somehow I'm nervous. Was this a scary book for me? I was scared of a lot when I was a kid. There was a book series about a school. Oh fuck, I forgot what it was called. That had like book series where there's no 13th floor. Sideways Stories. Wayside School. I think it was this. Damn, 1978 this shit was written? Yeah, bro. I think this is actually really funny. Yeah, so I think it was this, where there was no 13th floor, but someone actually got off on the 13th floor, and it was like back rooms. It was back rooms. That's what it was. That's why it freaked me out. There was also another short story in this same series where like someone, I think like a teacher had the ability to read minds or something, and so no kid could get away with like being a troublemaker. And then another teacher had a baby, and they read the baby's mind, and that teacher went insane and like went to a mental hospital, and that fucked me up. And I was like, yeah, what do babies think about? They can't articulate like what is in their minds. And it was an existential cosmic horror kind of thing for me. I'm sorry, I've been missing these chats. Huthrin, well, the reason why I said it's the average person, because even if the average person only cares about trying to afford rent, still heavily opinionated, absolutely. It's like once a Republican realizes someone is a Democrat, they will start attacking them purely on that because of party. Yeah, and it's why I don't call myself a socialist. I don't call myself a Democrat, because I'm not. I call myself of the left. And I also might not even say that. I might say I support these policies. Or I support policies that gets me as close to that as possible. Just because you're a Republican doesn't mean you're anti-gay marriage. Yeah, of course. Again, if Ted Cruz tomorrow, if a Republican candidate was running on free healthcare and free, trains and free transport, I'm fucking voting for you, dude. Call it whatever it is. And I make the case that, like, if you're a socialist running in a red area, call yourself a Republican. Register yourself as a Republican with the DMV and just run on socialist policies. It doesn't fucking matter. Just like the Democrat or Jamie Harrison is mad that Democratic Socialists are using the Democratic Party to run in, use the Republican Party. Use both. Because fuck both of them. It doesn't matter so long as we get our... It doesn't matter what color tie you have. Just so long as we get our fucking policies through. Anyways. Exactly. Got to use the system to abuse it. Use it and abuse it. And then make it ours. Of the people. I like you guys. Welcome to the chat. And yes, please follow me on YouTube, where I talk movies, TV, video games, and music, and also all this politics stuff injected into those videos. And of course, this space, where I have a show Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern, respectively. We're live Mondays through Thursdays. They're live right now. Go check them out. But yeah, we're watching friends of the show, Silly and Billy. How many more obscure restaurants? That's crazy. Kowalski tried that. I'm so here for it. Well, oh yeah, running as a Republican. That's what I'm saying. Use their apparatus against them. And they won't even know until it's too late. Like now. It's too late now, Jamie Harrison. It's too late. You can't stop us.
I'll take a little bit of the fault or blame here for what happened, because Crystal did have to leave early, and she was like, well, maybe I shouldn't be part of this segment because, you know, hey, watch out with those comments. Emily is a beautiful woman, okay? I know there's a lot of Emily Jashinsky hate on this channel, but I am a pro Emily stan here. But let me say, so Crystal was like, oh, I have to leave, so maybe I shouldn't be part of the interview at all. I said, no, stay. It's only going to be 20 minutes because I've never met this guest before. And I didn't realize that every answer was going to be like 10 minutes long and that she's like not trained to do like TV or news hits. So it was this awkward position where there was no pause or dead air for Crystal to be like, okay, like bye. But like Crystal had 100 more questions for Noga. And like we could have done a Joe Rogan 3-4 hour thing with Noga.
Clearly.
And I'm threatening that right now. I'm threatening to do that. So I wanted to correct the record there. Crystal wanted to stay on for the whole thing, had a lot more questions. But it was also a timing thing where Noga came on first and her internet was fucked. Her audio was fucked. We tried for 5 minutes to record and I just shut it down. I said, you know, we got to start over. So then she took 45 minutes to come back.
45
and then she
minutes.
came back in this setup, which, you know, I'll say I've read some of the comments. Yes, the lighting was not as good. Her lighting was better in her original setup, but her sound and her internet was poor.
That's where we really have our beef, Griffin, because, you know, when you...
Hang on. Got the ad break. Hang on. Is the ad break over? Yes. Ball Pit is one of my favorite roguelikes. I absolutely love it. You just beat Hades 1 last night. I beat Hades 1 and then stopped. I didn't do like multiple runs of beating it. I had a great time with it though. I enjoyed Hades. But Ball Pit has my attention since October. I played the demo in October and I haven't stopped playing it since. It's only $15 too. And they put out 2 free DLCs and there's one more coming this year, and I hope they just keep updating it because I can't get enough of this. And also you say running as a Republican is usually prohibitively expensive. Stephen Colbert found out when he tried to do a joke run for president. They make it that way so literally only corporate chills can get in the office. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But and like Pinker is saying over on YouTube that Kowalski, who's from Nebraska, calls into Majority Report all the time. He actually ran as a Republican with socialist policies, and I think he too complained about how expensive it was to even try and get on the ballot. Yeah, fantastic value. Ball Pit, yes. Ball Pit is fantastic. Also, the developer, super cool. Devolver Digital puts out great games and supports great devs, and I appreciate that.
We're going down the yellow brick road to Oz and you pass through Kansas and you didn't even bother to get a beer with Silly and Billy. We were like, damn, he must really have his hand full with this woman from the wicked West.
Yeah. But anyways, I don't view her as the wicked witch of the West. That is a title that goes solely to, I don't know, I guess Ben Gavir or something like that. No, like people are like, why do you have her on and stuff like that? And well, I think it is interesting to like hear from people within Israel. I mean, we have guests on not because we always agree with them. Like that is a, to quote our podcast, that is a circle jerk to like always have just the pro-Palestine position on. And I think I think it can be, I don't know if we succeeded this time, but I think it can be nutritious to hear the opposite perspective. That is a theme of the Breaking Point show. And then other people were saying that there wasn't enough pushback. And I agree, but the segment just went off the rails with the timing. We had to push 45 minutes because of her tech. And then I thought I was really trying to get it to be like a 15-minute segment, and it just like kept going. And so like if I had done more pushback, it would have turned into like 2 hours. I would have had to keep my staff on longer. But
I love Devolver. I always watch their little E3 parody skits. Oh, I love those, dude. Those are great. I actually had loaded Hotline Miami onto my high school's network drive so I could play it anytime. Dude, that's metal, dude. That's awesome. Speaking of E3, that doesn't exist anymore. Me and some of my Twitch buddies, Warhite, who was in the chat earlier, and Larry Core, were covering Summer Games Fest. So I have a bunch of trailers that I cut out of that, our reactions to those. And yeah, man, like I said, we cover games. We're going to be covering Opening Night Live in August. We're going to be covering Game Awards as we do every year. Matter of fact, those streams are still up from last year. But yeah, man. We do fun stuff over here. It's gaming, it's politics, it's all kinds of stuff. Movie reviews, quick review for Supergirl. I was disappointed. Quick review for House of the Dragon, Season 3, Episode 2. I still don't know who most of these characters are, and we're 3 seasons in. My review of House of the Dragon is go watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Because that show is fucking great. And matter of fact, I have a review somewhere here. Right here. 4 months ago. Best Game of Thrones is my review. I absolutely love this show. I can't stop talking about how much I love that show. But yes, anyways. Silly Billy. There's so many grifts you have to navigate to run for office. Yeah, drive-by review. I know all the characters because I memorized a song on Ice and Fiverr Wiki when you were 16. I salute you. I salute you. I remember discovering the Star Wars Wiki and trying to read all the like extended universe stuff and just giving up. Now, when I go to bed, I'm watching like extended universe explainer videos on YouTube to like fall asleep to. Shout out Eckhart's Ladder.
I agree that like I'm number one pushback person. You guys can go see my interview with Tom Steyer on Breaking
Voted
Points,
interview, by the way.
Where thank you. Where like and I voted for Tom Steyer, but I drilled him on Israel. I drilled him on quite a few topics. Like we're big fans of pushback here, and we'll probably have her back on to talk more at some time in the future. But it has to be in the right timing and the right format. But yeah.
Sorry. Finish your thought. I was just going to say, I totally sympathize with the perspective of having her on in the first place. I'm not one of those people that's like, never talk to someone who you disagree with. And I think it is really important to understand the Israeli perspective.
It's not don't talk to someone you disagree with. It's if you're bringing on an adversary, treat them as such. Try and destroy them. Don't give them grace. Maybe give them enough grace, give them enough slack to hang themselves. But don't be like overly nice and like, hey, we want to make sure we can have you on again. No, make your points, and if they say fuck you, I'm walking out, I'm never coming back. All right, this clip lives forever now. Go fuck yourselves, like Sam Cedar does with Jillian Michaels. I support legalizing and decriminalizing drugs. Grand Designs, come join the Socialists. I'm telling you, that's where we're at. No Republicans want to do that. Why are you opposed to a voluntary participation-based system? Because that's not how governments work. My friends and I used to play this one Ice and Fire map game, and we dominated the worldwide leaderboards. Wow. And then made our avatars look like characters from the show. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Dominating any kind of leaderboard, I'm amazed. I wrote an essay about decriminalizing meth for a statewide literary competition in high school and placed second. Very nice. Very nice. I think everything should be decriminalized for sure.
Quote unquote. I mean, in addition to all the news I watch, I make it a part of my media diet to watch like the Times of Israel, for example. I try to keep an eye on what people in Israel are saying. It's usually like 99% fucking cope, straight cope. But either way, it is important to understand the way they're thinking about that within their domestic borders. So I don't think there's anything wrong with you guys having her on at all. And also, just to be clear, we did speculate that there was a very likely chance that Crystal probably did just leave for a totally innocent reason, that maybe she had to go, pick her kids up from school, or just something that had nothing to do with the politics of the guest. Definitely wasn't trying to imply that Crystal, runs from a fight, or that she just couldn't stand up to
More that she was
scrutiny.
just annoyed. Yeah.
Right. So we did speculate about that she was just annoyed, but we also speculated that it could have been a totally innocent explanation. I just think it's mostly funny, and then it's only made funnier by the fact that Emily also absconded. So do you know why she left?
I think that was a beeper situation. I think that
Did they get thrown out immediately? You mean the essay? I mean, my shit. I would often write shit to spite, just to be like, I'm angry, I have to do homework, so I'm gonna write something that'll piss off the teacher.
I think Emily had to go as well. Listen, guys, I told them this was going to be less than 20 minutes, and then we were like 35 in, I think, when Emily had to drop. So
it makes sense.
We're all busy people.
Yeah, no, it was mostly just a little bit of a troll for this lady. Man,
Deep South.
Again, I don't want to.
I'm looking for some tea. They're looking for tea for sure. I love Silly and Billy. And again, I would love the opportunity to talk to them, because I want to praise them and go, hey, I discovered y'all when y'all were talking about force the vote, and y'all were in the camp of Breonna Joy Gray, going, yeah, AOC should force the vote on Nancy Pelosi and blah blah blah, get people on the record talking about healthcare. And then I watched the debate between Sam Cedar and Breonna Joy Gray. I saw Breonna Joy Gray being a disgusting pig and fucking bringing up a comment that was talking about what would Michael Brooks think, who had just passed away. And I was like, this is disgusting. I'm never fucking listening to you again or trusting you. And I watched them talk about that debate. Maybe watched it in real time. I don't know. But I watched them, and they changed their minds. And they were like, you know what? We were wrong. We were wrong. We thought this was a good strategy. We were swayed by Cedar's opinion that actually it's not a good strategy. Most people are already on the record where they stand with Medicare for All. This would honestly only hurt AOC going forward and hurt her ability to accumulate more power, which we need her to do, even though we might want her to torpedo her career for a symbolic statement. And they changed their minds, and I was like, these are smart boys. These are smart boys. I'm gonna keep watching them, and I've only been prouder and prouder. So I want to give them their flowers. Again, who am I to give them their fucking flowers? They have 136,000 followers. I have 769. Nice. 69. I had 150 last week, but shout out Gina Bonanno, Raw News and Politics. We're doing a show every Friday. I got a boost from being on the show with her. Grand Designs. I watched Michael Brooks for about the last year of his life. That's what I'm saying. I didn't. I was watching Majority Report. I didn't really check out his own show. My senior project says U.S. Embassy was about how Christians unfairly control our government, and I didn't know that the people I'd have to present it to included the guy who ran our school's Bible study. That's fucked up. That's hilarious, dude. That's metal. That's punk as fuck. What happened? Did he get upset? And did you go, yeah, bitch, stop putting Bibles in our fucking schools? I was big TYT Mr. Michael Brooks watcher. All right.
Get canceled. I know, Griffin, it seems like you have a professional working relationship with this lady, so I don't want to say anything untoward, but it was a little bit of a jarring image when you're like, oh, hey, we're gonna chat with this lady, and then it does look...
they're resisting calling her a witch. They're professionals, these boys. We live in a society with a reality check from MAGA. Not don't sell yourself short, man. Oh, well, I appreciate that. And long hair Zach days. Yes, the long hair Zach days. Wait, he had long hair? No. Vanguard Maybe I'm just like blanking. Ryan Grimm admits. I mean, this would be from 2021, so.
You told us.
I just kind of want to see. I'm interested. Holy shit! I totally did forget.
Productive conversation.
Also, great fuck around and find out flag. I didn't know they made flags like that. Of a crocodile? Wow, dude. Totally forgot about this look. He had the bisexual, like, hair. I don't know what you call it. I call it bisexual hair, as in, like, bisexual lighting. Because I feel like that's a thing. I heard that somewhere. I don't know. Hold on, let me throw this up. Make it bigger, folks. On Twitch. I was a big Michael Brooks fan, even read Against the Web. His death was so fucking tragic. Yes, it was. Just out of nowhere. I know, man. Yeah. It really was. It really was. The full comb over is crazy.
Instead of, making, one-sided videos, Gavin and I have had to have people on the podcast to have these discussions in person where you can actually engage, where you actually have to, challenge your...
It made me feel sick all day when I heard. Yeah, it was really... Me too. And I was new to the show. I didn't even really know who he was. I wish I had hair like that. Oh my God. I mean, it is thick and luxurious for sure. They both have great heads of hair. And I am, look, I'm trying. It's been a long time. That would be like an 8-inch mohawk. Yeah. Is that what that is? Because Matt Binder has hair like that sometimes, and I feel like it is a mohawk. It's just not gelled up. I mean, my wife has a mohawk. It's just much shorter. Stares and Texan.
Self to think from another
now I'm just like, what was their position here?
person's perspective and try and move the ball forward and convince them of your argument also, but still be challenged by their pushback. And I thought that this was a great example of that.
But yes, anyone watching, this game is called Ball X Pit. It is a roguelike. I fucking love it. Highly recommend. There's a free demo on Steam.
And so we wanted to comment on the most recent Bad Faith interview with Ryan.
You were 2 minutes behind, Picker? No worries.
There is an argument, and I think this is the kind of the big argument that the left needs to wrestle with, which is, are lefties willing to leverage their influence? Is Bernie willing to hold up a bill in the Senate? Are these people willing to hold up must-pass bills that will infer a great benefit to the neediest people? Or they're going to cave because Democrats care about people and Republicans don't, right? And that is a legitimate conversation to have about something like whether to hold up a COVID bill for 15. I would argue, and might later in this conversation argue that they should have, but I can see an argument against it on kind of moral grounds and the gravity of what was going on in the country at the time. Nancy Pelosi being Speaker of the House is not something I'm losing sleep about. And some people were arguing, well, it's just going to be some other corporatist ultimately after many rounds of votes. Okay. But Nancy Pelosi wants it to be Nancy Pelosi. And it isn't no skin off my back. Maybe I'm no better, no worse if it's Hakeem Jeffries. But I know Nancy Pelosi is pissed off, and she might be willing to give me some things so that she can maintain her status as the most powerful woman Democrat in America.
Well, actually, look at what happened. She didn't. She's like half resigned already, and she's propping up Jeffries to be next speaker. Now, it's only because of AOC's strategy of not doing that, putting her political neck on the line, that she was able to, like, okay, we're going to support Pelosi. It's Mama Bear, whatever. I'm going to play nice until we get more squad members behind me, until there are more opportunities for more people to stand up and say no. Then we have power. Then we can actually make these moves, Brianna. She's just pissed about 2016. Van babies, I know, right? I used to have long, U.S. Embassy says, I used to have long, luxurious locks. My French teacher even used to say how women would kill for my hair. Bald now, just a reason to hate my dad. I gotcha. Now, again, my father has hair. My uncles have hair on my mother's side. Jewish mother, Jewish white mother, black Christian father. So I got the Jewish curls and the black curls. I have several different types of curls going on. And this is after like a year. I grew this out because I was going to see Weird Al last year. And I was like, I wanna do a little Weird Al cosplay. I also haven't grown out my hair in a long time. My wife really wanted to see it, so I did it for her. But yeah. Zach looks like the BoJack meme. What's the BoJack meme? BoJack Horseman?
Right. I mean, it's always an open question about, because if she's giving something, she's taking from somebody else. Like, so if she's giving Pago, let's say, a full Pago, stripping it out, done. She's taking from the Blue Dogs. And when you have...
I support this.
I support that too. Take everything from them. Like, screw them. They get as many votes per member as the progressives do. And she has... So she's got this balancing act. And so you wind up in this situation where she can effectively, play people off of each other. And so they should have played more. It does not appear like they played as much hardball as they could have. Like I'm
Said my step siblings are mixed and they have both had nutty hairstyles. One of them is definitely on some Weird Al shit. His Discord bio right now is a naked man feels no pickpocket. That's funny. Pinker, I have Irish curls where the top layer is straight, but the layers underneath are curly. It's very frustrating. Interesting. I didn't know that. So, I mean, mine too. Like, again, I have not gotten a haircut for a year. I've gotten like one little shape up on the sides. I really need to when I get my paycheck this week because my beard is fucking getting out of control. But I'm getting frustrated because I want my hair to like either get bigger or like come down, but it's not. It's like going in on itself. It keeps getting longer, but just like it won't get longer like outwards. It just keeps curling in on itself. It is annoying. That's why most of the time I had a shaved head for like the last 20 years. I just tamed my beard. I went from caveman to Oscar Isaac. It's crazy. Yeah, I gotta get my Poe Dameron on for sure. My fucking what's the dude? Atreus from Dune. It wants to dread. You know what? It might be. I quit dyeing my hair orange. I could probably make it curly again. You know what? It might want to dread. I gotta go to like a hairstylist up in Harlem. I gotta get some black folks to be like, here's what to do with this hair. Because my dad is just like, shave it. He keeps his like short and tight. And my mom doesn't know what the fuck to do with black hair. So I gotta go find some black women.
Totally there. But it's also not the case that like the store was open and they could just like, fill their bags and walk out.
Well, so would you agree then at this point that they should have forced the vote on January 3rd for something? Even if it weren't for a floor vote for Medicare for all. So maybe we don't want to call it force the vote, whatever it is.
Right.
But they should have.
Absolutely. The two leverage points are the vote on the rules package and the vote for speaker. Like definitely. Like those are. Like those that's the only reason Pelosi's meeting with Jayapal and Pocan to begin with, is because she needs them. And they certainly did like try to use their leverage. I agree with you that they didn't use it as effectively as they could have.
So now that we have Ryan Grimm on the record saying force the vote.
See, this is what she does that I don't like. I'm always right, and I will wiggle any conversation to get back to I'm always right. And it's fucking annoying. Because it goes back to the Bernie 2016 shit. Ryan Grimm doesn't care. He's like, whatever. Use this as a clip. I don't care. I'm Ryan Grimm. I'm fucking... I have a fucking lane that I stay in. I don't care.
Okay, wait, we can pause and reflect on that part. Yeah. Oof. I think that he basically, this is what I think he basically came around to saying that that was an effective strategy.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. I am now interested in the bad faith. Hang on. Forced to vote Cedar. I want to see if I can find it. I don't think so. But yeah, that was that was a time period. That was a time capsule, eh? I got a wavy talk coming in the mail so I can keep dyeing it and just use a heat tool to make it wavy again. Picker, you sound like you have beautiful hair. I love red hair. I think red hair is gorgeous. Matter of fact, my wife has red hair, but she keeps dyeing it black because she wants to be so goth. What is this?
Looked like she crawled out from under rubble.
Well, no, that would be if she was a Palestinian.
Yeah. She can relate to them because of that. But yeah, no, I think someone in chat said it right when they compared her to the lady behind the dumpster in Mulholland Drive. That's what, I can't unsee that now.
Oh wow, that is a really that. Yeah. I mean that's a great movie, is what I mean.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm not trying to be too mean. It's obviously not about that. I don't really care about how the lady looks. It is what it is. I just thought that was funny. I just added to the humor of the situation, which is undeniably kind of funny. But either way, appreciate you spilling the tea, sharing some of the behind-the-scenes details, and yeah, looking forward to that follow-up 5-hour-long interview with Noga.
I'm here to talk to real parents about the dangers of coin lithium batteries. Can I talk to you guys for a second?
Absolutely, yeah.
Did you know that if swallowed, a coin lithium battery can cause life-threatening and
You know what you should do then, commercial? You should regulate companies from not using those batteries.
Title of this clip will be "The Real Reason Crystal Ball Left or Ran, Escaped,
Debunked."
And if we can somehow phrase it so that it looks like she left breaking points, but then it's like the rest of the text is like ... Like let's get this right, okay?
Yeah, we're on it. Nobody wants it to do more numbers than the last clip than us.
This is the energy that I have too, where I'm like, ooh, whatever I can get to make people click on this fucking video. I am that kind of craven carnival barker producer. Dude, I'll be watching like Love is Blind or like 90 Day Fiance, and I'm like, dude, throw out some, make these people angrier. I want to see fists swinging, okay? If I'm not seeing fists swinging, you're doing something wrong on a reality show. I'm pretty proud of this thumbnail. Not another Daily Wire movie? Come on. Not another teen movie parody? Come on. And it's the first thumbnail since I really started posting on YouTube without me in it, and I'm proud of that. I want to do more of that. Because while I think these work for some things, I think for others it might hinder how many people want to click on my video. I don't know. We're experimenting. My image of the ideal producer is Seth Rogen's character from The Interview. Yes. Very much so. But also, him mixed with James Franco's character, who's like, bro, I don't care that it's North Korean dictator. We're going to get that interview because it's content and it's going to get clicks. Why don't you do commentary on that stuff? Because 90 Day, and because 90 Day is too much. Me and my wife been addicted to this. What do I use to make thumbnails? Photoshop. I make them myself. Hand make. I will never use AI. 90 Day Fiance has a show every Sunday and a show every Monday. And whenever one of those seasons ends, another version of another spin-off starts like the following week. It never stops. We just jump off the train like a few months ago, just by virtue of like us not like missing an episode or two and being like, we don't really care about the recaps, and then kind of getting off, like literally it's getting off heroin. And I actually have had my wife on to talk about Love is Blind a little bit, a couple times on this space. But she's in the mood for it, and if there's anything like juicy. But yes, shout out to everyone who does do recaps on those shows, because specifically, if you want to check it out, you want a taste of the insanity. Is Nikki versus reality? Yeah, Nikki faces reality. She makes great videos on 90 Day Fiancé and Love is Blind, and keeps up with it week to week. And I can't imagine the stress she puts herself under. Like, I got to get this video out right away as quick as possible. I have not watched a documentary about Dennis Rodman going to North Korea. I watched that movie like the second time I got high, and Eminem being gay made me laugh for like 10 minutes straight. Yeah. That was a fun moment. All for less than 10K subs. That's passion. Yeah, and she's growing. She's doing great. I will point out she has 371 videos. I have 347 and way less subscribers. Maybe it's because I don't focus on one thing. I have gaming, TV, music. 3 things to split the vote. What was that? I remember that. She was a voice in the ether. Who?
That's absolutely for sure. And all love to Crystal. Obviously, everybody who listens to our show knows that we have nothing but tremendous respect for Crystal. And you should check out our clip of her absolutely fucking curb stomping Batya Ungar Sargon.
And Tim Miller.
And Tim Miller, exactly. So she's been on a real tear. While we have you, Griffin, I did have one other question that's more related to our earlier conversation.
Yeah.
But why do you think that DSA has been able to mobilize so successfully in New York City in a way that it doesn't seem to have had the success in Los Angeles? Is it because there's less progressive folks in Los Angeles as a result of the death of the movie and entertainment business? Is it just a result of the fact that
no, the entertainment business is the problem.
Yeah. So why do you think that is?
Well, LA is like a really fucking alienating, like isolated space where people have to drive like long distances in cars. Whereas like to go to a DSA meeting in New York, you can hop on the subway. It's also way easier to canvass in New York. Like
That's a good point. It's spread out. It's the city. Interesting.
Good hit.
I was wondering. I'm like, dude, what's going on in Los Angeles? You can't get your shit together, bro. I was thinking about starting a DSA chapter, just found out my city doesn't have one, which is surprising. It's a college town. Go for it. You'll be the head of DSA in your area. Organize. That's the work. That's the real work. Organize. Call it DSA, call it something else. But I think DSA would be good, because then you could actually get some resources maybe from the national organization. Mr. DSA, there you go.
Multiple neighborhoods. One single building, you can knock on 15 doors, whereas going to 15 houses, that's like a crazy big difference. So I think there's all of that. But let's not say this is solely a New York phenomenon, because that's incorrect. Let's look at Chris Rapp in Pennsylvania. Let's look at Malat Quiros running for Colorado District 1
Tuesday, baby.
congressman in Colorado, which listen, for all the freakouts that I'm loving the timing of this one, because the meltdown over Malat is going to be incredible, because everyone's like fretting about Claire and Daria Lisa now, and they're like, another one? Like what? Like they're plugging all the holes in the dam, but the more keeps spreading out. It's an incredible moment, and we've been kind of quietly moving to do this big DSA takeover. And I think there's like a lot of lessons to learn from it outside of just a New York, LA thing. I mean, I think specifically with the Claire race, I think it really shows something very, very important in her race, which is that she ran against a progressive liberal, Antonio Reynoso, who was really the Working Families Party candidate. And the DSA won by like 30 points, which I think really goes to show the flimsy house of cards that most of these progressive liberal organizations are. DSA is the real game in town. And I think that this is a moment where if you believe in like any kind of form of leftism, like DSA is where you need to put your energy into, because we need to be collective. Like we need a real collective here. We need to
U.S. Embassy, start that DSA chapter. I don't know how you go about doing that, but I believe you can do it. And I want to be here with you a year from now going, not only did I start that chapter, but we have this many members, and maybe we have a candidate. There are ops being run across the country in DSA orgs for a real grassroots DSA party. Rising up would be phenomenal. For sure. You just sign up on the website. I already looked into it. You're already a step ahead of me. You're already doing the work.
To continue to grow the numbers of DSA. It's not time to like choose your favorite ice cream flavor of progressive group. Like like DSA is the main game in town. We have the best record, we have the best policy proposals, and we have the best candidates. And we're doing real work and I think that it's really important right now for everyone to join DSA. And if you're not in a city that has DSA, to start it now, because they will help you. They will help give you resources. They'll help teach you how to start these organizations. And I think it's a time to really consolidate behind one banner, which is now.
There you go. Literally echoing what you're saying, Embassy. Literally echoing what you're saying. You're on the right track.
Now a national conversation. It's not the Working Families Party is taking over, and that's not what's scaring the establishment Democrats. That's not what's scaring Hakeem Jeffries. The DSA is what's scaring the shit libs. And I think that's a really, really important thing to learn from the Claire race.
I think that's really well put. Yeah, really appreciate the perspective on that. Yeah, we've had some interesting conversations about, you know, why it's harder to replicate these results in a state like California. I think you hit the nail on the head. So yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
But also like with the Daria Lisa race, like, I mean, she took on like a Democratic incumbent that had been there for 20 years. Like our ideas are resonating. They are resonating with people. And they are like defeating the Democratic Party machine. And I think it's really time for people to stop using this like progressive slogan, because it's useless. Like if Brianna Wu can be like, my fellow progressives, we need to kill all the Muslims. Like if Hakeem Jeffries can be like, we're a big progressive party. It is a meaningless term. And we saw that with this Working Families Party candidate, and Antonio Reynoso. Like socialism, like that is a term that
Hold up. The Working Families Party endorsed him? I happen to be. I don't know if I'm in the group chat, but I am in a Working Families Party group chat, and I did not know they endorsed him. Daria Lisa is the fucking candidate. What the fuck are you talking about? They got to get on board for sure. I don't know what the hell the difference is, other than you have to like pay to be part of DSA, I think. And I don't even know if that's true. Am I getting sick again? Or am I just yelling too much? Why does my throat hurt? Anyways, anyone could be an ally. I've been radicalizing the homeless guys that live outside my workplace. Hell yeah. For real grassroots, yes. Yes.
Democratic leadership will never label themselves as, but everyone will label themselves as a progressive, because it means nothing other than mine's the good politics. And I think that's also a really, really important thing that people should take to heart with these races. Look at Nithya Raman in LA. She didn't get the DSA endorsement. She literally, when she was on Hassan Piker and was asked about Israel, she was like, I'm listening. I'm ready to listen. Listen to what? Listen to what? It's been 3 years of a live stream genocide. What else do you have to listen to be able to form a statement? So I think that there's a real power not only in DSA's resources to endorse people, but to discipline candidates, to say, you are not going to get our resources, or we are not going to re-endorse you if you are flimsy on these issues. So I think it's a really exciting time. I think it's the most leftist political moment of our lives, but it's time to get ready, because the war is not really just about the Republicans. There's now a war with the Democrats. It's a real war, and they're going to do all the scummy shit in the world to try to stop what we're doing here. So we need your help.
Well, I think that's a great call to action, and I really appreciate your time today, Griffin, clarifying the record that Crystal Ball runs from no one.
Getting a summer cold? Thanks, Maldani. I swear to God. Look at the timing on that cough. Even my sickness has comedy timing. I swear to God, I just got over being sick 2 weeks ago. I'm getting mad, for real. I don't want to be sick again. That sucked. I have to go to work tomorrow in the office. I'm gonna get out and run home so I can make the show. Behind the scenes, folks.
Fun. And yeah, I you know what, as a bad habit almost, I still use the word progressive all the time, but intellectually I completely agree with you that it is a useless, meaningless.
And I get why people use it in like in phraseology or whatever. And like I get that, but I do think that it hurts and covers for bad actors more than it helps.
Yeah, and I think the socialist label is really one to look for as a mark of authenticity, and also just a mark of fearlessness, right? Like if you're willing to call yourself a socialist, if you're willing to call yourself an anti-Zionist, if you're willing to say those kinds of hard labels, right? Like that was one of my eye rolls about Brad Lander. I like the guy enough. I'm glad he beat Dan Goldman, but like stop calling yourself a liberal Zionist. It's not a good look.
He has done a lot of really important work, and also this goes back to our Noga conversation as well, that like we do have to always not let liberal Zionists lead or dictate how we act, but leave a door open for them. I'm thinking specifically about people like Shael Ephraim, who's been a guest on Breaking Points quite a bit. He is now a based pro-Palestine guy, but we had him on a year and a half ago, and he was still a liberal Zionist. And now he's an incredibly powerful voice for the pro-Palestine movement. I even think about hosts on our show. Now, people like Emily have self-admitted on the show that they were far more pro-Israel 2 years ago, but the door was left open for her to learn about it, and to now, listen, she's not at the October 8th rallies with Daria Lisa, but or maybe she was. Let's check the photos again.
No, my old man is like that too. He was like, I fucking been to Israel. They had signs that said "Death to America." The Palestinians were holding like blah blah. That's their image of Palestine before October 7th, and then in the aftermath of that, they've learned a lot more.
Yeah, so I think it's important to like keep the door open to even continuing to talk to people like Noga and stuff like that. And I think Brad Lander not only was so crucial to Zoran's victory, to be a proud and loud Jewish leader that was saying this guy's not fucking anti-Semitic. Fuck off with that shit. I mean, he ran against like Dan Goldman and beat him by like 30 fucking points.
Yeah, and Brad Lander. He's look, I think he's trying to bridge that gap. I had a discussion with Dieter about this. Force them to be Republicans, associate the yes. I think we need to kick out centrists. Yes. By doing this, by just nose to the grindstone, fucking organizing, winning, make James Carville leave. Make him go, I'm no longer a Democrat. I'm going to the Republicans. Or whatever it is. I'm going to start a third party called the Third Way Party. Whatever the fuck it is. Bro, I was saying, my youngest graduated from high school last month, and as a parting gift from public school, he brought home one last cold. Oh, goddamn. Goddamn. Yeah, you and 1,000 other people touched the same rail. I didn't go anywhere. Actually, I did. I went to the fucking Natural History Museum on Saturday. You know what? It could have been. It could have been. There was a lot of people there. God damn it. But Brad Lander, I think Brad Lander serves an important role. And yes, he very much helped Zoran win. They're fucking buddies for life now. I get that. And whatever he wants to call himself, liberal Zionist, I care about Israel and I care about the Jewish people, whatever the fuck. He's Jewish. He's of the generation. I'm Jewish, but he's raised of the generation where, you know, they're going to hammer in that Israel is super important to you as a Jew. Whereas my mom did not do that for me. Thankfully, one of the few good things she did. I had a discussion with Dieter on our show last year when he first showed me James Tallarico in Texas. And I was like, he's fine, but like, he's not as lefty as he could be. And Dieter's like, no. This is good shit. Because this is a bridge. And I'm like, you know what? I agree. This is a bridge. He's the guy when centrists are freaking out and going, oh my God, what are the socialists happening? Oh, are there communists coming? Are they going to eat our children? Here's the guy who's like, hey, I see you see that stuff over there and it freaks you out. Let me explain to you how that's not that scary. And actually what's scarier is the fascists that those people are fighting against. And they're in the front lines of this. They're in the front lines of this fight. Like, that's what I feel like Brad Lander serves. He serves that, like, okay, y'all scared him, I'm Donnie, I helped him get elected, let me explain to you why I did that. We both care about working people. We both care about helping people get the best out of life. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm gonna extend the olive branch to, like, anyone. Like, again, like Griffin was saying here, we don't shut the door on you. We go, look, the door's open. If you want to come through and peek in and go, hey, so I hear you had criticism about Israel. I wasn't ready to hear it 2 years ago, but I'm ready to hear it now. All right, come on in. Let me explain to you. Fine. And the person to explain it to you should be Brad Lander. Because whoever else, if you're Daria Lisa, who was there October 8th, you already been new. And you're already in the fight way further than whoever comes in after you. You know what I'm saying? I don't think prominent socialist politicians currently do enough work correcting the record on what social. Sure. And frankly, I don't think they are socialist. Well, here. Again, I will point to a conversation I had on yeah, we're gonna watch this one next. We're gonna watch this one next.
For 250.
But this video we did last week. New York DSA sweeps establishment post-election coverage. So me and Lumen here, if you could see in the, it keeps showing the thing, but on the right side, me and Lumen, we had a great discussion. And Lumen's like socialist, like knows the tenets, knows, like read the books, knows the shit. And he's like, none of these people are socialists. They're just like more left-leaning Democrats. And okay, that's a step in the right direction. But the fact that there's such a fight about this small step means we're on the fucking track. And again, I explained earlier in the show, I called into Majority Report one time, one of my first calls, and it said, like, what is the difference between communism and socialism and libertarianism? Because when people explain it, I hear a lot of the same kind of things. And he said, look, ultimately, you're trying to go for a utopia. It's just the socialist road to utopia and the libertarian road to utopia have off-ramps, and those off-ramps are the things that affect regular people. And the off ramps on the socialist road, things like free healthcare, like single payer, like government owned grocery stores that bring down prices, price controls, regulation of monopolies, antitrust, stuff like that. The road to libertarianism, that utopia, is fascism, state control over your body, your movements, people getting arrested for 50 years for graffiti because they're labeled terrorists. That. And ultimately, they're both going for utopia, but I'm going down the socialist road because there's better shit on that road. Luma knows what's up. He's inspirational. We can start with don't be a dick. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, let's get into this pod save because I have this clip too.
50 years,
I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, but I want to see what they had to say about it. And then I might want to get into, actually, I had a video I've been wanting to watch for days, but I haven't gotten a moment to. It's actually about Vince Staples again, of course. This dude, beard meets food, this is what I watch to go to bed now. If I'm not watching like Star Wars lore, I'm watching this dude. Just do food challenges. So yeah, we're gonna get into this in a second. But I just want to see this pod save reaction here. Thanks for streaming today, Alice. This has been a lot of fun. I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for hanging out with me, Etch, and Pinkerbell, and U.S. Embassy, and who was the other person who was in here? Hutherin, and Grand Designs. Thank you all. And Warhite was in here for a second. I'm not going anywhere, by the way. I'm going to be going for another like 20, 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. We'll see. But yeah, I want to do this clip and I want to do the Vince Staples thing at least.
This just because we mentioned Jadaria Eliza and Claire Valdez being a real breath of fresh air. Obviously, I'm really happy that Brad Lander won, but there's no getting around the fact that he's much more of a liberal than these two bold progressive ladies are. And super excited to just watch some liberal cope with you, Gavin, because we've given some flowers to the Pod Save guys. We've given a lot of critique to the Pod Save guys, right? We like to say we call it balls and strikes over here at the Vanguard, and it's time for us to bring the hammer down, but let's let everybody hear this.
You generally sympathize with anarcho-syndicalist and anarcho-communist ideology. See, you're like, I don't even know how to pronounce those words. But I appreciate you. Libertarianism and socialism aren't inherently opposite unless you're specifically talking about the American libertarian. I guess we were. Again, I was a caller into a show, and he was trying to give me like a basic rundown of what the difference is. Because again, I'm hearing Dave Smith, and he's sounding a lot like Jamie Peck, and I'm like, what is the difference? Why do you disagree so much? And then he ran it down for me.
For themselves.
Yeah, let's take a look at the pod save reaction to the DSA sweep in New York City, reminding us of the fact that they too are liberals at heart. So let's take a look at this.
What is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we saw yesterday evening were Democrats across the city turning out and voting for a new kind of politics.
A slate of 3 candidates endorsed by Zoran Mamdani won their Democratic primaries in deep blue House districts. In the 7th district, Democratic Socialist Claire Valdez won the open seat over a pretty progressive opponent endorsed by the retiring Democratic member of Congress. In the 10th district, Progressive City Comptroller Brad Lander defeated incumbent Dan Goldman in a race that was largely about Israel. Both men are Jewish. Lander ran as a self-proclaimed liberal Zionist, but hit Goldman on voting against legislation to block military aid to Israel and taking money from pro-Israel lobbying groups.
Oh yeah, no mention of the fact that Dan Goldman is literally of the Goldman and Sachs Goldmans and is a huge fucking aristocrat that does not represent any of the interests of the working people of New York and his district at all. And that was a huge reason why the people supported Brad Lander in droves by over 30% more than they supported Dan Goldman in the final count of the vote.
groups. And then the biggest upset of the
where the
night,
circles
four-term
touch.
Representative Adriano Espaillat, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and the first undocumented immigrant to serve in Congress, lost his Harlem Bronx district in an upset to a leftist
'Cause he was
community
being fucking
organizer
racist,
named Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier, a Democratic socialist who also believes in abolishing prisons, police, and all deportations.
Let's go, baby.
Hell yeah, bro, sign me up.
Sorry, I keep forgetting they always put themselves down in the corner, and I'm covering them with ball pit. I don't want to cover them up, but I also don't want them to be too small. Over on YouTube, you can't tell the difference, but on Twitch, it drastically changes what the layout looks like.
That is literally based.
Yup.
She
The
might
most
be-
left-wing
I love
candidate
how Gavin says yup, yup. It sounds like a cartoon.
to ever win. This sounds like some Fox News shit.
Literally, these guys are reminding me that they got famous working for Barack Obama.
Yeah.
The most left-wing candidate
Again,
to
what did
ever
you
win
do
a
for
Democratic
Barack Obama?
primary in our lifetime. There's been
That
a
you-
lot of
that you
focus on
have,
her
like,
old tweets, which she has deleted and mostly apologized for. I'm fine with that. My general position is to give people a chance who want to take back something they said or posted.
Who among us hasn't posted some crazy shit after the Democrats have pissed you off, right? I mean, this is one of the
And
craziest
what crazy
things
shit? It's fuck Kamala Harris. Who gives a fuck? Motherfucker, they're making merch. Well, this is all like Trump merch. But look, there's already like her. This was a mailer sent out against her. But now someone like, hey, fuck this. This is popular. Slap this on a shirt. Love it.
that the Democrats and the establishment wing of the
Did he
party.
write? He might have wrote speeches. I guess they did something for them to have cachet enough to get jobs having a podcast for the last 10 years? Because 2016.
Party loves to bring up. They tried it over and over again with Graham Plattner. It didn't work. They tried it with Daria Eliza. It didn't work. They've tried it all the time. It's not going to work because when people look at some crazy shit someone tweeted, they're like, oh, I've tweeted a bunch of crazy shit sometimes. Like, oh, yeah, when I was pissed off, I said, fuck the Democratic Party. But I've also voted for the Democrats in every election. And that's what Daria Eliza said. They were like, why did you say fuck the Democratic Party? She was like, I was frustrated. I had to vote for Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris. I was like, fuck them for making me do this because I thought they were both bad candidates, right? But you still plug your nose and do it, right?
Yep, and it didn't stop her from winning. Not even close. She won overwhelmingly despite this massive attempt
Landslide.
to smear her for having said fuck Kamala Harris or whatever. And no one cared. It did not prevent them from electing her whatsoever. So yeah, pretty funny to hear this continually focused on.
Certainly would love to take back things that I've posted. Here's where I have a problem. She has not apologized for attending an anti-Israel rally on October 8th. October 8th.
Did we all lose our First Amendment right on October the 8th? The day
Yes,
after Israel's
actually.
attacked, you no longer have the constitutional right to organize and assemble freely in this country. Like, what the fuck kind of a gotcha is that? Like, on October 8th, your willingness to stand with Palestine.
Oh, you mean she was aware of the fucking genocide and the atrocities that Israel's been committing against the Palestinian people long before 2023? So she was ready to go to that protest and be like, do not send weapons to Israel. They are going to do a genocide, and then proceeded to do a genocide. So she was right. She was right too early. That's what you're criticizing her for? Now, 3 years later, you dumb cunt?
And is now in question, or is, I guess, rather, litigated.
Yeah, and it's like I have yet to see anyone post a photo of Daria Eliza doing anything anti-Semitic at that rally. Like maybe there's one or two like agitators in the crowd that were like, "I love Hamas and death to the Jews" or something. I'm sure that like there was a few bad apples or something, but she didn't do anything anti-Semitic. She didn't do anything. The vast majority of the people at that protest didn't do anything anti-Semitic. They were just standing up.
Gavin, you don't even need to stipulate that. You don't need to say, I'm sure there was. No, you're not. You don't know. You could say there could have been, but none of the footage from that rally has shown any indication of that. Socialism is workers democratically controlling the means of production. Communism is a classless, stateless, moneyless society. Both of those seem pretty libertarian in concept to me. If you're looking at the base principles of libertarianism, I mean, it's just a label, but I think it could be applied to some leftist ideologies. I hate when liberals act like the Israel-Palestine conflict started on October 8th. Yeah, dude. Like they existed peacefully before. Then Hamas, for no reason at all. For no reason at all. Same thing with Hezbollah, dude. Honestly. Like, I know somebody from Lebanon. Families from Lebanon. Like yeah, that's like, it's not the government, but they're the only ones fighting. The only ones, like, trying to stop the oppression that's happening from Israel. They're a gang, essentially. But if that gang is the only thing protecting you, bro, there was a bartender at my local bar, older woman from Hell's Kitchen. She would talk about how the Irish and Irish descendants would get oppressed, and the poor, just the people who lived in Hell's Kitchen, would get oppressed by the NYPD. And you know who protected them? The fucking mob. The mob. So they embraced the mob. And the mob is violent. The mob would do bad shit. But you know what? It was better than the cops. This is how it happens. The only reason the extremists exist because Israel killed the fucking moderates. Exactly. So that they can point and go, oh, they're extreme. We got to kill them too. And kill everyone who voted for them, which is everyone. So we got to kill everyone. Oops, it's genocide.
For Palestine's right to exist, because they knew that Palestine's right to exist would soon be under immense attack, more so than ever before in the wake of October 7th. That's what it was about. So, yeah, either way, just crazy.
2023, a rally that was condemned by Zoran Mamdani, AOC, and Brad Lander. The other problem I have, she sat for an interview with the New York editorial board last week where she's...
Also, that's why it's an L for AOC and Zoran in particular to condemn this type of shit, right? Because it's going to be used to hammer other progressives for...
Yeah, don't give an inch. Because look at what these cunts do with an inch.
Forever, when they are like, oh, hey, I actually did want to stand with Palestine when they were at their most vulnerable and most under attack, right? I actually did know that the day after October 7th was when all hell was going to be raining down on these mostly fucking just deeply vulnerable people, right? Of course, there are members of Hamas from which have political strategies that diverge from the Vanguard podcast, but overwhelmingly the millions and millions of people that were living in Gaza were just peaceful folks that we all knew were going to be put through the most just excruciating and depraved situation to come, and that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Said she's against all deportations. She's for open borders.
Pep is on, Alex. I'll see you later. So much fun. No problem, brother. I'm going to raid into him when I'm done. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Etch, for watching. Just kidding. What? Pep's not on? Well, if he is, I'm going to raid into him when I'm done. Again, I'm going to finish this video. I'm going to do that Vince Staples one if there's time before my lovely, lovely off-screen wife comes home. And then we're going to raid into Pep. And I wish I could raid on YouTube, but I think I need 1,000 followers or something. I need to hit some other benchmark to be able to raid people on YouTube. So on YouTube, you know, go wherever you want. But on Twitch, I'm going to be raiding into Pep, most likely. Which, Embassy, you'll like Pep. He's another host on this space. Super chill. Yeah.
Because, quote, bordering is a very modern construct, actually. She wants to abolish prisons.
Okay, wait, that's not even a lie, though. That's not even a lie. He says that like it's crazy, but it's true.
He's saying, oh, dude, read anything in that cadence. Can you believe that socialists want to give you popcorn? They believe in popcorn? What? You make anything sound scary.
That's
what Mike Johnson's trying to do with that clip. Did you believe they want to abolish prisons? It's like, that sounds awesome.
So in the past, yes, borders would change, but it didn't mean that you couldn't like freely cross them, right? Like, oh, just because the border of the Russian Empire went to Turkey, right, didn't mean that I couldn't go from the Russian Empire past.
I thought about that for if I ever get into politics, can't ever cede any ground. You have to stonewall the opposition, employ some of the right's own tricks. Of course. Use the tool of your enemy against them. Check out my reviews of Andor. For sure. Seriously, what? Oh, what? How, the reading? Yeah. You can make anything sound bad.
You know, Istanbul or whatever.
Whether you're a professional auto technician or working in your home garage, Harbor Freight has...
And refused to say, when asked, she got 4 different chances on this, refused to say that a convicted murderer should be sentenced to any jail time at all. Maybe she turns over a new leaf in Congress and like her voting record doesn't match some of these more extreme positions. I hope so. But I think the reason I bring this up is because when Democrats get questions about this, I think the answer is easy and important to give, which is that
this is the shit too, because like those people in Texas are getting charged 100 years, 50 years for terrorism. You could be labeled a terrorist, Pa John. Do you think you should go to jail for 100 years? You broke the law. You care about law and order. But guess who's writing the fucking laws? Stupid fuck. Can't see fucking 2 feet in front of you. Fucking idiots.
Currently holds a range.
I don't know if they're talking about the kid who got stabbed in the track meet. I don't remember, but that's a good point. They might have been. And no, he should... Dude, what the fuck? Carmelo Anthony, that whole fucking trial was fucked. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Every time I hear that now, I know it's from SpongeBob. But, again, I'm plugging fucking reactions here. But this dude, this is one of my other albums of the year. IDK is the rapper's name. Even the Devil Smiles. And the IDK stands for Ignorantly Delivering Knowledge. That album is fucking fire. There's a song on there called Clover that has that sample. It begins with, oh brother, this guy stinks. And then goes, bah, and the beat drops. It fucking hits. So good. And this is his album that he made after getting out of jail. So he is talking about like, you know, structural racism, shit like that. In police injustice and whatnot. But it's a more fun album than Vince Staples' Crybaby, which I cannot stop talking about or listening to.
Range of views that go from moronic to abhorrent.
Damn, that's crazy. It doesn't give her any credit for the views she has that clearly resonated with the voters in her district, which led to her overwhelming victory. And yeah, this is just crazy because these people over at Pod Save America, you know, they try to pretend to be a little bit progressive and, you know, they throw progressives a bone and they realize where the winds are blowing, so they try to stay relevant.
I've been listening to the new Jesse Wells album. I've never really liked his stuff before, but Mask Off is a pretty good song. Ooh, Jesse Wells has an album out? I did not know that. I've listened to a couple of songs. Let's see. Discography. What was his new album? As Jesse Wells. Oh, Mask Off. Okay. Wow, he is different as J.C. Wells, as Wells, and as Jesse Wells. Interesting. All right. Jesse Wells. Masks Off. When did this come out? Two weeks ago. All right. I'm added to the list. Thank you for letting me know. I do all kinds of music. I got Brian Andrews reactions. And Boston Brian, over on this space, interviewed Brian Andrews. He also interviewed for someone from the Dropkick Murphys, which is pretty cool.
But here you see their true colors, you know, specifically from Jon Favreau here, but really he speaks for the entire outfit,
Thank you for letting me know.
in my opinion. I mean, if this is your reaction to what happened in New York City the other night, the DSA sweep, not to be excited about it, But to basically go on a Fox News rant and pearl clutch over all of these fake smear issues. Oh, she's anti-Semitic, even though there's no proof she's anti-Semitic. Her opinions range from moronic to abhorrent when they literally don't. She has some great policies, some really substantive policies that clearly, again, the voters resonated with. It sounds like Fox News. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. And this is the problem, right? Because cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Like it's that old lefty joke, right? And we don't like to make black pill arguments over here. I definitely think that the Democrats are much better than fascists, but it is a problem when you have the battle with the centrist wing of the party, and they didn't get nearly this.
I listened to rap too. Just thought that was more likely to have gone on. It was. You're right. I've been following him a little bit, but not close enough. But thank you very much. And Picker over on YouTube says she loves Jesse Wells. So hell yeah. Definitely going to be literally added it to my thing. Probably Wednesday.
It's worked up when, more centrist Democrats won their reelection, people who were basically damn near Republicans winning their reelections. It's like, no, you don't have anything to say about that. You don't come out here and talk about how, Joe Manchin equivalents of the modern Democratic Party are like totally unacceptable and their views range from moronic to abhorrent. Maybe they'll call out John Fetterman, who I guess is the clearest stand-in for Joe Manchin at this time. But still, I don't see a ton of John Fetterman clips coming out from Crooked Media where they dunk on him. Maybe they do. But the reality is that they are standing in opposition to a bold transformation of the Democratic Party. I think it's that exact same Barack Obama issue where they're fine using that progressive rhetoric, but when it's going to be like really, really progressive, or when it's going to be progressive in practice, they start to get skittish and they mostly just want to use it for colorful language.
Yeah, and they just freak out and start pearl clutching, and it's only going to work so many times. It might never work again because the voters get desensitized to this shtick, right? It's like the boy who cried wolf. They said the same thing about Zoran. They tried to act like he was this totally crazy, unhinged, radical Islamist jihadist or something, and then now people are like, well, he seems like a pretty normal guy, pretty serious guy. Seems like he's doing a really good job. So I don't know what all that noise was about. And I think people are having a similar reaction to Daria Liza, where they're like, you're saying she's crazy, but I don't know. It kind of sounds like she's making sense to me.
I think this is a great way to describe him, Pickerbell. He thinks he's comfortable financial situation and powerful connections insulate him from consequences. But he's the last one. But the last one to be pushed into the pit is still in line to be pushed into the pit. I'm going to use that. I'm taking that. That was great. That was great, Picker.
And not only those views not align with most Democrats.
Actually, they do. Most Democrats want to stop sending money to Israel. Most Democrats want to stop sending people to deportation camps, et cetera, et cetera.
Also, the Democrats that matter are the ones that are in her district. She's a representative of her district, and clearly the majority of the Democrats do align with her, which is why they fucking elected her.
In the country. Nearly all Democrats in the country, actually most elected Democratic Socialists, but I don't even think they align with a lot of the people who probably voted for her. So I think people should you just got to say that.
Such cope.
With working full-time and having a son, I didn't really have time to sit on a class. It was conducive to me at the time to have a schedule because I was online. Professors posted work and I would have X amount of time to do it. My son is literally the reason I get up in the morning. We have this understanding that school is very...
Again, I can't believe he's just saying it out in the open, basically going full Fox News, taking the mask off as a weapon against the progressive movement to trot out these stupid smears, regurgitate them uncritically, and not even give her credit for the policies that undeniably are substantive and on point, even if they're to the left of you or that you don't necessarily agree with them 100%. That's fine. You don't have to agree with her entire platform. It's not the platform that everyone would run on, but I mean, to just say that she's this total crank, I'm like, what fucking reality are you living in? Clearly, this is a very serious person. And again, one whose policies and viewpoints resonated with the voters of her district, which is why they overwhelmingly elected her. It's just crazy to see this. And I think it's a reminder of, despite the fact that they want you to think that we're on your side.
I forgot I confirmed. I got to double check and confirm. And hey, what's up, Calling Royce? Welcome. How you doing? I got to confirm with her tomorrow. But actually, let me just... when did I set this? This was last Thursday. Just confirming if we're on for this Wednesday. 7 p.m. The woman who was running against Tom Swazi, I'm going to have her on the show on Wednesday. Tentatively. It's you, Embassy. Welcome. Maybe I should get on YouTube. This feels like trying to have a conversation with adults while sitting at the kids' table. I understand. I just saw that. Well, welcome to the YouTube side of things.
We're all progressives, yada yada yada. This is what we're going to be hearing a lot of.
Unfortunately, it's just the vertical version, because in order to get both vertical and horizontal on both platforms, I need to pay for Streamlabs Plus or whatever, and I'm not going to do that. So, unfortunately, you get the vertical on YouTube.
The 2028 election, these people are going to become enforcers for the likes of Gavin Newsom, and their job will be to punch left and discredit the actual progressives in the race, whether it's AOC or somebody else, to the best of their abilities. And we need to be prepared for that. We need to be ready for it. Because everyone's acting like, oh, the Democratic base is so, radicalized, and they finally caught up to Bernie Sanders, and the voters are finally ready for the Democratic Tea Party. And while that's definitely true in a lot of districts, including lots of districts in New York, I think it's also fair to warn people that this is what we're going to be up against in 2028 and going forward. All of these fucking shitlib accounts deciding to, use their platform and power to try to discredit progressives. And I don't think people are ready for that.
Oh, no. I think we've seen this movie before. You and I in particular, we've seen it twice. This is the threequel. This is the third installment of, hey, let's watch a progressive candidate rise, and people will pretend like, oh, I'm about bold change and sticking it to the Republican Party, until a guy like Bernie Sanders announces that he wants to run for president, right? And then you will see the claws come out, and then you'll see the hit pieces, and then you'll see even people who you thought were allies, like Elizabeth Warren, stick around and get third place humiliated in their home state just to take the legs out from underneath them. Just to be like, oh yeah, New York Times, I do think my longtime ally in the Senate, Bernie Sanders, is a closet sexist. Like, what the fuck? That's the kind of stuff that will happen in addition to MSNBC, CNN, all of these liberal media outlets like Crooked Media, Vox, etc. will never say a goddamn single nice word about these people. And I do think that is what AOC has always been really afraid of. We've talked about how AOC has taken a much more soft approach when it comes to Democratic Party leadership. She's been much more selective when it comes to the media appearances that she does make, but she has been branching out, going on more national mainstream media, cable shows for sure, and a smattering of smaller podcasts in the independent media circuit, though none in our independent left-wing circuit. Do you think
AOC?
Yeah.
I mean, she went on the Majority Report like a year ago, but
oh yeah, I meant like recently in the last couple of 3 months.
Gotcha.
Like she went on like Jen Psaki's show. I think she went on Chris Hayes' show. Like she did that like kind of like a little bit of a circuit, and I think that was clearly her indicating like, hey, when I run for president, like I want you guys to be friendly with me. I'll come on here. I'll boost your ratings. I'll do all of that. Do you think that over time Claire Valdez and Daria Liza will kind of make that same calculation, or do you expect them? And I think I kind of expect them to go more in the Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Summer Lee camp, where they are, clearly willing to show.
You need the Ilhan Omars and the Rashida Tlaibs to be out front, and you need AOC to be right behind them as the leader, as the most visible. And then you need the Brad Landers and the Talaricos to explain to the rest of the Democrats, this is why we're trusting these people. This is why we're following these people. It all kind of works together. I hope.
Go up on all progressive issues, but they're just absolutely fearless when it comes to the most difficult positions that you have to take.
I mean, I hope that you're right about that. I hope they are more on the Ilhan camp. And they really continue to be brave truth tellers. But I think we expect a little bit of moderation from all these people. Sad but true. I think it happens most of the times. They back off some of their more extreme opinions, or not extreme, but you know what I'm saying, more edgy takes. So, I mean, I hope you're right. I could see it going either way. But just to, again, show or put this up on screen, because I wanted to talk a little bit about, share this quote from Daria Liza. When asked whether she condemned Hamas, she responded, "The premise of that question to me ignores the 75 years of occupation that the Palestinian people have been subjected to and the conditions that folks were living under before this genocide began." When asked again about condemning Hamas, she said she did, but added, "As far as I know, the U.S. does not send a single dime to Hamas. What we fund is the Israeli military."
Word. If AOC ran for president, I would not stop knocking doors until election day. No sleep, no life. I'd be on that. Word.
Terry. And I think it's just a great way to answer the question. I think this should be like the template for DSA progressive style candidates when they're asked about this, because it's honest and it's refreshing to hear them actually acknowledge and grapple with that history and the actual reality of what Hamas is. So, I think it's a great answer. And again, this is a serious, intelligent person. This is not some crazy lunatic. This is some raving leftist crank. This is a very intelligent woman who clearly understands what she's talking about.
Every town is a Lutheran. Another thing the average person doesn't understand is the problem with the system that is almost never the system itself. It's like the reason why with universal health care it takes a month plus to see a general doctor isn't because the system prioritizes wrongly or too many people are abusing it. It's just because there isn't enough general clinics. Infrastructure builds mega hospitals to cover a 3-city radius, so you have to have 20 doctors. Yeah, exactly. If they made it like a doctor's on duty in every town, then it would go from a month to see a doctor to a few days. Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. I worked for this place years and years ago. And it was very shit-libby. I'll explain. They fucking had a podcast, a union podcast, that was promoting and endorsing Hakeem Jeffries before he got into Congress. So, take that for what you will. But what I did learn here is that infrastructure literally ties everything together. Ties everything together and is kind of the most important thing. Because it's not just physical infrastructure. It's people infrastructure. Education. That's people, that's the infrastructure of the resource of human beings. People power. Again, watching Judas and the Black Messiah. People power is the power.
It clearly understands the way the base feels about it too, which again, to repeat myself, is why they fucking elected her overwhelmingly, and there was so much enthusiasm behind her. And again, instead of giving her that credit to smear her as a far left radical, a moron, that's just completely unserious. And again, it proves that people like John Favreau on the Pod Save America, their mission will be to return the Democratic Party to the party of Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom. They don't want to see this political revolution take place. They want to.
No, they do not. And folks, that's going to do it. We're not going to get to that Vince Staples thing. That's fine. I will watch it on my own. I'm sure you guys aren't interested. I will watch it on my own. I'm sure you guys aren't. Oh my gosh. Pep is live, so we're going to raid into Pep. Thank you all for watching. Lutheran Embassy / Calling Royce. Thank you all so much for stopping in and watching. Pinkerbell and Etch sticking with me all day. Really appreciate it. Warhite, Grand Designs earlier. Gupta earlier. All my homies. And yeah. We're rating Pep Talks over on Twitch and YouTube. We can't rate anybody, but Pep Talks TV, folks. I'll put it in the chat. Pep Talks TV. Universal healthcare isn't perfect, but for-profit healthcare is just worse. Absolutely. It's just middlemen exploiting. Yes. Too many middlemen all around. Political parties, healthcare, just in every fucking industry. Middlemen trying to get rich off other people's labor because they're lazy parasites. And that's going to do it for me today. Pep Talks right here for you.